Habari. Wow, karibu. Okay, habari everyone. Habari kila mtu. Sorry for being tardy. Yes, so 2 minutes. Sorry for the postponement. And we shall begin very presently, always with a prayer to the ancestors to guide our conversation, to give us enlightenment, to share insight and wisdom, and to receive the same. So, with that, we begin. Okay, so we'll begin with a bit of a history. So, first of all, is everyone? Oh, yes. Money. Well, providing is already here. So, I already said money, and I see we have back here money. Much here. I'll wait for a few minutes for for a few people to to come in, so I don't myself. So where do we begin? Thank you. Uh, yes, it's been a while. I know it's just been a while. So yes, providing this was here first, and thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. Um, Amani to you, provide triggers. Thank you. Observing, even good, provide triggers. Thank you. So it has begun. The time now is about to be a good time. Let's see. So we'll start with um, the. It's always good to go back into things we went over before, but we did this one. Hold on. Okay, so there we go. So this is from a video, a transcribed video called "The History of Love," and when you look at a lot of the songs, maybe not as much now, but most of the songs that were written was written, about this one thing. It's always about love, and so it almost seems it's something that always was. But it's actually people say, oh, this and that is a construct. Actually, one of the biggest constructs is this thing called love. So we're still learning about it. Thank you, Karibu Sana. Thank you for being here. Right. So yeah, so historically, we look at the Euphrates king betrothal to the prince the kingdom of Yanis. That was not so much about love; it was about transactions. It was purely transaction. Oh, and can you see? Let me know if you can see, or should I should make it bigger? Let me know. It's on a PDF file, so you know I might be able to see it, but you might not. Oh, if you can see it properly, do a one. If not, do it, and then I can make it bigger. Let me say control. Is it working? Okay. Okay. So we have this transactional, type of love, and it was about land. It was about power. It was historically about making connections. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Thank you. All right. Asante sana. So, so the people, so the attitude of love was for this transaction. It was mostly, especially for the people who had transactions to transact it. For the other people, I think people at the bottom maybe had a little bit more freedom. But like, you see, oh, welcome, Karim. Okay, Karibu. Karibu is, of course, welcome. Okay, so one is you can see. Two would be you can't see. So if you can see, that's great. Okay, so the history of love. We start with purely transactions. It's not, these feelings. And then it is for thousands of years. It says, it was about land power. And the notion that you should love it seemed really laughable, in those times. Um, so you have France 11. So we skip forward. Um, Okay, so say, can you say yes? Maybe your screen. Okay, cool. Very good. So you have France, in 1147. You have Dufresne, who I cannot pronounce these names, but he says for Tripoli in modern day Lebanon. I thought Tripoli was in Libya. Anyway, so he's off to see the Count of Tripoli, whom he has fallen deeply in love with. And at that time, they're writing, poems about love and so on, but they're not writing with the idea of, of getting the the person. They just try to, to express feelings. It's like this transcendental kind of love. It's utterly from public consideration. So it's not about relationships or marriage or children. It's simply that you adore someone from afar and you can never, get them. So it's this unrequited love. And then later on, so he composes, so Rudel composes music to, express the grief and the joy, so on. And actually, this was from the troubadours who actually got it from, some of the, um, but romantic love is now the secret is the intensity. The love was imagined to be something that was so intense that, it was too how do you say, it was too strong to have it. Like you couldn't want it because it would almost, almost obliterate you. So yeah, so it was not, that living with somebody, it was just seeing them from a distance, and you have there's no intertwining of feelings. And even at the top, you have the king. The king has both the wife that is married for influence, for economic influence, and then he's expected to get a mistress, and that continues actually up to now. The French presidents have always had mistresses, but yeah, so they have. Okay. So they have, yes. So in the beginning, it was very transactional. Okay. Um, okay. Welcome, guest developed in the building. Okay, so I'm not fly. I am just how do I say it? Yes, I'm the humblest. I am the humblest Kenyan. So it's the king is supposed to have the transactional marriage, but also the mistress on the side, and it was an imperfect fit between marriage and love. So marriage is practical, love is not. So you go through 1812, you have people having illegitimate children, and their families are furious, and so there's a new philosophy of romanticism. Was Red and Green, I think we talked about it. A new philosophy of romanticism, where now it's feelings over simply, transactions. So romanticism transforms. Okay, transactional marriage is programming, and love is programming. Okay. All right, so here's where the feeling starts to, over encompass the transactions part of it, romanticism. This is where the village of Gretna Greens become synonymous with illicit marriage, and hundreds of English couples go to Gretna Greens in Scotland to go across the border to Scotland to have, their marriage that are not sanctioned by the parents or community and so on. So, um, so now we get to Jane Austen. She still has all these romantic movies. A lot of them are still based on this Pride and Prejudice model, where there's a ruffian, and there's a lady, and then eventually, takes him in the beast kind of arrangement. She takes him, and they get married. Or sometimes she decides not to. So she says that to marry only for love is a terrible folly. A good marriage requires warmth and tenderness. So it's not just love, you have to have warmth and tenderness as well. And her defining the Western idea, she sees marriage as a hybrid enterprise. It's like running a small business or organizing a village fit or fit if you don't keep track. So it's like a corporate marriage. You can have love, but at the same time, you look at it as a business, or you look at it as a way to make profit, I suppose. Okay, so you have Darwin, 1859, publishing the. Oh, is it muffled? I'm sorry. Um, Let me see. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Oh, maybe I had, maybe I had the other one on. Is it any better? Let me know. Okay, it is. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Let me do better. Let me do better. Thank you for that. I will try to do better. It's an attempt to remove one from the dialectics of daily existing, and this could just only happen in the modern sense. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's still a modern idea. The whole thing of marriage and love. Let us know what time. If you can hear properly. I'll try to, I guess, move closer to the mic. Okay, so Darwin, 1859, Origin of Species. He says that human beings are inherited. We've inherited a lot of our drives and psychology from animals, and so his detractors are horrified at the implication that we're animals at the end. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kay. Thank you, Kay. Um, so he starts from a base that we're still humans. We might be better than animals, but essentially we're no better than them, since we came from them. And you get through the idea that rejects on the basis of mathematics, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we don't need to go through all that. So soon monogamy is being, so now in America, monogamy is being questioned. In an enlightened world, you have a group who now argue that liberated men and women should just give up on marriage, along with jealousy, adultery, and divorce. And the idea, the romantic love, is that love can be just free for all. And then in Belgium, 2015, now you have a high divorce rate. So 1960s is when the whole free love thing started happening. So you go from romantic love, where your feelings is what matters, so you get together because of your feelings, and then eventually they say, well, why should you get together on your feelings anyway? Why should you just not interact and live and go as you please, as you feel, how you feel like? So yeah, the free love leads to high divorce in the developed world. And astonishingly, 71% of couples will split up. In a newspaper in the country asks why. And the answer comes back clearly. Initial expectations were not met. Other countries are not far behind. In the UK, the divorce rate is 42%. In the US, 53%. Hungary, wow, Hungary is a whole 67%. And Portugal, the small country, has a 68% divorce rate. Yeah. Oh, Amani, thank you. Thank you. Dusty Map says marriage in Africa is meant to extend lineages, knowledge, and exchange values. What we're doing is pushing modern day projections backwards, hence hypergamy is Western juju. Yes, there is something to that. because even in the Western sense, it's still the whole idea of simply two people. It's not even a family arrangement. It's usually just, two people getting together. So it's not really an exchange of, the lineages and so on. It's simply an exchange of other things. Thank you. What is all this about crashes and so on? Amani Sana, focused. Good to have you. Welcome. Hold on, I can't do two things at the same time. Okay, there you go. One thing done. Yes, yes, yes. I know. I know. Provide triggers. Yes, yes. Is the woman. She's a lady. Ironically, I don't know what that is. Um, wow. Free love. Yes, yes. That's what it was. Free love. Oh, Amani. Kokou. Okay, you have to give me a second. All right. Welcome on. Welcome on. Free love is the atomization of the nuclear family. Yeah. So by the time you get to America, you have, not so much the big extended family, lineage-based family. You have a small nuclear family, and so it's basically four people versus the world. The parents and the children and the world. The atomization, indeed, the atomization of the nuclear family. And then once that is complete, then the complete individualization begins. Welcome. We have a new person, Mamau. Respect. The European mind has destroyed social dynamics in all aspects of life. Yes, we're still under, a lot of, hold on. This is why it's still, yeah. Oh, Amani. Amani means peace, okay? Sorry. Yes. Amani is peace. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So Amani is peace. Okay, so you have, soon it goes from free love to even the questioning of monogamy. So it becomes, well, why should two people be stuck together? Everybody should be free to do whatever they want, and people become liberated, and they forgo marriage or they become disappointed in it. So, in conclusion, the strange and tricky subject of love, the future hope for love lies in the notion of sacrifice. That is, in accepting that we won't get everything we want from love, relationships, or marriage. We're trying to do something highly ambitious in our modern ideals. Oh, sorry. In our modern ideals and our relationships, uniting sex, affection, the raising of family, a career, and adequate material security. So those are, high ideals to strive for, and you have them all in one. So sex, affection, family, career, and material security. So we will by necessity fail to get all of this. The idea of sacrifice, though, helps us if we consider getting half of what we really want and need, might still be quite a lot in comparison with what it would be like if we avoided relationships altogether. Clearly, solitary life can work out really well for few people, but mostly we hate living alone. The question should not so much be whether relationships live up to our ideal hopes of mutual happiness, but whether they are better, if only a little, than not having relationships at all. The future of love needs to get us interested in ambivalence, that is, in the capacity to keep on thinking that something is quite good even when we're painfully conscious of its many and striking day to day imperfections. Okay, so yeah, that's the history of love or the history of marriage, from the idea of transactions to romanticization, actually the idealization of it, with the troubadours and the poets and the romantic poets, to the idea of realization, where people now want to grasp it and actually have it instead of simply, thinking and wondering about it, and then to the idea that everything should be all combined in one neat pretty package. So Yeah, and then to the idea that not only should people be bound together, but everyone should be free to do what they want. Yes, amani kila mtu. Amani kwa kila mtu would be amani to everyone. Amani kila mtu is amani everyone. So yeah, so welcome Mamau. Yes, amani, as we have said, is peace. No problem. Okay, modern day African women have reduced to quasi prostitution. This is what the sexualist Zungo and the Negro avatars are looking to promote. Ask them why Africa, why not Saudi or Dagestan? That's the history of Western marriage. Yes, absolutely. This was the history of Western marriage. We are is still in that system, so that's the reason. And speaking of which, now we're going to go through a quick summary of Western music, and then we'll combine the love and the music, hopefully in one neat package. So, Western music. Uh, well, they go back as far as this is from Encyclopedia Britannica, so obviously, there might be some bias, but there you go. Anyway, so Western music produced the primary function of music was apparently religious in most musical cultures. Other musical occasions were equally functional, starring incitements to military zeal, soothing accompaniments to labor, heightening aids to dramatic spectacles, and enlivening backgrounds to social gatherings. In every case, musical sounds accompanied bodily movements, dance, march, play, or work, or song. Evidence indicates it's okay, Mesopotamia, Babylonians, 3500, and so on and so forth. And then in the Mediterranean cultures, it was the Greeks with their system of modes, of ordering notes to a scale to build melodies, who furnished the most direct link with the musical development of Western Europe. By Romans, okay, well, we'll skip over the Romans and the Greeks. Beginning in the late century, according to tradition, early church music, yes, they did steal it. Yes, yes, indeed, the troubadours stole it from the Arab Moors, who stole it from Egypt, I think. Yes, go ahead and hit the like, who stole it from Egypt, and and so on until it got to them. So, beginning in the late 6th century, according to tradition, early church music was codified and organized by the Pope Gregory the First, and that's where you get the Gregorian chant. This is they began expanding in the 9th century with the use of a trope, and so this is the whole similar air. And secular music also thrived, but not as much. It was probably just folk music that the people, the peasants would sing. So there's not much saved apart from just orally passed on traditionally. During the 12th and 13th century, the troubadour movement, yes, the troubadour movement, burgeoned, beginning among noblemen of southern France who circulated among the leading courts of the region. So from the troubadours to the French court and flourishing. And then in the Baroque, you have the grandiose, dramatic, energetic spirit in art that prevails from the period from about 1600s to about 1750, where there was a reduction in the number of modes to two, the major and the minor scales, and the contrasting sets of notes and chords deriving from them, and the initial efforts to compose with large musical forms, opera, oratorio, sonata, and concerto. The Baroque era reached its zenith in the work of Bach and Handel. So then the classical period. So Baroque is like pre-classical. When people say classical music, it's usually the post-Baroque period. So the classical music is the elaborate contrapuntal texture of Baroque music by way of dynamic differentiation, often based on simple folk materials. And it's this where the musical forms achieve the highest state in sonata and in opera. The fundamental changes were this is where most of the people, are known from, Haydn, Mozart, Gluck, and Beethoven, of course. And then there's a transition from classical to romantic. So Beethoven's early work were crafted in the hope of financial rewards. Oh yes. Wow, wow. We have a yes, well, they I'm confused too. I get confused a lot. Yeah, K books. They're your friends. They're really nice and they have good information. Yes. Oh, and Karibu for everyone is welcome. So Karibu, Melanated Goddess, and definitely Karibu Keta. Good to have you, or Keter, as we would say, but Keta. So yes. Please. Yeah, I like classical music too, and some baroque, but not today's music much. Yeah. The thing about the classical music and a lot of the Western canon is you get what the best that has survived. Maybe some of which at that time was not good, or it has been lost. But yes, you get to the best of, I guess, culture. So now you have, after Beethoven, you have the romantic composers, and these are the big composers. Wagner's with his, pum 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 pum. That's from Wagner. The score to Star Trek, for all you nerds out there. Yeah, that was actually based on Ride of the Valkyries by Wagner, who got it from some of the old Germanic folk tales. So they were anyway. So you have Wagner, you have Tchaikovsky, Russia, you have Rachmaninoff, and opera still remains, especially in Italy. Italian opera was bigger a lot than Germanic, but Wagner certainly made up for that. So you have Puccini, and so on. Yeah. Finally, you get into stylized dancing, and you have Chopin, you have Schumann, you have Brahms, and this is also the time when the literary world is also producing their most famous writers, Goethe, Schiller, Heinrich Heine, and others. And you also have, after Beethoven, and you have Schubert, who he died at 31, but he wrote a lot of music. He has his unfinished symphony up to now, and that was one of the most beautiful things. They tried to finish it, but eventually they just said it was better left unfinished. So if you ever have a chance, go listen to Schubert's unfinished symphony. Anyway, so most of it was based on rhythmic patterns, and especially on the whole tonal scale, the concept of a free relationship of adjacent harmonies and textures. Anyway, we don't need to get technical. So what? How am I calling people nerds? Yeah, it's okay. A nerd can call another nerd a nerd. So yeah. Oh yes, Kay. I'll suggest some. I'll give you a list, a proper list afterwards. Favorite composers? They just for me. I do like the Romantic period, and so after. So for the most part, it was melodic music. It was music that was based on a certain rhythmic pattern, and then the melody was either interpolated with others, or it was the theme was changed and intertwined. So it was mostly based on melodies and scales and harmonies and so on, less with the percussion section, with the drums and so on. In fact, I always say that the drums in classical music play a very minor role compared to, let's say the music, the violins and the other string instruments. So in classical music, the string instruments are more prominent than the drums, for example. So there was a certain rebellion in the 1900s, where some people felt that the current style of music was too restrictive, because you had to adhere to certain rules in composing music. And so you had the atonal re, the atonal rebellion, mostly Schoenberg and Stravinsky. And so they decided to create, instead of harmony, they decided to create this thing called metric imbalance, percussive dissonance. So instead of playing by the rules or composing by the rules, they they decided to go the other complete different way. And so it produced some very jarring, eerie music. It's not comfortable music. It's music that sounds as if somebody is just beating, or just beating hard on the violin or something. It's very dissonant. It's not harmonic like the music of Bach and so on. But they were trying to push the boundaries of music. Um, Well, okay, yeah, well, I won't have to defend about madness. I'll just continue. So now, after all that, the reason why we look at Western music is because African American music was also very much influenced by that kind of music. While they managed to create their own distinctive sound, the music that they created was still, in a way, influenced by the modes of the environment. And one new form of popular music that took root in America was the blues. Um, Oh, provided us. You said you had that the most brought classical music to Europe. That I don't know. I think they may have brought some instruments, some new instruments, but I don't know if they brought, the actual music with it, because the first main instrument that they used was a clavier, which was an earlier form of the piano, and I don't think that a lot of African music or Arabic music used the piano in a lot of their compositions. I may be wrong, but I think the piano was a typically European invention. So I think that they may have brought some sounds to it, but if they did, they layered a lot upon it after that. Yeah. Yeah, the Moors would have used the strings. They would have used the strings a lot, but they also had a bit of a percussion section. So I think that they combined like in African folk music where they have both the strings and the drums, and they work in tangent. Kalimba precedes the. I've seen the kalimba. Is that the one with the three things? It's like three tabs, and then you press on it. I've seen it. It does have a piano like quality to it, but the sound is different. Is different. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but yeah, so I think they brought the strings, and then the European composers focused primarily on the strings. So they built the music on the strings, and then they added the piano to it, or they improved the clavier, yeah, the early form. So you have the blues in America, where the blues performers give musical expression to sadness by using vocal techniques such as melisma. I don't know what that is. Rhythmic techniques such as syncopation, and instrumental techniques such as choking, manipulating guitar strings to create a whining sound. The blues were a key influence, along with ragtime, on the development of another originally African American musical form, jazz. So the blues preceded jazz. It was a secular folk music. I think they're also skipping over the spiritual music, because I think even the blues was also influenced heavily by the spiritual music. So, but here they start with the blues, and then the blues lead on to jazz and so on. The primarily instrumental music typically features syncopated rhythms, polyphonic ensemble playing, varying degrees of improvisation, often deliberate deviations of pitch, and the use of original timbres. Early in the 20th century, the novelty of jazz rhythms attracted composers of art music who occasionally incorporated jazz idioms into their works. From about 1930, the influence worked in both directions, and jazz gradually adopted techniques that had originated in art music. Jazz allowed the emergence of various styles, including swing and bebop. Besides jazz, the blues generally influenced the development from the mid 20th century of rhythm and blues, soul music, and rock. Okay. Okay. Okay, guess the move. It's not just sad music made. It's music that was, you know, inspired by the struggle. All African American music starts with Negro spiritual and field music. Okay, okay. I've only heard some of the Negro spirituals, not so much of the field music, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Jazz is the crossroads of modernity. You know what's interesting? Because at the same time that this new improvisation of music, this crazy jazz is going on, it's the same time that there's the same a similar rebellion. Well, maybe a few years later with the Schoenberg, the atonal rebellion, where they were sort of going up against the well set rules of classical music, especially with the harmonies and so on. So it's just interesting. Yeah. Some blues is comical. It wasn't all sad. Okay, okay, it wasn't all sad. I think she's talking about the comment about the sad stuff in jazz. Okay. What is wrong with you all? It is sad music made by people who were enslaved. You all sound like some um, is exceptionally now. Okay, okay. So another musical. Okay, so now we get to the modern. So we've tracked the short history of Western music all the way. So yet another musical form with African American roots was rap, which emerged in New York City's hip hop scene in the late 1970s. It featured half-spoken half-spoken rhymes delivered over rhythmic instrumental tracks that sometimes drew on DJ mixing techniques and samples of pre-existing recordings. What's interesting is the whole time that they're describing the classical music, there's very little description of rhythm. The Gregorian is polyphonic, the troubadour is the Baroque is grandiose, dramatic, energetic, and Beethoven established individuality, subjectivity, and so on. But when you come to this especially when they come to Schoenberg and Stravinsky, it's when they start talking about rhythmic, when there's a resistance or a rebellion or in classical music. This is when they start talking about rhythmic patterns, and that description of rhythmicality, continues up to description of African American music. Anyway, so yeah, so you have rap, which comes from New York in the 70s. It has the rhymes of a rhythmic tracks, and there's a DJ who's mixing techniques. Yes, polyphonic, not polyrhythmic. So your chanting music, your Gregorian music, is indeed polyphonic. It is not polyrhythmic. They avoid rhythm. They want phony the sound. Hip hop was started in the Bronx. Okay, okay. And rap has always existed in the Black community. Hmm. Okay, so there you go. From the spirituals to blues to jazz to rap, and that's Sarah Vaughan. She is a singer and pianist. This is a circa 1946. And then you have soul music. So soul music is a term adopted to describe African American popular music in the United States from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Some view soul as merely a term for rhythm and blues. In fact, a new generation of artists profoundly reinterpreted the sounds of rhythm and blues pioneers of the 1950s: Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Bo Diddley, Sam Cooke, and Ray Charles, whose music found popularity among whites and was transformed into what became rock and roll. If rock and roll, represented by performers such as Elvis Presley, can be seen as a white reading of rhythm and blues, Soul is a return to African America's music's roots, gospel and blues. The style is marked by searing vocal intensity, use of church-rooted call and response, and extravagant melisma. I'll have to look up what is melisma. If in the 1950s Charles was the first to secularize pure gospel songs, that transformation was realized in full flowering in the work of Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul, who, after 6 years of notable work on Columbia Records, began her glorious 1967 reign in 1967 with her first hits for Atlantic Records, I Never Loved a Man the Way I Love You, and Respect. Before Franklin, though, soul music had exploded largely through the work of Southern artists such as James Brown and Southern-oriented labels such as Stax and Vote. Stop listening to Zungu. Ritz, Mama says, guess the word you're correct, though to an extent. Kay says, I think blues became rock. Yeah, I think so. From what they say that the Motown, so the Elvis Presley, hold on. So rock and roll represented, okay, go, here we go. So Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Ray Charles, and so on found popularity among whites and was transformed into what became known as rock and roll. So yeah, I think Chuck Berry, what kind of music is that? I guess that's soul. So soul music became rock and roll. Yeah. And then rock and roll was Elvis Presley, and rhythm and blues is like soul but returning to gospel and roots, gospel and blues. Okay, yeah, that's what the contention is. Soul music is marketing ploy to get. Okay, so Gaspar might be saying that soul music is like rap to get white youth to consume Negro jingles. And Kay says, not rap. Soul music is a studio gimmick that ended up culminating to disco. Ah, really? Huh. Huh. Okay. I always wondered where disco came from because it seemed like just something out of the blue. It didn't seem like the rest of the music, but I guess it's true blue-eyed soul. Okay, let me look it up. Melisma. Okay. Melisma is the singing of a single syllable of text while moving between several different notes in succession. Okay. Wow. Okay, I will share the insight. There you go. Okay, so that's what melisma is. Melisma is from the Greek, so on and so forth. Song melody is the singing of a single syllable of text while moving between several different notes in succession, I imagine. Yes, music sung in this style is called melismatic as opposed to syllabic. Okay, so there you go. Oh, hey, Zuli. Good to have you in the house. Yes, so we're just doing uh, a bit of a musical brush up. I'm not a musical expert at all, so I'm just learning as we go. So jazz, Mama says jazz is the highest form of Western music. That's an interesting take on it. Kay says you mean it evolved into it. All right, what evolved into it? Rock and roll is not Elvis Presley. It's not. Okay. Yes. I'm not a musical expert. I am a musical. I am curious. I'm not an expert. So there you go. I'm just going to ignore that other comment that you made. So yes, so that's the the evolution of music. Okay, Motown, we can't live without saying. So it's really saying that Motown, that Little Richard is rock and roll. Okay, okay. Well, in this essay, they're saying that rock and roll is Little Richard and Ray Charles are soul, and then it became rhythm and blues, and half of it became rock and roll, which was Elvis Presley and the rest of them. So, yeah, I Mamau says, as time went on, our music became more and more trivial to the BS we have. Elvis is to rock and roll, what Eminem is to rap. Okay. Okay, so now we have Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul. And so her work was very popular, and there's Southern artists such as James Brown and Southern oriented labels such as Stack and Ball. The Motown sound, which came in the 80s, in the 60s, must also be considered soul music. In addition to its lighter, more pop-oriented artists such as the Supremes, the Motown label produced artists with genuine gospel great The Contours, Marvin Gaye, and Stevie Wonder. But Motown packaged its act as clean cut and acceptable as it sought to sell to white teens. Well, so I guess Motown is also, marketing to the same group as blues. So it's like the cleaner version, the clean cut version. As the civil rights movements gained steam, African American artists grew more politically aware, rooted in personal expression. Their music resonates with self-assertion, culminating in Brown's "Say It Loud" and "Black and I'm Proud" in 1968. So Memphis, Tennessee stacks slash vault records are built on an unshakable foundation of straight-up soul. Singers such as Otis Redding, Sam Dave, and Isaac Hayes screamed, shouted, begged, stomped, and cried, harkening back to the blues shouters of the Deep South. So Motown is sort of there's two big companies, Motown, and then there's Stax, which is based in Tennessee, with Otis Redding, Sam and Dave, and Isaac Hayes. And I guess they're screaming and shouting. Atlanta's Jerry Wexler, okay, here we go, who had participated in the earliest phase of soul music with his production of Solomon Burke, began recording Franklin as well as Wilson Pickett, one of the soul's premier vocalists, in Fame Studio in Florence, Alabama, where the arrangements were lightly spontaneous and surprisingly sparse. Strong horn lines supported the rhythmic section focused on boiling funk. Wow. Okay, wow. Um, okay, so other artists followed Wexler's lead. Etta James, with her earth-shaking delivery and Take No Prisoners approach, traveled to Muscle Shoals, Alabama to record Tell Mama in 1967, one of the decade's enduring soul anthems written by singer-songwriter Clarence Carter. Percy Sledge's Super Smooth When a Man Loves a Woman. Ah, that was him. I thought that was, the first time I heard that one was, anyway, recorded in nearby Sheffield, became the first Southern soul to reach number one on the pop charts. Soul was not restricted to the South and to Detroit. Wow, that's funny, the kind of Southern music that is now considered Southern music. To Detroit, Michigan, the Curtis Mayfield Impressions, prime movers of Chicago soul, added their own sense of social consciousness to the soul music movement, notably in Keep On Pushing and People Get Ready. By the decade's end, even Motown, the most conservative of soul labels, had begun to release issue-oriented records, especially with Norman Whitfield's dynamic productions from The Temptation, Cloud9, and Edwin Starr's War. Soul also flowered in New Orleans, Louisiana, in the ultra-funky work of Art Neville's group, The Meters. Oh, The Meters. Okay. All black music is Southern music. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what these people are talking about in the comment section. So, with crashes and whatnot, a lot of projection going on in there. Okay. Soul music is bullshit. Okay. Is there any good black music? I thought this was a good black music. We haven't even gotten to rap yet. All black music is Southern music in the US, except for rap. Rap was said to be New York. Okay, so Soul became the permanent part of grammar of American popular culture. Its underlying virtues, direct emotional delivery, ethnic pride, and respect for its own artistic sources live on as dynamic and dramatic influences on musicians throughout the world. To varying degrees, the power and personality of the form absorbed in disco, funk. Oh, yeah, okay. So funk did, as customers say it, funk did evolve from soul and hip hop styles that owe their existence to soul. Wow. Okay. So rap is not music. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. So it is called hip hop. Hip hop. Okay. Hip hop. Okay. 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 So hip hop is southern as well. I have had more southern hip hop than the other. So now we're going to go a whole different way and go to France. Yes. So switch switch your minds real quick. This is Musique Erotique by Jacques Gohor. I don't know how to pronounce his name up to now. So this is in the Renaissance. So we talked about the music history of the Western music history, from the Gregorian chants to the Baroque music, as well as opera, sonatas, chamber music, symphonies, to the classical period, the romantic period, the tonal period, and the modern one. So rap is the music, fitness, southern. Wow, like how everybody's like, oh, I'm from here, I'm from here. I find Americans are very territorial about their music. You have to give credit to the provenience. So, okay, Jamaicans had a huge impact in creating hip hop. Okay, go and tell the first MC, Grandmother Melly Mel, he is a rapper, and see what. Oh, okay, they don't like to be called rappers. Okay, MC, Master of Ceremony. Hmm. Okay, and yeah, okay. I don't want to sound silly, but is there a difference between an MC and a DJ, or is that the same thing? MC, DJ, I thought an MC and a DJ was the same thing, but okay, okay, okay. Okay, so now we're going to have a discussion on all the NYC rappers' roots came from MC, Florida, and SC. MC, Northern California, no, North Carolina, Florida, and South Carolina. Okay. He wasn't a rapper, he was an MC. It cast him up. Okay, I still don't know the difference. Hip hop is New York or West Coast? Okay, New York or West Coast, yes. So that's how that whole beef between um, Tupac and what's his name? Okay, I'm not. No, 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 no. I'm not. I'm not trolling. I just don't know that. I just know an MC stands for a master of ceremony and a DJ stands for a disc jockey. So, but a master of ceremony is usually like a guest to a function. So I know it's probably not that. So you know what? The West Coast ruined hip hop. Sorry about that. Mama, you're capping. Hip hop is a purely American creation. Stop I thought Jamaicans wanted to be a part of it because I did hear, and obviously, I did hear that a lot of the original um, founders were actually from Jamaica. There was a fellow called DJ Hack, and there was like a Jamaican, like a population there. So anyway, I don't know. It could be a collaboration. It doesn't have to be one or the other. I know it's probably mostly originated in America and influenced by other people. So rap means to speak fast. The laws like Muhammad Ali, etc. Then Fools was rapping. Muhammad Muhammad Ali was rapping. Okay, I'm just not going to ask any more questions. No down southern ever made hip hop. Wow. Okay. Rap is rhythm and poetry. It's really cool hack. See, yes, I do remember cool hack. Hip hop is from the South Bronx. You don't make hip hop, you leave it. Okay. I don't even know what that means. Okay, yes, so that's what I've had. Jamaican MCs, master of ceremonies, were throwing Jamaican style parties in New York. Okay, yes, the master of ceremonies were throwing there. Okay, so now let's go back from New York to the Renaissance. Now we're talking about music as erotic magic in a Renaissance romance, Benjamin Brooks. Examining the musical writing of the philosopher Jacques, I'll just call him Jacques Gohori, particularly for his version of the book. Okay, so before we continue, so the Grandmaster Flash is from the Bahamas, sorry. Hag is from Jamaica, Africa Bambata is from the south. Okay, so it looks like a collaboration. It looks like the Caribbeans were there and the people from the south were there. So, yeah, I say it was a okay, no, it's not a collaboration. Hip hop is from New York. Jamaicans copied everything from the Black Americans. Okay, okay. So we can. There's. Okay. I'll drop it. So we can disagree on that. Okay, Ezuli, just give me a few more minutes and then I'll finish this. And in let me say 10 minutes, it will be really quick. So in short, it's not it wasn't a collaboration, but it involved people from different places. How about that? So there was someone from, let's see, someone Grandmaster Flash from Bahamas, Hack from Jamaica, Bambata from the south. So yeah, I don't know why you're saying that it's not a collaboration. Okay. Okay, likes Mau. Don't forget Puerto Ricans also dancing and breakdancing as B-boys, aka Bronx boys. Okay, so a lot of people were involved. Okay. Okay, I'll try to go through this real quickly. So, Jacques Gohori was, maybe I won't even get to it. You know what? I probably won't even get to it. All I'll say is I wanted to look at the the idea of hypnosis in music. And the first person that that we're going to look at is Biggie. So the lyrics. And yes, I'm going to be very droll and very drab about it, but here we go. Hypnotized lyrics. I won't say the ahs and or whatever's the noise sounds. So sicker than your average, Papa Twist, Cabbage of Instinct, Ends don't think, shit stink, Pink Gators, my Detroit players, teams for my hooligan in okay. Dead right if oh my goodness. Okay, so some of these things. Hello. Hello, Jose, right in the house. Welcome. Shout out to my fellow pentagrammers. Okay, before we do that, I'm just going to go through the reason why we started this whole hypnosis and the heart and love and so on. So we did a bit on the mirrors, and in beauty, the image in the glass offers a silent answer which is gravely understood. In the variation of this mirror reality, we examine the tenets of beauty. Can inner beauty be witnessed in the external reflection of the glass? In other words, can we reveal our true psychological and emotional makeup in the symmetrical expressions of our face and soulful gaze? The answer with the psychology of self knows is absolutely and positively no. Therefore, beauty as well as bitter ugliness is anything but skin deep. And so, illusion is the reflection of light, or reality does not change its nature. It nevertheless carries with it some illusory aspect, like catching the moon in the water or the falsity with respect to the first cause. As light is reflected in the water but does not penetrate, so is Shiva. Thus, speculation is indirect lunar knowledge. In any case, the mirror presents a negative image of reality. What is above is what is below, says the alchemical emerald table, but with an opposite meaning. You know what? No, 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 no. I am not going to rap. Ezuli says, play the music and play the part. I'm destroying a classic. Okay, 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 fine. I'll let you come up here and rap for everyone as soon as I get through this quickly. So music is from is from the goddess, from the sound for muse. Muse is the pleasing sound created by voices of influence. As a verb, muse is to consider something thoughtfully. As a noun, it means a person, especially a woman, who is a source of artistic inspiration. Writers, painters, musicians, and other artists have muses. In Greek mythology, the goddess who created creativity were called the muses, from the word musike, techne, the art of the muses. This led to the Latin musica, magic, any art that invokes supernatural powers. The synonyms are conjuration, conjuring trick, deception, illusion, legerdemain, magic trick, thaumaturgy, trick, an illusory feat considered magical by naive observers. So even at this point, people looked at music as a form of magic, as something that came from somewhere else and created this very interesting, had power to possess. It had the power to influence people, and it also had the power to harm. Music manipulation. It could be used in manipulation, which is a skillful handling, controlling, and yes, no, I wasn't tapping. Handling or controlling or using of something or someone. So manipulation certainly has to do with using your hands or to shape something, like a conductor. When you see those big operas, and then you see a conductor with the rod, and he's manipulating all those musicians. He's telling, you start, how loud, when to go in. So yes, that's manipulation. It's not always bad, but yes, it is basically just using your hands, and not just your hands, but using your skills to get someone to do something that you want for your own advantage, of course, for your own advantage. So hypnosis is a state of mind that is characterized by focused attention and heightened receptivity for suggestions. It is either established by compliance with instructions or achieved naturally. The critical nature of the mind is bypassed during hypnosis, and acceptable suggestions are delivered. Misperceptions about hypnosis are, are many. The part of that misconception is that individuals have magical powers to manipulate the unsuspecting innocent without their authoritative command. One has to be heightened receptivity. The person who's being hypnotized has to be a willing participant. So some people may be skeptical, but they're still willing. Some people may, be ignorant, but they're still willing. So there is still some aspect of consent. So somebody is not just going to come and hypnotize you without your knowledge. So, but they can still hypnotize you, but you still are a willing participant. So that's yeah. So the Greek word hypnosis is from the word to sleep. Basically, it's a state of mind that is you heightened attention, but you're still asleep because you're in a trance. You're in a trance mental state, and you're open to suggestions. So that's that's the that's the yeah. Okay, so now to Biggie. I will put the comments. I will put the link up. So now that we know what hypnosis is and how it relates to music, I will put the link up if anybody wants to come in and have a short analysis about this apparent classic. Yes. In an orchestra, the receiving end expects to follow, though. Yeah, they are being manipulated, but they're not being manipulated for a bad end. They want to follow. So manipulation is not always done for a devious purpose. You can be manipulated into doing good, for example. You can be manipulated into acting in your own self-interest. I think, parents sometimes do that. If you do something, I'll do something for you, or you'll get this in return. So yeah, in an orchestra, the conductor is manipulating the orchestra, and they're all willing participants. Okay, wow, that was quick. Okay, welcome, Azuli. Okay, I can't hear you if you're speaking. Maybe it's me. Let me see.
Yeah,
Um,
hello.
yes, okay. You're on now. Go ahead.
Hey, first of all, I called to make this. Jamaicans and Caribbean people need to stop trying to steal what black people invented. Black Americans invented. Jamaicans and some of the Caribbean later on influenced it and became part of it. But the inception of rap and hip hop is purely a black American invention. All this stuff has been debunked. I have a video, a 2 hour video, where it tells you that's not true. What the Jamaicans are gonna say is that, oh, we used to have big boombox playing music. You know what, the guy who studied that in Jamaica is on an interview saying that he got that from the disco DJs in America. So stop the lie trying to say, Jamaicans and Caribbean. No, let people have their music, just like you have reggae music, just like you have dance hall. You have stop. Let's stop this trash talk about No, it's not true. It's all a lie. Buster Rhyme lied. Fat Joe lied. All of them are lying. The music is really an American music. If we want to hear, yes, there are black people that are part of it. Yes, Caribbeans influenced it from different nations. The guy said Cool Herc, whatever his name. If he was 12, he lived in America all his life. Even if you want to say he's Jamaican, he was 12. He was not the 30-year-old Jamaican man that came to America and started doing that. Stop the lies. Biggie, okay, y'all want to say Biggie's Jamaican, but Biggie grew up in America. It's not like Biggie was in Jamaica and came up when he was 25 and then started rapping. All the influence was already there. Even the breakdancing, all of that is really American. So I don't know what was most black people, most people in Brooklyn are not black. Stop it. Like it's
But he's saying
okay.
they came from the Caribbean.
It's okay to let black Americans have their own thing. Like, what is the problem with that? So all this stuff talk about, I'm like, oh, no, you didn't. The inception of hip hop was a purely black American thing. And I'm not American, I'm Caribbean. So stop all the lies. But go ahead. Now you could talk about we could go on
Yes,
to
but
other stuff.
I have to read. Mama says that most of the black people came from the Caribbean. Wouldn't
Most,
you say
most
that's,
of most of the black people in Brooklyn are Caribbean.
yeah, they came from
I
the
don't know if
Caribbean.
that's true. I don't know if that's true, but I know there's a little Caribbean in Brooklyn. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if the majority of people in Brooklyn are Caribbean. I don't know that. Hey, I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know, but I know there's a Caribbean community in Brooklyn from different islands of the Caribbean, and also it's not just only Caribbean. They got Africans are in Brooklyn too, the Bronx and Manhattan and all of that. So I can't be. I don't know, but all I know is y'all need to stop lying, talking about we invented hip hop. No, you didn't.
Okay, but maybe not invention, but why you also, against the collaboration? Why can't it just be, they influenced each other? Because even dance floor, I can't remember who was saying that, dance floor and rap are pretty similar and they
Dance
influenced each
who? Dance
other. Mhm.
hall?
Yes.
Oh my God, dancehall and rap is not similar. Dancehall and
Okay.
rap is not similar. And when you
Okay.
listen to hip hop, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's when you listen to the bars, there's rhyming and bars. A lot of the dancehall music don't have rhyming like that.
Hmm.
So I'm just saying, I'm not saying maybe to be honest, maybe hip hop influenced dancehall. I don't know, but the truth is, I have a 2 hour interview of the so-called founders of Jamaica saying that they all the DJ stuff they was doing in Jamaica, the big box music with the DJ sets, they got that from the disco DJs in America. So that's it.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
and this is the one of the main reason why we have all this fighting between the old people, between the black Americans and us. Yo, give them fucking credit. It's not yours.
All right. Okay. For
Disco
me,
is Mama is saying disco isn't hip hop, but the DJs with the big boom box, they were playing disco music. They got that from that. Oh, I'm
guys,
starting. I'm
which
starting.
comments am I dodging?
Coconut, coke. I'm still sniffling coconut or whatever. What did Bitterman just say? Say that
I
again.
don't
He
know.
said
Let me
a
see.
lot of South has Caribbean ancestors and they don't. Yo, yo, people.
Which
This is
of
the
them?
problem, man. People will never be. There's absolute truths and there's subjective. Yo, give the people what they came up with. And nobody trying to take to say American. Oh my God, but whatever, man. Disco isn't hip hop, but you know that hip hop sample a lot of disco music to turn into hip hop beat. What are we talking about, bro?
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I didn't say. Oh, hey, you. Look,
Man,
look, look, look. This is going very fast. So sorry. Hey, Yona.
bro, yes, I didn't see what? What did what is Gas saying? The Bronx is predominantly African American. What? Yo, I didn't say. I'm just I'm saying the guy said that most of Brooklyn is Caribbean. I say I don't know if that's true, but I know there's a Caribbean community in Brooklyn. And you're not stop. You know you Jamaican. You always want to jump on. Let people have their thing. I'm delusional. All right. Yeah. Okay. Y'all didn't invent hip hop. That's a Black American thing.
Okay, well,
If that,
today you're the one who is in the, you know, in the hot seat.
I'm not in the hot seat. I know I'm in the seat of the truth. They didn't invent. They didn't invent shit. That was a hip. That was an American thing.
Okay, guys, that dance hall has nothing to do with it. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. And apparently, disco isn't hip hop. Okay, disco is not hip hop. Okay, so this is where um, the pro black and Koku
So the
were
so the
roasting.
bitter medicine said something. So why was the accusation of Jamaican making hip hop carry for so long? I heard that. Yo, you
Did
ever
you
heard
edit?
that is I don't know. I don't know why they ran with it, but that's not the. They have the founders of the big the big Jamaican boxes. He said he got that from the American DJs.
Okay, hold on. Guess they might be saying, can someone enlighten? I don't know what's a Negro from Fulton. Hey, yon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wow, this one got hot real quick. Karibu.
Hey Tanzan, how are you?
Hey, hey, Yona. Azul is here. So, okay, thoughts so far.
What's up, Azuli? Hi,
What's up?
Azuli.
I'm fine.
Nothing. You know we're about to control you right now, right?
You couldn't even control me if you had 3 guns on you. So stop.
What are you saying, Azuli? Come on, you know us Jamaicans run things. We're the ones who started hip hop. What are you
No, you
talking
did
about?
not. Stop lying. No, you did not
Okay.
start hip hop.
Oh,
Okay,
yes, we did.
no, you did not. Where?
We
How come
started
you,
hip
how come
hop.
you
What are
start
you
hip hop in
talking
Jamaica?
about?
You waited to come to America to start hip hop?
No, we've been here.
No, no.
Remember?
So how
We've
come
been
hip hop pre you immigrants coming here? How come you didn't stop hip hop in Jamaica?
Listen, so what you think? What you think? Reggae music is basically about.
Hold on,
They
No,
hold on.
reggae
basically
music. I
Continue.
got the
We'll
founders of
continue.
reggae
Let's.
music.
Kokou is
Hold on.
asking
I got
why
founders
was
of the
the
reggae. Go ahead, Tim.
Kokou is asking why was the accusation of Jamaicans making hip hop carry for so long? I had that issue when I was back home. So the accusation that Jamaicans were making hip hop, has that been there?
no. What it is Tan is right.
Mhm.
As far as like with they're saying Jamaicans started hip hop, it's like a collaboration. Okay, when
It's
we
not a collaboration.
listen, can I talk, Mr. Zuli? Can I talk? Hip hop
Lying, boy.
basically started on the
You
back
invented
of.
pasa pasa. That's what you did.
Listen, don't bother with the pasa pasa, okay? Haitian.
I don't even know what that means, but
I'll tell
me.
you later. But anyway, Zuli, come on, let me talk. So hip hop basically started with a collaboration of Americans, of course, up in the Bronx. That's not bigging you up, gas them up, but I'm saying, okay, I'll give that to you. It did start up there with the Jamaicans and the African Americans, Zuli.
Oh
That's
my
how it is.
God.
Yes, it
Africa,
is.
African
Yes.
Americans been rapping since the 1920s, 1940s, 1950s. I could show you the video. Stop the lies.
What videos are you gonna show me?
Yo, y'all a bunch of liars, man.
And
Yeah,
gas them up.
Yeah,
What
but
you
that's a
talking
good
about?
point that Kay made. Like, why can't we all just say that we all did it together?
Yeah, it's a
no, because you didn't do it
collaboration.
together. You
No, it
didn't.
was stop. It's a
Okay.
No, it's
collaboration.
not a collaboration.
Okay. Okay.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? I
I could
don't
show
have
you
to
video.
prove it because it's
Well,
already out there.
I could show you
Everybody
videos.
knows.
I could show you videos of Black Americans rapping in the 1920s, like rapping and rhyming in the 1920s. Show me somewhere in Jamaica where y'all was rapping and hip hop prior to the 1970s or 80s.
What are you talking about? There's a thing in Jamaica we call skanking and all of that. That
All of
came out of.
all of that you was trying to imitate. You was trying
No,
to imitate
no, that came
Americans.
out. Yo, okay, listen. We're not going to argue about this. We already know. People already know what it is.
That's the
It was a
problem. You don't know
collaboration
anything.
between the
You've been lied
Jamaicans
to.
and
You've
the
been
African
lied to.
Americans.
You've been
He
lied
said
to.
they lied to you.
They lied to you.
And no, Bronx does not have majority of African Americans. Gas them up. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should know that. The Bronx have majority of Hispanics, which is Puerto Ricans, some Dominicans, but it's mainly Puerto Ricans that live up there. And as far as in Brooklyn, Brooklyn does not have predominantly Caribbean people. Yes, there's a large portion of Brooklyn with Caribbean people, but no, Brooklyn is pretty mixed up also. Yeah, we're like one of the mixiest boroughs besides Queens, but Brooklyn does not have the largest black population of Caribbean. Probably Caribbean people is in Brooklyn, yes, but there's a mixture of everybody in Brooklyn and Queens. So
Dude, y'all just, oh my God, that's a bunch of liars, man. Y'all just wanna, that's not, Chen, I'm gonna send you a video on the top and you play it for them.
Okay, okay. I guess we're just risking it today. But Custom said that I didn't put up all the comments, so I'm looking for all the questions and all the comments. In the meantime, let's welcome Janzola Ja Karibu.
Habari, everyone.
Nzuri sana.
Now, I was just listening to this conversation, and it's a conversation I've been hearing like a lot lately between like the FBAs and I guess the Caribbean and stuff. But I think when it comes to like when it comes to music in general, right? So when it comes to African American music, I believe that essentially it all goes back to West and Central Africa. So not even just African American, but Afro Brazilian, Afro Caribbean, Afro Jamaican. It all boils back to slavery and stuff like that. The banjo and the drums and everything. So I think it all goes back to that. But in the case of like hip hop, I want to say, and I get a lot of, even though I'm African American, I get mad flack from like the FBA crew or whatever, cult or whatever. But you guys can hear me?
Yes, clearly. You're good.
Oh, okay. I get a lot of flack from them, but I would say that hip hop, right? I would say the elements of hip hop came from African Americans, right? And what Azuli was talking about, like the in the 1940s, I think 1930s, it was like a group called the Jubileers or something like that, and they made a song that people will say, oh, that's they're rapping. To me, it's more they're more of like a gospel type of thing, but they were rhyming, and it sounds like hip hop a little bit, like it sounds like rapping. But so I would say like the elements of hip hop is definitely African American, but the current form of hip hop that kind of like exploded in like New York, it was a contribution of African Americans and Afro Caribbeans. They, that's it came out from that. So that's
Thank
what I would.
you.
So like I said, the foundation of it was African American, but there was also contribution from the Afro Latinos and Afro and Jamaicans and Afro Caribbeans. It was a contribution. You have to understand, New York is a multicultural city, so it's to say that there's no contribution from them. That's just impossible. You have some of the greats of hip hop. They're all they have Caribbean backgrounds. Like Dougie Fresh and all of these people.
Biggie
Biggie,
Small, Busta
Biggie Smalls,
Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes, like Foxy Brown, all of these people like that. You can't ignore that. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of the FBAs, because I'm
Where is
African
Biggie
American. I don't.
Smalls from?
He's Jamaican.
Okay.
I think he's like half Jamaican or full Jamaican. I'm not sure.
No, he's American. He was born here, but his
Yeah,
family's
but
from
that
Jamaica.
see, and that's how we look at it. But because of this whole rise of like the FBAs and Africa, people are starting to make all these distinctions. Oh, he's half Jamaican, he's half this, he's that. Like I just look at it like you was born here, you have the same culture as us, you us, bro. We're the same people. That's how I always looked at it. But you have people that didn't grow up in multicultural cities that have this disdain for anything other than African American, and it's just so stupid. But I want to also go to um, um, Jamaican music, right? Because I have majority of my people they're African American, but I have a grandfather that's Jamaican. So so I do kind of I grew up with that culture around me. But when it comes to even Jamaican music, it was influenced by African Americans. You know what I mean? Because if you look at the oranges, the foundation of African Jamaican music, like ska music, that's literally like literally a emulation of like blues, jazz, and with some influences
They,
from
they,
Trinidad too,
they
from
said, not to
from
cut you off,
calypso
brother.
from calypso from Trinidad. So
Not
so the foundation of that comes from African Americans, and then if you look at the greats of like hip hop like Toots and Maytall and all these people, they all were influenced by a lot of blues and rhythm and blues. They was influenced by like Sam Cooke and Otis Redding and all of these people. They were influenced by them. You know what I mean? Even the song by Bob Marley, "One Love, One Heart," like that's one of the most known like Jamaican songs or reggae songs or whatever. And the person who co-wrote that with him was Curtis Mayfield. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't even know that.
That's a fact.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to that, and people like to, oh, we created this, or we created that, and don't steal our heritage, bro. We we influence each other. Like, what's wrong with saying that? Like, what's like? I don't understand why people are so ashamed of that, bro. I don't understand that.
I think it's what we're running into is what Ezuli, that some of those people who created that sound were from the Caribbean. So to say that their contribution, maybe they were immigrants or recent immigrants or first gen immigrants or
no,
whatever.
they were not, and because all the people they talking about influenced it were raised in Brooklyn. They were raised in the Bronx.
And you're
It's
right.
not
You're
like they
right.
was in their 20s or their 30s and they came to America. They was young. They was 11 and 12.
Culturally, they were American. Like Kool Herc, DJ Kool Herc. Culturally he was American, and the music that he played, he didn't play like Jamaican style music. No, um he played like what's his name James Brown, and he mixed his music a lot. He played James Brown a lot, so he
And
used American music to shape his style of how he DJ. And you know, another thing is like in Jamaica, they have like the sound systems and stuff. That was their thing. You know what I mean? So he kind of knew.
No, Ja, that was not their thing. The sounds they got the sound system from America.
Mm,
I got the documentary where they asked the guy who was sending those big boom box, those
mhm,
those high system to Jamaica. He
mhm.
said himself he got it from the DJs in America.
Well, like from disco and stuff, or
Yes, from disco.
mm,
It was the disco DJ that started with those big
the
speakers and
turntables and
the
everything. Yeah,
turntables. Yes,
yeah, yeah. So I agree with that part. But at the end of the day, we still all influence each other, bro. That's the main part I was just trying to make. That we
I
don't need
get
to
what you're
fight over
saying.
something like. To me, hip hop is a contribute. First off, it was created in a multicultural city like New York. So to say, oh, this is just African American, no, bro. It was much contribution, and then hip hop in general is not just rapping, and it's not. There's other. It's almost like a culture. You know what I mean? You have b-boy, and you have the graffiti. You have it's like a style of dressing and everything. Like it's more of a way of life. You know what I mean? Like it's more than just the music aspect. So and when you look at the other aspects of it, like b-boying, that was a lot of it was influenced by like the Puerto Ricans and Hispanics. You know what I mean? Like
That's a lie too, bro.
everyone
That's a lie
contributed to
too.
hip hop, and I believe
That's
that
a
this
lie.
is
Yo,
something for us. But when I look at hop, it's not good. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of degeneracy that's coming out of it. Even though there's still good parts. Like you just have to find out the underground rappers or the good rappers, people like Joey Badass and to me that push more consciousness. You know what I mean? The conscious aspect. That's what hip hop to me. That's where it was founded on the consciousness, the black consciousness. But now you have more degeneracy, the killing and disrespect for black women, and I feel like it's kind of destroying the neighborhood, destroying the community and the country in a way. You know what I mean? And then I feel like it's hip hop is being exported throughout the world. It's almost like it's affecting the world in a way. I don't know. I have mixed emotions
But
about it.
that's not hip hop. That's
It's
rap.
not. You're right.
It's rap
But
music.
they mask it in this the name of hip hop. Oh, this is hip hop, and in these they're pushing a lot of degeneracy. You know what I mean? Even in Jamaica right now, they have a thing called trap dancehall now. This is the new. This is the new like what people are listening to now. Like people like Skelly Bang and Skang and
Yeah, it's
Ying.
garbage.
Yeah, people they it's like trap. It's like trap music, but it's in the Jamaican style. You know what I mean? And this one artist, he's one of the biggest out of all of them, the Skang. And in his music, he talks about how he pops Molly and all of these things like that. And it's a lot of
yo,
the youth are listening to that, and just because it's coming from these rappers, whatever, like the youth they listen to it, and it's like their minds they absorb it, and then eventually it comes out in their actions. You know what I mean? Like you just have to be careful. And it's funny because a lot of these artists like Cardi B and all these people, they don't play their music to their children. You know what I mean? They play it to our children and it's on the radio and stuff. Well, I don't allow it in my car at all. When I drop my daughter to school, we don't play none. I'd rather listen to Wasulu or something like that, Kora music from West Africa, or maybe some Kenyan music. Malaika,
can,
nakupenda malaika. I would play that. You know what I mean? With
can I
my
say
with my
something?
daughter. Yeah. Sorry for being long winded.
Even if what people are saying is true, show me where hip hop sampled music from Jamaica to make hip hop beats. Never. Even the guy, Josh said something that was important. The guy that this even reggae music in itself, they said they were trying to imitate blues and jazz, but they couldn't play it right, and that's how they got that that reggae cadence.
Yeah. So
So
ska music. If you even look
yeah,
up ska, you're right, Azuli. If you even look up the so ska, right? Ska music is the first popular, like pop music in Jamaica. You know what I mean? And even if you just look it up, bro, the ska music is literally like it's literally like an emulation of blues and jazz and all of these things. You know what I mean, from America, because you have to understand America is like the epicenter of like culture. You know what I mean? And Jamaica was just it's up and coming country. They started to pick up signals from America, like from the radios of America, and the people of Jamaica were listening to it. You know what I mean? And they started, vibing with the Sam Cooke and all of these music, and they start to push their own music. So if you listen to like ska music, and then you listen to like old school like blues and jazz and stuff like that, it sounds similar. You know what I mean? Like it sounds very similar. And
That's
they talk
because
about
it's
the
all
secrets of
coming from the
love.
African continent. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's all it boils down to. It all comes back to West and Central Africa, and that's what people don't even want. It's like people don't want to admit that. Like what? Like it come we come from West and Central Africa. We don't come from America. We don't come from Jamaica. We come from that's our Africa's our
Exactly, the
that's our
roots.
motherland. I know you hate to hear that, Azuli, but that's our motherland, brother. Like that's where we come from, bro. That is our motherland,
It
and
all comes back to Africa.
that's it.
And
That's
No,
like
no, 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 no.
the
We all know.
instruments, the
We all know
food
it
that we
comes back
eat,
to Africa,
everything
but
comes back to Africa. And if it wasn't for our African DNA, our African genes, we would have never survived the things that our ancestors went through, bro. You know what I mean? Our ancestors survived because of their strong African genes to fight and to survive. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. So some people might disagree. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still on the, we all work together. Wait, when Gaston say that that Caribbeans have been in NYC since the 1900s, so yeah, it looks like it was different people contributing. Like
oh
everybody.
my, what this is, and why do you?
Who is Madame Queenie? Do you know?
Ooh.
I haven't heard of her, but do you know who she is?
I
no.
don't know who that is.
Who?
Okay, Madame
That's like
Queenie.
somebody saying because Bookman has Jamaican ancestry, he's the one that started the Haitian Revolution. Never. Give props
But
to who give.
Bookman was
Hold
born.
up, Ja.
I think
Give
Bookman was born in
props.
West Africa.
What you said?
I think Bookman was born in West Africa, wasn't he?
Yes, he
No.
was. Yes, he was.
Bookman. They say, according to the fairy tale, they say Bookman came from Jamaica. So if Bookman from Jamaica, can I say Bookman is the one that gave Haiti that?
Bookman is from Jamaica, but he was a slave who came
I
from
don't
West
care what
Africa
you
Listen, no,
to
say.
no, no.
Jamaica.
Bookman came from West Africa, then he went to
To
Jamaica,
Jamaica and
and
then
then
went
from
to
Jamaica he
Haiti.
went to Haiti.
Right.
So
you
can
know,
I say that the Jamaicans started the finished started the Haitian Revolution? Can I say
Why
that?
not? Why not? Why
No, you
not?
can't say that.
I would say
Why
You
I
can't
would
not?
say
I would
that.
just say
Since you
African
You
people.
can't say that.
why
You
not?
can't say that. Why didn't he do it in
Look,
Jamaica?
yeah. So because
Why he had to come to
look,
Haiti to do it?
it's really look.
You
It
you
says
know
Dirty
why
Book.
they sent him to Haiti? Because he was over there in Jamaica turning shit up. Excuse
No,
me
he
for
wasn't doing
cussing.
shit. He wasn't
Tan.
doing
Yes,
shit
he
in
was.
Jamaica. He wasn't doing
Yes,
shit
he
in
was.
Jamaica.
Yes, he
Tell me,
was.
this,
He was
Yo,
the,
Zuli,
he
stop
was
look.
it.
It
labeled
says
a
At the
troublemaker.
end of the day,
And
all
then
I'm
they
saying is
sent
that
him to Haiti because
all
they
I'm
figured that he wasn't gonna get the culture, get the language or whatever, but he quickly adapt to it and he
you was
turned
there
up
with him.
even more
You
in
was there
look.
with
Haiti.
him.
It says he was born in Senegambia, bro. Dirty Bookman, and if you know Senegambians,
Yes.
they're known to be fighters, bro. They're some of the most.
I
They're
don't
the
care where
fighters
he's
of
from.
Africa.
I don't care where he's from. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the Jamaicans didn't have great influence on hip hop. All I'm saying is the inception of hip hop / rap is purely a Black American in America music. So
It's
I'm not
not
saying
purely.
yes, it
It's not.
is.
It's a combination. You
No,
can't say
it's
All
that.
not.
right, so the way you
It's
worded it,
not.
listen, the way you worded it, I would agree, right? Because even the Caribbean people that were involved in helping grow hip hop, they did not play hip reggae music or anything like that. They play strictly American music. You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying the way how you worded it, I would agree with you. Like if you want to say that it's purely based on American music, American culture, then yeah. Because look at someone like DJ Kool Herc, he didn't play no reggae. Like people, he would have never got big. No, he played James Brown. People, someone that people can
Well, you
vibe
have,
to. You know?
excuse me, you have to remember the times that we're talking about. Reggae music wasn't like as popular as it is now, so he's not going to play reggae music. He
No.
played what the people wanted.
Mm-hmm.
You even hear him say it in his interviews. I gave
Yeah.
the people what they wanted. So
Mm-hmm.
nobody was checking for no reggae music or
Yeah,
nothing
because
like that
reggae
back
music wasn't
then.
popping. It was disco. It was R&B. That's what was popping. Why
Yeah.
would he be
Right,
playing
and
reggae
that's what he
music?
played. But him coming from the culture of Jamaica, he listened to
He
his
did not.
reggae
Who are you
music.
talking about? He was 12 years old. All his music, all his thing came from America.
Bro,
Yo,
You're
this is
not listening to
this
me.
is this is
What
the
I'm saying
dishonesty.
is,
This is
yes,
dishonesty that's going
probably
on.
majority of his music came from American culture, but when you're inside of your house, your parents is gonna play what they listen to. But back in the days, Jamaican type music, which
You're
is
lying. Back in the days, even
okay.
Jamaican people play R&B music and
Yeah.
disco music and all of that.
They were
Stop.
influenced by it. They were influenced in order for them to make them listen. Look at all the greats of reggae music. The progenitors of reggae music. They all listen to R and rhythm and blues and jazz and all of these things. They listen
Yes,
to funk.
even country music. That's a
They listen
fact.
to all of that. They listen to
All
all of that.
genres we listen
and then
to.
and then if you listen to like they have a lot of tracks that's like what do you call like cover songs. So they will have songs that they will sing it in their Jamaican style, but it will be a cover song of a jazz musician or a blues musician. Yeah.
That's a fact. That's true. But Azuli is gonna stick to what he's saying and ain't no talking him back.
But
So
Yo,
Julie,
you
I'm
can't
African
talk me back
American,
because
bro.
the
Like I'm
founders.
agreeing with both of y'all. Like I'm agreeing with both of y'all essentially. But I would go further and say that it all goes back to Africa anyway. So
Africa, right?
I don't even
Number
fight and be
one.
like, oh, no, I'm American and I created this. Oh no, I'm Jamaican and I created this. No, it came from Africa, bro.
It
All
all
of that
goes.
came from Africa.
It doesn't all go back to Africa. It goes back to the
Yeah.
drums.
So
Which
where
came from
came
Africa.
from the
Which
drum?
the
Where did the
slaves the
drums come
slaves
from?
brought that over, bro. The
Azuli,
Ah,
stop.
banjos.
see, now you got to the
It comes
beginning.
from the drums.
Azuli, stop.
Bro,
Where
the
did the drums
banjo.
come
Listen,
from,
but bro, the
Azuli?
banjos and the drums, all of that came from West Africa, bro. And then even the food that we ate, like collard greens, watermelon, black eyed peas, like yams and stuff like that, okra, that all comes back to from West Africa, bro. And we still eat that it's in our culture, bro. You know what I mean? So I don't know why people want to disassociate themselves from Africa, bro. That doesn't make sense to me. That's what it all boils down to, bro. We come back from we go everything that we have here. Obviously, we have different culture and we evolved into a different culture, yeah, but essentially our ancestors came that's they were African, bro. They weren't American. They were African, bro. You know what I mean? And this is why when I look at my DNA, it's predominantly Nigerian, Congo. That's in my DNA. I'm 91% African, bro. And all predominantly all my genes come from Nigeria and Congo. That's like the heart of Africa right there. You know what I'm saying? That whole region, Cameroon and all of that. That's like the heart. I got
Wow,
some
that's
DNA from Ghana.
beautiful.
I got some
You
DNA from
took your
Ghana.
DNA? You took your
Of
DNA?
course, yeah, for research purposes. Yeah, I already knew. I already knew. I
Wow.
just wanted to. It was just for more research purposes. But listen, my parents, they raised me to love and respect and cherish my African roots. So like when I be seeing people they want to disassociate themselves from Africa, I'm not throwing no shade at them. You can do what you want. You know what I mean? That's your prerogative. But it just makes me happy and glad that my parents raised me with that love for Africa. You know what I mean? In the desire for unity between us. You know what I mean? I
Yo,
look at
Tan.
Africa as my promised land. That's to me, Africa is my promised land. That's my hope.
No,
That's
it's
my
not. Stop it,
aspiration.
y'all. Stop it.
Trust me,
Oh,
bro.
As we
Trust me,
just
yo,
bro. Look, yo,
Tan.
yo, Azuli,
Tan.
leave
Azuli,
the man
Azuli.
alone.
Trust me,
What's
bro.
that post by Bobby E. Wright?
Azuli,
What's that
Azuli,
post up by Bobby E.
bro.
Wright?
My kids, both of my kids. I have a 4-year-old daughter and a 1.5-year-old son. They all have African names. I changed their names to African names so they can be
Okay, Kokou from the British Medicine says, did you use African? And it's Asante and kudos to your parents. Yeah, that's a big thing. That's something that not everyone gets. Some people don't really get to know about their lineage, their history, and so on. So yeah,
Or that post by Bobby E. Wright,
Can
Tan.
I answer that question on the screen?
yes.
So not I did two ancestry tests. I did the regular ancestry test and then I did the African ancestry. But to me, the African ancestry, right? So when I did my paternal lineage, it went back to the Baluba tribe in Congo. But when I think about it, right? Because all right, that's paternally, that's where it goes back to, right? And I have love and respect for Congo and stuff, but I can't ignore the rest of my DNA, which comes from Nigeria, which comes from Ghana, which comes from Mali, and Benin. You know what I mean? So for me to just claim one tribe and be like, oh, I'm gonna stick to this one tribe. No, I'm gonna rep all of those tribes that's in my DNA. I'm gonna rep them to the fullest. So Nigeria, Congo, Ghana, Mali, I'm repping that to the fullest. I'm repping Niger Congo people to the fullest, bro. That's how I look at it.
That's a beautiful thing.
Oh, and Jose has said something about the Boogie Down Productions or the BDPs. And if you listen to those two songs, Welfare Check and 9 millimeters, then that will settle the argument. Yeah, yeah. So listen to those two.
There's no music. There's no argument to have. The founders of Jamaica said they were influenced by R&B, jazz, blues. The founders of that. There's no argument to have.
Yeah, they said that. They did. Even
There's no
even I remember
argument to have.
watching the
I
panel.
saw the documentary.
I seen Azuli. I seen a panel with all like the Jamaican greats or whatever. They were talking about like reggae and stuff. And then one of Bob Marley's son, I think it's Ziggy Marley. I think it was him. He was like he kept it 100. He was like, "Yo, I'm gonna keep it 100. Our music goes back to like blues and jazz. Our people they were influenced by the music that they picked up from America, from the radio stations of America, and they were influenced by that. And then eventually they started to evolve their music that was based into Jamaican culture, and that's how you have dancehall music, reggae now. But he was like, in the beginning, they was all influenced by that. You know what I mean? So that's
And
a
I'm not
fact.
saying, and I'm not
And then
saying,
you can go further and say people forget about the Cubans too. The Cubans, bro, they influenced a lot of us, bro, and people don't even know that, bro, with their
but
music that they had.
and the thing I'm saying is, like you said, music. We all influence music when we come in contact with each other. Everything. So I could say there's a Haitian band called King Posse, right? If you listen to King Posse, there's a strong Jamaican influence, and that's a
That's just
Haitian band,
true.
a
That's very true.
strong Jamaican. And you know what? I vibe with it. I would never tell, I would never say there's no influence because you could hear them do. They kind of sound. One of the guy kind of sound like even like Shaba when Shaba used to come on in the early '90s. So they mix the reggae beat with the Haitian root music, crazy. So I
It
would
is.
never.
It's pretty good. It's pretty dope. I
So
ain't gonna lie.
you know what I'm saying? I would never say that that's not true. All I'm saying is, yes, Jamaicans influenced hip hop. Yes, of course they had a great, but come on, let's be honest. Yeah, I didn't influence it from Jamaica. The people who are Jamaicans were in America already. They were young kids in America, influenced by American music, by American way of life, and participated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
now that same music is killing us. Back to the music, to the topic, which is saying the hypnotize and all of that. Yeah, we screwed anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, because culturally they were American at that point, and they played strictly American music. So yeah, I agree with you.
But that's what I said. It's a collaboration on both
No, see,
parts.
you keep saying it's a. See
Yes, it
what you're doing
is.
right now. You trying to take the creativity power. And you know what? Granted, America, people in America had more music, had more money, more this. Maybe they had more time to partake in that.
Yeah,
Maybe if the Queen of England was backing Jamaicans up like that, maybe they would have came up with their own stuff.
yeah, would
But
have been
let's just
different.
not
But
BS
yeah,
it.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, because America is such this epicenter of culture, and they
Yes,
export their culture throughout the world. You know what I mean? And America is like one of the, it's the richest country, one of the richest countries in the world. So they had the resources to be able to back these musicians up. You know what I mean? If it
that's what
was
I'm
like,
saying, Ja.
if it was
That's
the
all
other way
I'm
around,
saying.
and if it was like that same power was in Jamaica or the same power was somewhere else with other black groups,
Exactly.
it would have been a different story. It would have been the same thing, but on their side. You know what I mean?
Show me the Motown in
We
Jamaica.
just got the luck. We just got the luck of the draw because we were born in America. You know what I mean? The slave ship went over here, and we got the
But
luck of the draw, I guess.
y'all can't show me a Motown in Jamaica. Y'all can't show me a Haitian Michael Jackson. Y'all can't show me a Jamaican Michael Jackson. Stop it.
But you gotta admit, Jamaica, but besides African Americans, right? Jamaicans, like they did so much for the black consciousness, like the global black consciousness when it came to reggae and all that stuff. Like, yo, that thing is like their culture. Besides African Americans, their culture is literally everywhere. Like you can go to Japan and they got dance hall clubs and they daggering and doing
And,
pasta
and
in Japan, bro.
I'm not trying to shit on Jamaica, but I would say the same thing. There's a lady in Haiti that's named we met Emily Michelle. The Japanese be listening to Compa too. Yo, I'm not trying to say anything. What I'm trying to show you is that black people music it's out there. Any culture is gonna jump on it. And you're right. Jamaican music was very conscious, but what dancehall mostly destroy all that consciousness.
Yeah, that's why you just gotta pick and choose what you're listening to. I listen to like Garnet Silk, Sizzler, bro. Yo, I listen to them to this day, and it gives me goosebumps and it gives me strength. You know what I mean? When I feel a little, disheartened or troubled about something, it's life. People are working, and you know what I mean. Like it's life. You know what I mean? Sometimes I listen to "Guide Over Us" by Sizzler, bro. That it lifts my spirit, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you. And the
But
message that they
but
have for Africa, bro,
but
that
Jah,
lifts my spirit,
to
bro.
be honest, I already see what they're gonna do. They're gonna use Afrobeat to destroy Africa because
Of course.
all the Afrobeat songs
100%.
are about sex. All the shit about sex.
100%.
Gucci, I got Prada. I hear the song. They're about to go
Yeah.
destroy that shit over there. Fact.
Materialistic, yeah. They pushing that materialism. You know what I mean?
Most of the Afro beats. I'm not talking about Afro beats with Fela Kuti and those and his son. I'm talking about that new Afro beat that they got those new kids. I already see it. Oh, I got Prada. Oh, Gucci. Oh, they're about to go destroy them over there.
Yeah.
I already see the storm coming.
Is 100% because they know that music is very, very, very dominant. And like what Tan is
Especially
saying,
with black people.
the programming
Yo,
of it.
sorry, Mama, stop that lying capping. Bob Marley is not as big as Michael Jackson. Stop it. What is this guy talking about?
You don't think he's in a level with Michael Jackson?
Never. How?
I mean,
I think he's up there. I
No,
think maybe
I'm not
not as
saying he's
big as
not up
him,
there.
but
He's not in
maybe
Michael
not as
Jackson
big as him,
level.
but he's up there, bro.
He's not.
Everyone knows Bob Marley, bro.
Not everybody knows
Everyone
Bob
knows
Marley.
him.
Stop.
What?
No, everybody
Everyone
knows
around
Bob
the world knows
Marley.
Bob
Bro,
Marley.
not
Everybody
everybody knows
knows
Bob
Bob
Marley.
Marley. Stop.
Not everybody knows Bob Marley.
Nah, you
Everyone knows
bugging.
Bob Marley.
But
But I get what
honestly,
he's
I would put
saying.
Bob Marley in
Because
that
you know why
bracket.
you're gonna say that, Yona? Because you can't be honest with yourself. You cannot be objective. Yo, Bob Marley is not on the level of Michael Jackson.
He's
Meaning,
not on the level as far as certain talents and whatnot, but everybody pretty much knows who Bob
that's
Marley
not
is.
true. That's
Michael
not true.
Jackson is
That's
in
not
a
true.
category by himself, like for real. He really is. And he will always be in a category by himself.
And
But
look at
just
Michael
as Bob
Jackson.
Marley is in a category by himself too. I wouldn't say he's necessary as high as a Michael Jackson, because come on, that's MJ, you know.
I
But
think
Bob Marley is
I'm gonna
well
say he
known
is,
across the
honestly.
world also.
No, he's
I'm
not.
gonna say he is, bro.
No, he's
Yo,
not.
Bob Marley and Michael Jackson, they both up there. Michael Jackson is obviously he's up there, but Bob Marley, bro, literally everyone. And then another thing is Bob Marley, just like Michael Jackson, they had this unifying message. You know what I mean? Of all races. You know what I mean? This one love type of message that everyone can embrace. So you
Bro,
see a lot of white people. They used to push Bob Marley's music
Ja,
everywhere, bro.
that song.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Hey,
May I say
Jose.
something?
So you have to go in with Bob Marley or Michael Jackson.
No, I wanna shed some light on the why, on the why. So as Julie said, you can find no Michael Jackson, you can find no this and that and etc. But that's because the United States is for the rest of the world to window shop. So Asians have a model that they aspire to, and that's how American Asians live, right? Blacks have a dream they aspire to, and that's how black celebs and ballers etc. live. And whites also, when a white American or a black American comes to the Netherlands is rich, but you will be treated like a star. Why? Because the United States is on television. Everybody talks about the politics of the United States. It's one big advertisement of lifestyles, and the rest of the world can shop there. So it's a construction. It's not black Americans did this and that. No, black Americans and white Americans and Asian Americans are on the right spot to get televised, point blank, and that's it. That's why you won't find no Michael Jackson. House music had a big British push, right? Uh, um, and eventually it had a phase with very much Brazilian influences, right? Yes, other areas in the world once in a while, like reggae, for example. Yes, indeed, Bob Marley is up there. He's up there definitely, and in Africa he never
Would you
went
say he's on the level of Michael Jackson?
in Africa he never went away. So it's both are on another frequency, and I believe worldwide they are just as large.
Yeah, me too. And I agree with Zuli. Do you believe like I agree with what he said, right? How America is like the epicenter of culture and exporter of culture, right? You don't think that there were, untapped talents in Haiti and Jamaica that just didn't have the necessary platforms
Damn
to be
sure.
as big? They
Damn
had it,
sure.
bro. Jamaicans are some of the most dynamic people. Haitians are some of the most dynamic people I've ever met. You know what I mean? And they're
But bro,
so
you living
very
in
talented.
ifs. You living in
But
ifs.
it's just
If
we
that
just
was
they
this,
just didn't
if
have
that
the
was
necessary
that.
platform to get heard.
But
There's
they,
so much talent.
bro, you living in ifs. Yes, I get it. There's probably somebody who's talented as Michael Jackson in Haiti and this place and yes, probably. But at the end of the day, what we have today, no. Don't tell me Bob Marley is in the same level as Michael Jackson. Stop.
Well, every year the 11th of May, it's since I go to Africa that I know that 11th of May is practically a national holiday because it's Bob Marley Day. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So Zuli, who would you put Bob Marley on the bracket with? Like Tupac or something like that? Who?
No, I wouldn't put him in Tupac. I think he's higher than Tupac. I put him. I
Bruce
put
Springsteen.
who? I put him.
That Bruce Springsteen.
I put him by Bruce Springsteen. No, he's higher than Bruce Springsteen because I know more people know Bob Marley. I'm not saying Bob Marley is not influential, but yo,
Elvis.
nah. I put him. Nah, I'm not. I would never disrespect Bob like that. Stop. Um,
But Bob Marley used to take some of his music and you know what I mean. And he used to do cover songs for some of
Yeah,
Elvis
yeah.
music too.
Back in the day, artists used to cover on concerts.
Bob
They
Marley
used to
was not
play
even the
each
greatest.
other's hits.
Bob Marley was not even the greatest artist on his band, son. Peter Tosh was probably better than Bob,
Yo,
to be
Peter
honest.
Tosh is so underrated, bro. Yo,
Peter Tosh was the Wailers, some of the Wailers. So Bob Marley wasn't even the baddest out of his
Peter
own
Tosh is the
band.
baddest, bro.
But guys,
But Bob
to get
Marley,
back
yo, I would look at it like this: Bob Marley was like Martin Luther King, and Peter Tosh is like Malcolm X, bro.
yeah,
Of rap music.
yeah, definitely. But guys, to turn back to the subject. So we have had artists that have influenced, hypnotized the entire world, like Bob Marley and Michael Jackson.
Facts.
Yeah, definitely.
So what happened?
All African roots,
We
Izuli.
we
All
stopped
African roots,
we
Izuli.
we stopped hypnotizing each other, right? We stopped hypnotizing each other with
No,
good
we
music. There's
well,
there's I mean
we're
I
still
mean
influencing each other.
Bob Marley's music is still around. Why do we have to listen to the porn hip hop that's going around nowadays? Why not to just play Bob Marley or Michael Jackson?
Yeah, that's true. I think like this modern form of hip hop is just it's like more accessible. They're playing it more on the radios but it's up to you whether you want to engage in that and listening to that. You know what I mean? Like I said, I have two small children, so I have to protect their ear gates and their eye gates. You know what I mean? So I don't allow them to listen to certain things or to watch certain things. Like I'm always monitoring what they absorb in their brains. Because they're at that stage where they just absorb everything. And I don't want them to exhibit. I don't want them to absorb that information into their brains and then start to exhibit that within their actions. So I just protect it. So I don't play. I listen to classy, good cultural type music. Like like kora music. You know what I mean? Like the kora instrument in West Africa. I listen to that in the morning. You know what I mean? It brings peace. It gives me peace. It gives me tranquility in the morning. That's the time where where I like to gather my thoughts, and and I like to be in a good space, and then I
So
play
can
good
I
stuff, I play
ask you?
reggae, all of that,
Can I
the
ask
Sulu.
you? Would you say that music is hypnotizing you when you listen to it?
Is it hypnotizing? No, I wouldn't say hypnotizing, but I think for us African black people, music is like it embodies something different to us. You know what I mean? Like, well, it can be everyone else too, like whites and everybody else. But for us, music is just like it's just something different. Like it really taps into us. We're a, a a people of rhythm and soul, and we like vibrational type thing. I can't explain it. Honestly, can't explain it. But I wouldn't say hypnotizing, but it does have the power to do that. And I've seen music; it can change someone's mood for the better, for the worse. Like you have drill music now. It's a music you know genre that promotes a lot of death and decay. And then when you see the places where people are playing it, and you see that you see a lot of degeneracy, you see a lot of violence. The music kind of goes hand in hand with that.
I would definitely agree with you because you have bands like Coldplay when they do their
Yo, I love Coldplay.
yeah, they do their music in two different hertz, and they even had to fight with their um music company to do that because they wanted them to play their music in a certain type of hertz, and they were like, no, okay, you know what, we're going to give this to our fans and we're going to give this to you. And ultimately they won because the fans was like, no, we like this better. And Coldplay's music is very hypnotic almost when you hear it, especially the voice and the
Yeah.
vocals of what's his name, Chris Martin,
Hmm.
and how he's very very gifted
Coldplay,
also.
Coldplay.
Do you know the specific song from Coldplay? Hurts Like Heaven. I love that song.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Well,
Y'all,
there's a
Yo,
lot of
and they
different
have like
songs that
y'all a bunch of suckers. Y'all let Coldplay. That music is trash. Stop it. There's no
no,
why,
it's
rhythm.
not
bro. So,
actually.
but
it's
look,
No,
it's
but
pretty
look,
good.
no
Azuli,
rhythm. No
look,
No,
melody.
that's not true.
Nah,
That's
Come on,
not
man.
no.
true.
Stop.
You know,
Zoo.
Azuli.
you know, you know. I
Stop.
played that song with the monkeys animated. We are diamonds taking shapes. Yeah, I like it.
Yes,
Whatever. Coldplay.
and no, Zuli, stop
Coldplay.
it.
Coldplay gets no burns in black people car. Stop.
They get play in my car.
Yeah, they get playing
Mine's
because you
too.
probably hung around white people. Go
Oh,
Mine
Nah,
too.
please,
bro. Listen, where I
Coldplay
Zuli.
don't
grew
get
up.
no
Listen,
burns.
brother. Where I grew up, it was dumb. Yo, I grew up with
Coldplay,
predominantly
yo,
black
bro,
people.
Coldplay is like when you go to church on Sunday and you hear the stop. Coldplay gets no burn. There's no beat. There's no beat in
Bro,
Coldplay.
you gotta diversify
Nah,
yourself a little bit, bro. Come on, you can't be stuck in one lane. But I listen
No,
to
no, 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 no.
everything, bro.
It's not about being stuck in one lane. I listen to all type of songs. But I'm letting you know, like Coldplay, like what I would agree with. Coldplay could be hypnotic or whatever, but Coldplay, it's hypnotic to people who are subjective to it. I'm not subjective to Coldplay. I'll listen to maybe one song. I'm not listening to a whole album of Coldplay. I'm
Yo,
not.
bro,
I'm not in the car by myself. I won't put Coldplay on.
Yana B. Is that Yana B on the piano?
Yes.
Yeah,
So I'm guessing you might be around my age. Are you around like late 20s, early 30s?
I'm not telling you my age, but what's the
I'm sorry. I
question?
apologize. Now, my thing is, I was just gonna ask you: have you like heard of like Good Charlotte, Newfound Glory, and these rock bands, Blink 182? Bro, I know literally the whole album of
Lincoln
Newfound.
Park, all of that. Those are
Yo,
all good.
Newfound Glory. I know their whole album by heart. That's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
people don't even know that about me. Like I've
hey,
been in the
stop it.
streets.
Okay,
And
stop it.
Zuli, trust me, bro. If you
Coldplay
see
was
me,
okay, but stop it now. Stop it. Stop it.
you
Yeah,
said
you
what?
need to stop. The only person I'll rock with this, you just said maybe Linkin Park. After that, stop
Nah,
it.
nah, nah. Shut up. Man, no, no.
No,
Stop
I
it.
listen. Talk about Coldplay. Coldplay is lame. What the hell
if
Nah,
is
if
that?
you like
play.
Lincoln Park, you will
Listen
like
to listen
Coldplay.
to
No, I
Hurts Like
listen to
Heaven, bro.
Coldplay. Coldplay is boring. Coldplay has no beat, has no rhythm. You don't feel the pulse, nothing like that. Let's stop that. Yes, it could be.
Okay. Well, the point that I was trying to make was their music is on a certain hertz and a certain vibration.
What I'm trying to say, Yona, is only a certain. If you're subjective to it, like Coldplay cannot hypnotize me.
Well, you don't know that unless you listen to it. So if
Oh
you're
my
not listening to it, then how would you know that? You have to at least calm yourself, Zuli, and
The
listen to
particular,
at least one song. Maybe
No, we're
when
not
you're in
doing
the
that.
yeah,
mall
yeah,
shopping or
the
something.
particular song that I mentioned is a dance song. I'm sorry, it's a happy dance song.
What's the name of the
Right.
song? What's the name of the song?
I don't know, but the hook is something like "We are diamonds taking shape."
All right. Let me go see what you're talking about.
It's the whole video clip is practically photorealistic animation. It's the monkeys in the jungle in a band, one with a bass guitar, one with a guitar, a drummer, and a
You
singer,
said what? Where diamonds in a what?
taking shape
Oh, okay. I don't remember the name of it, but oh man.
with
I
the
don't,
flute with the flute.
You're talking about Adventure
yeah,
of a
and they
Lifetime?
go
Adventure of a Lifetime.
oh da, da, day.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
okay. Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, damn! That's
It's
the
called
title of the song.
Humankind. It's called Humankind. Is it Humankind?
This
I
one
don't
right
know.
here.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, that's
yes.
it. Yeah, it's a pretty cool song. You gotta give it a chance, Azuli. The hertz that they
Puts a
play
smile
it
on your
on,
face. Puts a smile on
it's
your face.
yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really good. Give yourself a chance, Azuli. Step out of the box. How you a New Yorker and you don't even know Coldplay? That's insane. You're not listening to Coldplay, and you from New York? Your Brooklyn card has been revoked, Azuli.
Wow. I can't believe that you all talk about Coldplay and stuff. That's mighty white of you all. But okay.
10.
But me, I don't know why it's really so against, people just collaborating. Well, when I started, they would talk about, the classical music, the history of Western music. And the one thing that, you can see that there's a difference in is in the emphasis on melody versus rhythm. A lot of classical music, a lot of Western music is more, even modern, forget classical music, even, country music and all that. Stereotypically, Western music, it's more of strings and, less of drums. There is still drums, but it's not as it's not the main subject. So when you see African music everywhere, you see how much drums are are a big part of everything, from even from reggae, dancehall, African, Afrobeats, even the ones that we like and we don't like. The drum is the is the common denominator in all of them. So I don't know, what's the final conclusion about who started what. I just know that whether it was started in New York, fine, it was the Americans, but everyone sort of picked up on it and extended it, and there were other people who put in some of their influences in it. That's all that I can say. But that influence was also something that was continued from the continent, the drums and all that, even when they banned African music from people from here. I also traced the history of the banjo, and it turns out that it actually came from West Africa, traveled all around and so on. And by the time that the Americans were taking up with it, it was actually, it was much, much later. So even the banjo, even the string instruments, a lot of them were African based. So when it comes to the strings and the drums, that's definitely an African characteristic. The more European character in it, I would say, is the piano and the extended violin and string section, because you have the violins, you have the oboe, you have the what's that with the deep sound. The violin was that, not the oboe. There's one in the middle, but yeah, all the string instruments and the whole composure of the symphony, you can see that it's more concentrated on the string section rather than on the drum section. So wherever all this came from, one thing that you can always see with African music, even with rap, I don't know if they have the beats, but there's also like a very rhythmic the sound to it, character to it, and that's why even when they were describing about African music or blues and so on, they're like, oh, this improvisational jazz music that has a ultra rhythmic section. So yeah, I think that's one thing that it is very characteristic of African music everywhere is the drum, is the beat, and the different ways of playing with the beat. And with the classical music is the melody and the different ways that you can change the melody. Like there's this one by Brahms, which is variations on a theme by Handel. The beat is pretty much the same, but he plays the same theme several different times, just changing and distorting it in one way or another, or making one section louder than the other or different. So it's very interesting. But most what it changes is the melody, not so much the beats. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So basically, we are more of beat based than melody based or harmony based. Hello. Hello.
I think that a lot
Yeah,
of
we're still here.
number
I'm
the
listening to
number
my call now.
the number one thing that gets black people is the drums. If you got a nice, I think the way to hypnotize people with music is with the drums and with the instrumental. A lot of the trash songs, especially nowadays, a lot of the song, and that's now the beats are are more influential than the lyrics. So if you get a nice beat going, a nice drum behind it, you could hypnotize people with the words in it, because the words become secondary and people are just dancing to the beat. So a lot of the drill music, which is like if you take the beat out and let them talk without the instrumental, music is trash.
Ash. But the beat makes that shit so fire, bro. Yo, I love drill beats, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you.
I'm
That's
not
like
I'm not
guilty
I'm not a
pleasure.
big I'm not a big drill beat fan because it sounds too morose. It sounds too melancholy. I'm not, but there's
It
a
came from the UK, that's why.
but it's a lot of it is trash. A
Listen,
lot of
no,
it,
the New York version of it, the New York version of drill, it's a blend of like obviously Chicago because that's where it came from, but what they have the UK beats. You know what I mean? Yo, those beats are so like it's addicting, but I can't even lie, bro. The beats
I
are so
don't I don't
bro.
know I don't know if the beats I don't know if the beats are all the beats are fire sometimes, but at the end of the day, I know that I know that if you lay some hypnotic lyrics on some dope beats, it could pass through. But if it's like, for example, like I'm about to say something that people are gonna like kill me, maybe kill me for it. But Talib Kweli may be saying some positive shit on his music, but I don't listen to Talib Kweli like that because sometimes his beats are trash. I was talking to somebody the other day, and we were naming the top 5 rappers. I said Nas is top, and the person was like, "What? Nas is not because he's
What?
hold up.
Nas is he
Let me
has to be
finish. Let
top
me
five.
finish.
That's
Let me finish."
crazy.
He said the person said Nas is not because, according to them, Nas does not select good instrumentals, and I could see what they're saying, but again, if the beat is not going nice, it doesn't matter how how let me see how fire the lyrics is, it's not gonna get no burns. A lot of the time, I think it's something we do to the drums, especially melanated African people. The drum has a grab on you, whether it's synthesized or whether it's the true instrument, that they could hypnotize you with it.
That's it, but that's exactly what it's doing, Azuli. And the powers that be, unfortunately, they know this. And you made a comment earlier where you say you know exactly what they're going to do with Afro beats. They're going to use it as a tool, as an instrument to basically control the mass in not just in Africa, I believe, because Afro beats is so fire, it's going to be all over the world in a matter of like probably the next 2 years or so. because young people are gravitating to it. It's crazy. I'm in New York City. Just the other day, I'm walking um, down by Brownsville, and the playground area over there. It was nothing but guys outside. It was nice outside. They was playing basketball, and they all listening to Afro beats. Man, I was there too. I'm like, yeah, this is so cool. It was nice. It was just a
but the
vibe.
Afrobeat, that's the
Wait,
problem.
these
Af-
are like Americans?
Yeah, African Americans
but
predominantly. Yeah, because it's Brownsville, so
Wait,
majority of them.
who's cherry? Does
What?
anybody know whose cherry wine is?
What you say, Tam?
Does anybody know who cherry wine is?
Cherry wine?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is,
No.
but
Okay.
But yeah, they were like jamming off the Afro beats, and they were like, "Man, turn that up!" Like, and I'm like, "Yeah, turn
they
it
were
up. It
only
was
they
good."
were
It's gonna take over, and they are gonna use it as a weapon against our youth and against people. Period. But that goes back to what Tan was saying, and you also, Azuli, the hypnotizing of the songs, the beats, and all that. Like what you said, people, especially kids nowadays, they're not listening to the words. You back in the day, you wasn't listening to the words of the songs either. You were listening to the beats. It's the beats that's what carry, the songs, and they know this. And it's also the hurts. So they know how to play up the hurts of the music with the instruments or play it down, because that's how you definitely control the mass with the hurts that you use. It taps into the beat of your heart, of your soul. And sometimes it goes a little bit beyond that, especially with that drill music, that rap music, and all that foolishness that
I got
they
a
put
question.
out drives some people crazy. It really does. It
So,
drives a
so
lot of
do you
people crazy.
do you think that they use the hertz to like essentially like open up this like portal or whatever, and then
Oh, of
the,
course.
the lyrics
100%.
of like drill music, they those degenerate lyrics are used to like pretty much be embedded in our brains and stuff like that.
Yes,
Like the bad, it like
100%.
sends the bad message into your consciousness or something like that, right?
You can, that's why I brought up Coldplay earlier, because you can listen to what
yo,
the
don't bring that shit up. Don't bring Coldplay up. Stop.
listen,
Yeah.
let me finish my thought, please. Let me finish my thought. And see, this is where people are like, like they go kind of off track with this. When I bring them up, you have to listen to what Homeboy was saying. Chris Martin, the head musician for that group, he was saying the record company was trying to control them by having them play a certain type of hertz, and they got together and said no. So if you listen to what he was saying in the interview, is just that what you just say, Ja, exactly what he was saying, but he didn't out flat outright say it. They wanted to control their audience how they wanted to control them, which is the music business, the music company. And the band Coldplay was like, no, this is our audience. This is what we want to drop. This is how we want to do it. So they
Well, yo,
definitely,
Yana, Coldplay chose the Illuminati sign just like everybody else. Stop it.
okay. And
So what are you talking about? They was trying to. What you trying to say? They cared about their audience. They were trying to give their audience something better. Stop. They're the same group of people.
listen, you think we don't know that? I don't know that? Of course they do. Of course they do. At the end of the day, you think they don't care or they
Don't,
do care?
don't bring Coldplay. That Benny. I just listened to that song with the monkeys. I feel like a monkey listening to that monkey song.
Zuli, I can't with you. But basically,
Please,
John, what you're
hold on,
saying,
hold
it
on.
is
I'll
true.
continue. Okay, so this our discussion. There's a cherry wine by let me see. I guess by Nas. Thank you, Kay, for sharing that. So Kay talked about cherry wine by Nas, and Kokou knows it. Kokou says that it's a song. So Kokou knows it, and Bobby wants him to knows it as well. So it must be a pretty good song. Cherry Wine by Nas. Okay, I'll wait. Nas and Amy Winehouse did a song together. What? Did you all know that? Wow.
A couple of people had a song called Cherry Wine too. So he's talking about the one with Nas, you said, and Amy Winehouse?
Yeah, apparently they did that song. I don't know. I think that's what he's saying, but they did that song together.
Jasmine Thompson also made a song called Cherry Wine back in the day too. So which one is he talking about?
Oh, that's really good. See, you all didn't let me get to my presentation, which I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do like a recording and then just leave it out there. But yes, so earlier we were talking about hypnosis and some of the frequencies that are applied to get people to be hypnotized. So, like we said, the first thing is that it's a willing participant. It doesn't take somebody with extra psychic powers and so on. You just have to know what you're doing.
I,
And
I know why they like Cherry Wine, because Nas is simping up to women in that song. That's why. That's why Kay loved that song. Simping ass to that. So that's why that shit was trash.
okay, Zulu. But yeah, so music obviously, as we know, is sound. So it's music. The fundamental is sound. So sound hypnosis can either be done by sight. You see that woo thing with the clock, or it's also usually accompanied by sound. So when you see that thing, somebody's talking to you in hushed, gentle tones. You're getting sleepy, and so on. So sound has that capacity to put you in a trance, and the people who know how to manipulate it are very good at it. So music is just one way, but when you put music and and visuals together, it's a powerful concoction. So okay, say that anyone has passed his sample down. Oh, okay. So now sampled Amy Winehouse for Cherry Wine. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. Wow. I don't know what you did, but I'm glad Kokou has it. Knows how to manage Kokou. He does. That's interesting. See. So that's what cultural appropriation goes both ways. So you can't be mad at Adele or whoever when she sings those blues songs, and yeah. Bobby Rice says, I know there's an artist named Cherry Wine used to be with Diggable Planets. Oh, wow. Okay. So this Cherry Wine has been going around a lot. Okay. Case Cherry, did you calm down? 432 hearts is where it's at. Okay. Oh, look at you, Kay. She will sing for a good man. In marriage. Oh, okay. Conditions. Yes. So only for marriage. All right. Respect. Okay, so cherry wine. Oh, I'll let you go, and then we can go into. I guess Azuli, you can read it to us this whole Biggie lyrics because somebody said quite well that they listen to music. I do too. I do listen to lyrics as well. But with the rap songs, I could never hear what they were saying. They would be, oh yeah, Casey's Afrobeat beat lyrics are garbage. Well, I wouldn't know firstly because I don't listen to a lot of Afrobeats. And secondly, I wouldn't even understand what they were saying. Similar with rap music. Just somebody talking very, very fast. It sounds cool, but who knows what they're talking about? So, but you know, we're going to now listen to the lyrics of the Hypnotized lyrics by the notorious B.I.G. Ezuli, would you like to, to read it for us? Six.
Hell no, I ain't no rapper. You read it.
What? You were all making fun of me earlier, so obviously.
Just read it. Don't try to sound hip hop. Just read it.
Wow. Okay. So nobody's going to make fun of me now. I'm going to
I'm still
proceed
gonna
to
make
read.
fun. I told you pay the fine and let the guy play the music, but you don't want to.
Okay. Okay.
I'm the sicker than your average. Papa Twist cabbage. Well, go ahead. It's really come on.
Okay. I'll read one chapter, and then you can read the next one, Yona,
Oh,
and
I
then
love to hear this time with your accent. Go ahead,
okay, and
girl.
then
Do
Jose
it.
will read the next one, and so
Go
on and
ahead,
so forth.
Jose. Go
So
ahead.
these are the lyrics to Hypnotize by Biggie Smalls. Yes. Ha, sicker than your average Papa Twist. Cabbage of instinct obviously N words, don't think, shit, stink. I guess S word is okay, I guess. Pink Gators, my Detroit players, teams for my hooligans in Brooklyn. That's right. So we'll try to make sense of what he's saying. I guess he's
Tan, your accent just makes it all the more interesting.
trying my best. I'm trying.
You're doing
I'm
good,
trying.
sis. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So basically, he's saying that he's sicker than your average person. I don't know what Papa Twist is. I don't know what Cabbage of Instinct is. Ends don't think, shit stink. I guess, some of his fellows don't think that they're, shit stinks. He has pink gators. I'm guessing gator. I don't know what gators are. Alligators, but I don't know what that's short for. My Detroit players. I guess must be a basketball, reference. Teams for my hooligan in Brooklyn's, so teams. I will guess that is Timberlands for his hooligans.
Hey, there you go.
Yes, see, I.
Bro, you sound like a white person. Can you you have to go to what's that thing? There's a website called Lyrics where they tell you what it means. The Thames for my hooligans in Brooklyn, because a lot of Brooklyn Knights rock Thames. So this song is a feel good song about when you start making money, about all of that. That's what he's talking about.
It's
Why
about nothing.
Okay.
I can't see nothing. Can we get
Oh, apparently the translation is wrong. Okay, so if you guys know the correct one, you can correct it as we go. I just got it from from the internet. So
oh, you have to go to oh my god. Why are you okay, just because the song said hypnotize, that doesn't mean it's a bad song.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say anything about it. Actually, if we had a longer session, he was not the songs with hypnotize, and there are so many that his is just one in a whole lot. I even categorized them there in a playlist. But yes, so let's continue.
I hope
Okay, Yona, do you want to take this one?
Oh my God, which one am I gonna take?
So you're going to do Dead Right until
Oh, Dead Right
for
is
the
the
girls.
headlights. Biggie B there at night. Papa been smooth since days of underdoos. Never lose, never choose to bruise. Cruise who do us something to us. Come on, talk. Go through us. Go through us. Girls walk to us. Wanna do us. Screw us. Yep, who us like Papa and Puff. Close light, Starsky and Hutch. Stick.
Okay, let's stop
Oh,
there. Let's stop
go
there. So
ahead.
I'm taking he's saying that Dead Right to Headless Biggie there every night. So he's there, at the whatever place. I guess it's a good thing. So he has been smooth since the days of Under Rules. I don't know what Under Rules are, but
okay, first of all, when he said dead right, this if the head's right, Biggie there every night. If the girl's giving head, he's there every night. That's what Biggie's talking about.
oh, I didn't get that. I just
Oh my goodness.
No, Mama, it is not self-explanatory. Maybe for you who already knows it, but no, it's not self. You know how many times we used to I would hear that song, open till 7-Eleven. If you don't know what 7-Eleven is, how are you going to know what that is? How in that song are you going to know what 7 is? It a store? Is it a place? Is it what is open? So no, it is not self. Under rules are draws. Oh, okay, been smooth since the days of under rules. Are draws. So draws are drawers, which means underwear, right? But what are the days of under rules? Okay, I don't get that one so far. I guess maybe he's saying that he's been smooth since the days when he was wearing diapers. I'm taking under rules to be diapers. So since he was a
Yes,
child, okay.
that's what he
So
means.
see, yeah, we learn together. We learn together. Yes, give me a minute.
No, I know what the song means, Tan. You're trying to just get to it now. It's okay, sis.
Yes,
Go
since the
on,
day
go
he
on.
was a kid. See, yeah, it takes a while, but there you go. So Never lose, never choose to bruise crews who do something to us. Okay, so this one I can figure it out. Yeah, he doesn't lose, he doesn't choose to. He bruised the crews. I guess by bruising crews are people who he hurts the people who harm him. Yes. So bruising crews who do something to us, talk, go through us. So he doesn't pay attention to people who talk to him. Girls who walk to us, obviously. They want to do us, screw us. I got that one.
No, it's not. He said when when he says what you just said, the one talk goes through us. What did you say that means? Then he's talking about your words can affect me. Sticking some could break my bones, but words won't affect me. That's what he's talking about. He's too smooth for that. You can't
Okay,
scream him.
okay. Yes, since the days when he was young, yes. Okay. So who as? Yeah, Papa and Puff, yes. So that's Puff Daddy. Close like Starsky and Hutch. That one I do know. I learned about it later. There was a program called Starsky and Hutch. So it was about these two detectives. So they are friends. So Papa and so Biggie Smalls and Puff Daddy are close. They are friends like Starsky and Hutch. They stick the clutch. That's an automobile thing. So they go, they ride. The I Squeeze 3 at a Cherry M3. When I see squeeze, I know it's something to do with a gun. He's shooting a gun at somebody. Take that. Bang every MC easily, busily.
He's shooting
Bang,
at
I
the
guess it's
he's
shoot.
shooting at the car. He's shooting at the he's
Yes.
shooting, yeah.
So I keep my peace, my peace. My peace, I know it's a gun. Keep my peace. So
No, Tan, look, you're disrespecting the lyrics.
oh my goodness gracious.
You hear what he just said? I just speak my peace, keep my peace. Come on, don't. Oh my. Go ahead.
She's learning. She's learning. Give her a break, okay? Break it down to her, Zuli. Break
No,
it
no, go
down.
ahead.
Okay, well, this part I know is about, about guns. When it says speak, I speak my peace, I say my word, I keep my peace.
He's
Okay,
playing a double entendre. Like I keep my peace because he's peace. He got his peace because he got the burner on him.
okay, that's the banner. Okay,
Go ahead.
okay, let's continue. So he keeps his peace, he keeps his banner. Okay, continuing. Packing, asking who want it, you got it and flaunt it. That Brooklyn BS, we on it. Correct. Oh, that's the lady who sang it. Her name was Pamela Long. I never knew. Okay. Biggie, can't you see that? But I know sometimes your words just hypnotize me, and I just love your flashy ways and so on. Guess, wait. And I just love your flashy ways. Okay, good. So we are now on the third one. Hey, Bwana Guziki. Amani. Yes, I see you just in time to witness my musical, you know, um, uh, musical exposure. Okay, so guess what they broke? You're so paid. Big. Okay, yeah, that's the repeating of that one. Yes, you're all just snobs. You should. Up in the street, they call it murder. Yes, that one I do know. That one I know. I put hose. Okay, I'll just read it and I'll tell you what it is. See, I'm not as ignorant as I sound. I put hose in NY into DKNY. That means he buys women in New York designer clothes, which is DKNY. Miami.
No.
What?
It doesn't mean he buys them. He said I put holes in NY onto DKNY, meaning you was wearing thrift shop clothes. I put you on. It doesn't mean he buys it. It just means he's introducing you to high brand name.
Right. DKNY is a Donna Karen, New York. That's the name brand. DKNY. Karen.
Okay, but Mama agrees with me though.
She's learning. She's learning Azuli.
No, but Mama said he didn't say I put holes in. He didn't say I put holes in NY onto DKNY. He's putting
Right.
you on.
Right.
Well, maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. Maybe he
Okay,
bought.
okay.
Maybe that's a good way of saying I sent, but I didn't send. My bad.
Oh
Okay.
God.
My
Stop.
bad, Mama. You might be right. You're probably right. Go ahead.
All right, okay, be nice. Okay, Kay, we'll do one. I don't know who substantial evidence Kaidu. I don't know who any of them are, but if they're saying about hypnotic and hypnosis, the reason why I picked Biggie because he was one of the first piece of people that I had who were saying about hypnotics. Okay, so all Miami DC prefer Versace. Okay, so I know Versace. All Philly hoes go with Moschino. I think that's another brand. Every cutie with a booty bought a cookie. I know that one. Every lady, beautiful lady with a nice ass, she bought a cookie. Is a dog, one of those little dogs. Now, who's the real Dookie? Dookie is who's the real SHIT, meaning who's the real. Okay, there you go. Okay, them N1 strides, okay. See, that's a homoerotic thing right there. But Frank White pushed the
Oh,
six.
what are you talking about? What?
Well, he just said that them N was right,
Listen, them niggas right. Dick Frank White pushed. Okay, you saying homoerotic, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about guys sweating him.
Okay, all right, all right.
When you say when they say the niggas right dicks, he's talking about people are sweating his style because he's so fly. Frank
All
White
right.
pushed the
Okay.
six or the Lex LX4. Oh, go ahead. It's not talking about. It might sound homoerotic, but that's not what he's talking. I don't think that's what he's talking about. But hey, people,
Okay.
those Hollywood people are weird. But go ahead.
Okay. Frank White pushed the six of the Lexus LX 4.5 bulletproof glass tints if I want some ass. Okay, so he has on his car is bulletproof and he gets tints if he wants a lady, I guess. Gonna blast, squeeze fast, ask questions last. I know that one. He's going to shoot fast, ask questions later. That's how most of these so-called gangsters pass. Yes, that's how they get along. At last, an N-word dropping about blunts and broads, drugs and sex, tits and bras, menage a trois, sex was basically sex, sex, sex. I'll leave you on the payment, condo paid for, no car payment. So I'll still leave you on the pavement. I guess he'll leave you on the streets. The condo will be paid for, but no car payment. Who knows what he's saying at this point? He's saying that he'll leave you alone, but he'll pay for your condo, I guess. Is that what he's saying? Okay.
Read it
Yes,
again. Read it again. Read it again.
that's
Okay.
what he's saying though.
I'll still leave you on the payment, condo
No,
payment.
Tan. Start from the top. From the. If you start there, you're not gonna get the grasp of it. He
Okay.
says, at last, niggas rapping about blunts and broad, tits and broads, menage a trois, sex and expensive cars. I still leave you on the pavement. What is he talking about? Is he talking about he's after he had sex with the girl, he drops her off and keep it moving?
Yes, but apparently he paid for her condo.
No, that's his condo that's paid for. His condo.
Oh, oh, okay.
Condo paid
Okay.
for, no car payment, at my arraignment, note for the plaintiff. Your daughter's tied up in the Brooklyn basement. Face it, not guilty. No, don't try to put my boy.
This is hilarious.
Okay, see, this is where it gets to be not so nice. So, so your daughter's tied up in a Brooklyn basement. Face it, he got away with it. He's not guilty. That's how he stays filthy. That's how he stays bad. Oh, thank you, Yona. Thank you, thank you. I tried.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sis. Continue.
It
Continue.
really is a stand for Biggie. It's a stand for Biggie. A stand. Is that Stan from America? No, not from American Dad. Probably he's referring to Stan from Eminem.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what he's talking about.
yeah.
No.
Okay, so you're a fan of Biggie.
But
So you
you just said when he say filthy, I don't know if he means dirty or he means he say filthy rich. Still, I don't know if that's if he's maybe he's playing both.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's both. It's both.
okay? Because in the next one he says richer than Richie, so I'm taking that that's how he stays. Jazz has. That's how he stays rich. So he stays richer than rich till some people come and
richer
get
than
him.
Richie. Richer than Richie, the cartoon Richie Rich. Come on.
Okay, I don't know the cartoon. I never saw it, but okay.
You was in Kenya. You didn't see that. So good.
Okay. So there's a cartoon called Richie, who's, I guess he's a rich person called Rich. Okay. So there goes the chorus, biggie, 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 your words hypnotize me, I love your flashy ways. Guess that's why you broke. That's what they were singing all this time. Guess that's why broke, and you're so paid. The only part that I used
Oh
to
my
hear,
God. Stand up. Yo, please just read. Please just read. Oh my God.
okay. I can feel you with real with real millionaire, shit. Escargot, yes, that's expensive snail stuff. My car go 160 swiftly. My car go 160. Well, it means 160 miles an hour.
Probably, yeah.
Wreck it, buy a new one. Okay, so he's rich enough to afford, buying a new car. Your crew, run. Your crew, run. So yes, your crew is, I guess, the people around you and your gang. I know you're sick of this name brand N word with, so you're sick of him. Flo's girls say he's sweet like licorice. Licorice isn't even sweet anyway. So
It's
get
not sweet for African people, but it's sweet for American people. Be quiet.
Azuli, seriously?
I mean,
Whoa.
that's what he said. I know you're sick of this name brand nigga with flow. Girls say he's sweet like licorice. That's what I'm. A lot of people, maybe in America, at the time, girls find licorice sweet. I don't know.
Yes. So get with this, person. It's easy. Girlfriend, here's a pen. Call me around 10. Come through, have sex on rugs and passion. Yes, I know passion rugs, and they're expensive. Come up to your job, hit you while you're working. Well, no, you don't want to, jeopardize somebody's job for
Oh my
certain.
God, Chan, that's not what he means, but okay, go ahead. It's okay, continue.
Yes, Twizzlers may be a little bit sweeter. Oh wow, okay, wow. I'm glad you're getting something out of it.
No,
Okay, for
but he said
certain,
when he said come up to your job, hit you while you're working. He's talking about sex.
yes, that's what I thought he was saying, and I say that you don't want somebody jeopardizing your job.
Be quiet. He
Well,
got money, so
well, you wouldn't, once you're fired, then he leaves you on the pavement, and
yeah.
then, you know,
You should have known better.
mm, all right,
He's
for
talking about he's talking about like if during your lunch break. I guess that's what he's talking about, or whatever. I don't know.
okay, so this part is really very, it just sounds very, very bad sounding because here, read this. Okay, for certain, Papa freaking, not speaking. So he's already having a sort of like a meltdown. Leave that as leaking, like, oh my goodness, like rapper demo. Why would you even say that? Leave your ass leaking. That's tell them whole take their clothes off slowly. So hit them with the
Yo,
force.
yo,
Hmm?
10. That part when he said for certain, Papa freaking, not speaking, leave that ass leaking. He's talking about sex. He's talking about he's leaving the woman wet. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but he's talking about us.
Leaving that, okay, in America, in slang, if I say I leave that ass leaking, he's not actually talking about ass.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Stop taking the thing literally.
Chan, how long have you been? See, she just has to take like a little trip
Look,
to New York or
if they say
something.
so, that's how I'm going
You
to
don't
take
know the
it.
lingos yet, Chan?
I know some of them, but I don't know when they apply to that. But because for me, when they say that, for me, that sounds like, the other whole,
Okay.
that's
If
what
I,
it sounds like
if
to
I say
me.
So if somebody tell you, you better be quiet before I bust that ass, that what does that mean?
No, that one I do know that is the
So
butt
how
because
so
people
so
get hit in the buttocks.
you choose to understand. You trying to throw
No, but
something.
that one, no, 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 not choose. If somebody says I'm here, I'm going to beat your ass, it literally means they're going to beat you on the ass. People do get beaten on their buttocks. Remember in school?
Okay.
Yeah. So if you say ass licking, that's what it sounds to me. Anyway, tell them how to take their clothes off slowly, slowly hit them with the force like Obi. I know that's Obi-Wan Kenobi from one of the Star Trek. Okay, Dick like Toby. Yeah, that's Toby from what's his name? Roots. Yes, because he was very black. Watch me roam like Romy. Okay, that one I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Let me see.
Lucky they don't.
Oh, Romy. I
It's from
think
Martin.
from
Romy
Martin.
Rome from
Yeah.
Martin.
Yeah, they could be, some, yeah. Some of that stuff just sounds a little bit strange. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Some of that. I know that sometimes, it sounds innocent, but it also sounds a bit, weird. Okay. So he hit them. So the hoes, I guess, are taking their clothes off slowly, and he hits them with the force like Obi-Wan Kenobi. And obviously his D is black like Toby, not Toby Maguire, Toby, from Roots and Watch Me Roam. Lucky they don't owe me. And then what's confusing is this, that he talks about sex and violence in the very same paragraph. So one time he's talking about, come through, have sex on drugs at passion, right? So I'm assuming that time he's talking about a woman, right? And
Yeah.
then on the next one, you tell me, come up to your job, hit you while you're working. So in that one, I guess he's talking about hitting, like killing somebody or shooting.
No, he's talking about having sex with the
Okay, so
girl.
he's still having sex on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so all this is sex for certain purpose freaking. So he's still
Yeah.
having sex, and then when he says he leaves that ass leaking,
Hmm.
that's more sex. And then
Yeah.
okay, so this part is all sex. So
Except
they
when
take
he get lucky, they don't owe me. Where's the safe? Show me, homie. I guess that
okay.
part he's talking about robbery.
Okay, see, so he goes from taking, the host taking their clothes off slowly and hitting them with his Toby, like, dick. And then now he's out there roaming. Now he's talking about his homies. So when he says, so he goes from his penis being black like Toby to him roaming around. And now that he's talking to his homies that they're lucky they don't owe him. And now, okay, so he goes from his woman, taking care of Toby to going to robbing his homies. Okay, got it. See how confusing that is. From one paragraph, he goes from girls who are sweet on him, and then they're doing it all on drugs and so on, to now he's roaming the streets, robbing homies for their safes.
No, but that was his life. So he was just talking about his life, how he goes like in and out of different, things that he do throughout the day as he go throughout his life. So he will do that with the girls and then go to the homies and they did whatever they did.
Okay. Oh, actually, that's not too far-fetched because in that song, "Today Was a Good Day," Ice Cube also goes through his day, with his woman, and then going to the street.
Exactly. See,
The
you
same thing with
getting it.
Regulate when
There you
they're
go.
out there looking for women, and then they get robbed, and
Sex,
then
sex, sex, sex is close to death. Okay, so he might be having sex just like some of these African and Caribbean gods. For example, um, the Loa in Haiti called Gede. He's close to sex and death. So whether we want to admit it, maybe he's tapping into something. Sex brings you life. Death brings you back to the all.
That's a
So
fact.
it's all sex and death, and maybe that's why he. Anyway, that song.
yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, you could be having fun one way. You're reading too much. I just want to understand the lyrics. That's all. And yes, Kokou saying is called flow, so flowing from one thing to another. Biggie was not that deep. No, I'm not saying that he was. I'm not saying that he was at all. In fact, I think that if you're going to go for somebody deep, you could probably go for what's his name, Cannibas, or what are those positive? Nas. Nas was pretty deep too. Who else was
I don't know if I don't know why we say Biggie wasn't deep. Biggie got a song called "Suicidal Thought." That's crazy, even though it's very violent and very stuff. But maybe he didn't. Maybe Biggie, that song may not be deep or whatever, but there's a lot of, if you read into it, you could find a lot of deep stuff into the situation. He's so besides Biggie's coming from that song. That song is a bravado song, which is what every man want at the end of the day, to have women and have money to support the women.
yeah,
So
yeah.
so
But if you really think about it also too, back in the days, those types of songs with those types of lyrics, they really did hypnotize a whole generation, because so many males, they grew up thinking that. And look at the females. Males like money, clothes, and hoes, that's all a brother knows. They really hypnotize a whole generation of, I wouldn't just say black men, but younger males.
who hypnotized Biggie to that lifestyle?
Well, that's up for grabs,
No,
and
it's not up for grab. It's the American dream. It's the whole capitalist system that got him to do that. Don't say it's up
no,
for grabs.
I disagree.
You disagree.
I
You
disagree. Are you kidding me?
no,
I
I'm not kidding
disagree.
you.
I mean, no. You could say a show like Scarface influenced. Come on, influenced so many black males in the hood or whatever to go sell drugs and want to be like
I didn't.
Scarface.
Did
With
I say Scarface? I
no,
said the
I
American.
said
At the
I
end of the
said
day,
I said Scarface.
it's having houses, having clothes, having women, materialistic stuff.
No, that's not everyone.
That's
Not
everyone.
everyone
Every
wants
man
that.
want. Anyway, that
Not
song.
everyone wants that, Zuli. That's what they wanted. And the Biggie and all of them, those street dudes, that's how they
Because they were
proceed to get.
hypnotized to think they were hypnotized by the culture to go after that lifestyle.
But who created that culture, though?
Who created what culture?
Who created that culture for them to want to have that lifestyle?
The
That's
capitalistic system.
I
no,
would
that
say
that
this. I would say this. Look, it's not about it for Mama and K. It's not about being deep at all. Firstly, a lot of, if you're talking about deep, look at the current rap songs right now. Is there anything deep to sub? I had one song where somebody was just saying Versace, Versace, Versace for hours. Like the whole entire song was just him saying one word over and over again with
yeah,
smattering of other words thrown in. So no, they're not deep at all. What they are is they're hypnotic. That song with Big, I've never even heard any other Biggie songs. Like I don't even, I
exactly.
can't name more than three songs. But that song, sometimes it was hypnotized me. We couldn't. I don't know whether he was singing all the time. I'm just learning now, but it was everywhere. Not to mention, Tupac's the one that he was saying hit them all. So you can have the good things, the good songs. Oh yeah, oh my goodness, yep, that's the one. Okay.
Mama said something about.
Versace, Versace,
Yeah,
Versace.
that's
It's
the
like,
Migos. The
yeah,
Migos.
Can you put
it
that?
was the stupidest thing.
Can you put
I
that post back
felt,
up by Mama?
hmm?
Can you highlight that post again by Mama?
Let's see.
The one
Uh,
that says, um,
this one.
which one is that? No, not that. Yeah, that's when he said, "When I die, F it. I want to go to hell because I'm a piece of shit. It ain't hard to tell." Right. This is a man talking about his pain, how he feels internally, how a lot of black people feel, how a lot of black men feel in the lifetime. What are you talking about, bro? When I die, yo, this guy, man. When I die, F it. I want to go to hell because I'm a isn't hard to do. He's talking about because he lived such a foul, he lived a foul life that he can't stand himself.
Who are we talking about?
That's a biggie lyric. that he just put it, suicidal thought.
Yeah, he has a lot of those songs, especially on his mixtapes that, you know, a lot of us don't really know hear about, but the ones here in Brooklyn. Listen, he lived a effed up life,
I
you
don't know if
know?
he's even effed up life like he
No, he
claims to.
did.
No,
He
you don't.
did.
You
He
don't know
lived.
that. No, you
Wait,
don't know that.
no, no,
A
hold
lot of
on.
these rappers say a lot of things that they do, but all I'm
Hold
saying
on.
is
Let
that
me
song has a lot of pain, and for him to say that Biggie wasn't deep, why? Who's deep?
hold on. Let me just say the Biggie Smalls, the Jay-Z's, the Nas of this, you know, earth or whatever. They street dudes.
No,
They're
they're
not
not.
living a
Jay-Z's on the
what?
street. No, they're not.
What?
Just because you lived in there. No, you're not.
What you mean? No, you're not.
Okay,
What you mean?
what I'm saying is that okay, I don't know if they were. Yes, they were. I'm not. Okay, you're right. I'm not trying to argue the point about if they were street dudes or whatever. I'm saying a lot of that lyric, that song that Biggie's talking about, and suicidal thought. It might not be deep for you, but a lot of kids identify with that. My man said, you know what my man said? My man said, I know my mother wished she had a fucking abortion. What? Lying to my mother, even stealing out her purse, crime after crime, from drugs to extortion. I know my mother wished she had a fucking abortion. She don't even love me like she did when I was younger, sucking on her chest just to stop my fucking hunger. Yo, yeah, yo, nah.
So
What?
what you trying to say? It's a deep song, right? That's what you're saying?
I'm trying to say that there's a deep for somebody to say that song was what was so deep. That man spoke a lot of stuff that was going on that a lot of men were feeling elite, what is the word? Were feeling in their heart about how the world hated them,
Well,
how
listen
their
to
mother
his
hated
lyrics where
them.
he sang with Juicy. He's like, this song goes out to all the teachers that said I wasn't gonna amount to, you know, calling the police on me while I was outside selling drugs trying to support my daughter. These dudes are street dudes. They lived a particular type of life.
I'm
They
not.
chose a
What
particular
I'm trying
type
to
of
say. I don't.
life.
A
And
lot
of
of
course that hold on, Azuli, hold on. That's gonna come with pain. That's going to come with torment. That's going to come with a whole lot of other stuff besides the two or three that I just mentioned. So I get what he's saying and I get what you're saying too. And that's why I say their songs hypnotize a whole generation because back then, you know, it was like a victim mentality
It
amongst
wasn't
black
the song
people.
that hypnotized people because people were selling. So what? So okay, if this song what happened to Mr. Untouchable? What was Mr. Untouchable? What happened to him?
What happened to
Nicky
him?
Barnes. Nicky Barnes. Who was hypnotizing him? All these big time drug dealers that were there before Biggie. What influenced them? If it's not the capitalists,
What do you mean what influenced them?
what influenced
Is
them?
what influenced everyone else. Like what you said, they get starry-eyed. They see all the nice clothes, the nice cars and all
So
of that.
what was
But
that? What put that in their mind that that's what's gonna make them a man?
well, that's the culture of our society that we live in, unfortunately. The
What's
hood, the ghetto, all of that,
It's
you
not the
know.
hood of the ghetto because the freaking the politicians were doing the same thing. The movie stars are doing the same thing. The doctors are doing the same thing. Stop saying it's just the hood that influenced them.
Well, of course, to a certain extent, I agree with you. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that lifestyle that they're choosing, okay, and they're trying to get access to is a lifestyle that's not real. It's all fantasy. It's all something that's hypnotized. They're being programmed to think that this is how they're going to get it. You know, that Scarface type mentality, that, you know, what do you call these gangsters and all that oh yeah, I could get this by doing that, but they don't understand it's so much more that comes to it with that. That's why Biggie and all of those, the Nas, the Jay-Z back then, the Too Short and all these other rappers, they were saying all of these things in their lyrics because that's the lifestyle they lived. You get me? That's the lifestyle that they wanted to live. They chose to live. They wasn't gonna go out and go work no 9 to 5. They wasn't gonna go out and do any of that. They was just rather go out and sell their drugs and rap about those lifestyles that come with them.
Stop saying they would rather go and sell drugs. Like you acting like they were getting job enough to pay them to support a whole family.
It doesn't matter if they was getting enough
Don't
money
say,
to
don't.
support
You
their
acting like
family.
they.
How many people don't get enough money to support their family, but they still go out and
You
work?
ever saw the
Come on,
movie?
that's
You
an
ever saw the movie
excuse.
Casino?
That's an excuse. Of
Yeah,
course, but that's an excuse.
of
That's an
course that's an
excuse.
excuse. No,
That's an excuse.
maybe they had the guts to go and get it, and you didn't.
No, that's an excuse. And
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy that. That's that whole victimhood mentality that Black people, too many of us, have fallen into. Too many of us. I, like
Is
my mother and my
is,
family,
is Jim
here
Crow?
come from Jamaica. We work, we do whatever it is we have to do instead of going out there selling drugs. We did what we had to do. So many other Caribbean and African American people have done that. Okay. But unfortunately, we have gone to the waistline to allow in our communities these fucking, excuse me, Tan, degenerate, derelict ass motherfuckers to come and make that lifestyle look like it's something that's so glamorous when it's not. That's the whole thing. That whole victimhood mentality needs to stop. We all can choose. This is America. This is America. We all have choices and we can choose how and what we want to be. But these rappers, they damn near hypnotize a whole generation of Black men to feel sorry for themselves and to think that the way to go is to go out there and sell drugs and kill their own people, which is very sad. So that's what I have to say about that. Go ahead, Tan. Tan, we can't hear you. Your mic is off. Unmute your mic, Tan.
I don't think she's talking.
Where did she go?
You can't hear me?
Now we can hear
We
you.
can hear you now.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. No, I was agreeing with you, and so it seems there's Bwana Haguziki, because I have to say that now I am not sleepy. Wow, 2 seconds and everybody turns on you. I was saying that, yeah, Ezuli, you have to admit that they tarnished, the reputation of Black people. Yes, they were victims and so on. And it's hard out there being, in the ghetto and so on. But they were not talking like they were the victims, or they were forced or, coerced into it. They were talking like, oh, this is just how it is, and I have to be tougher than somebody else, and so on and so forth. So yes, there was some glamorization there when the young boys who looked up at them, they saw that what they were supposed to do was these tough thugs, criminals, and the young women saw that they what they were wanted to attract were these tough criminals. So yeah, okay, let's welcome Ja is back in the house. Ja.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Now I just joined the panel. I didn't really have anything crazy to say, but I just agree with Yona B. Yeah, I'm African American, you know, and I see what's happening in the community, and I'm just tired of it. Like the victim mentality, like I'm just tired of it. And then they use like the race and everything as like a way to control us. Like this whole race thing is like it's like big business. You know what I mean? You have people like Dr. Umar, who I respect him, but sometimes he plays into this narrative. You know what I mean? Like white supremacy is the enemy. No, our enemy is within our culture, within our own household.
But you see, that's just it. That's not our culture. That's not African American
It's not.
culture.
Yeah,
That's a subculture.
yeah.
It's a subculture that's like a disease now, like a parasite that has, you know, taken over, and
But
it's
exactly, and
like
it's only a
outnumbering
small.
people
It's
like
only a
you
small
and
portion.
I. It's a subculture. It's not a culture. Definitely not.
What I think, right? It's like this small group of people. It's like they're given a platform, to spew their degeneracy or whatever. And it's like they're, like you said, it's like affecting the whole, because majority of African Americans, they're peace loving people, they're hardworking people that go to work every day. Those are the people that maintain the community and stuff. You know what I mean? The everyday people. and then you have the small degenerate group that is, is deteriorating the, the community. But it's the fact that they have a platform. It's like the music industry. It's like other people. It's like external forces are giving them that platform to spew that. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Of
And
course, and it's not only that too, like
and
what
it's
we
not
were
it's
saying.
not me pointing the finger at anybody else, because at the end of the day, we need to control our own community. We need to control our own image. We need to take back control.
Right,
But
but you see, the thing is
but
like
I'm not gonna
also,
not to cut you off, but I'm not gonna ignore the external forces, because we see it in history. Look at during the Black Panthers, right? The FBI and CIA, they created, they created like the COINTELPRO and all of these things to infiltrate our culture and our community, and to bring us down. You know what I mean? To assassinate our leaders, because they were afraid of a messiah type figure to arise. You know what I mean? They were afraid. So they had to do all these measures, and I believe, and this is not me trying to take blame off of ourselves, because we need to take full accountability of our own actions. But I'm just letting you know that historically speaking, they did plant drugs in our communities. They did do these things. They had, their hand in it.
that's 100% correct, but you have to understand they did that in all communities. It's just that in the Black community, we took the bait. We dropped the ball in the Black community in America. That's where that stands. And as far,
stop capping. They didn't do that to all the communities. They did
hold,
not do that to all the communities.
hold
You're
on,
capping right
hold
now.
on. Let me
You're
let me
capping.
finish. Hold on, let me finish. Number one, they know what weapon to use against us as Black people. Okay, they know to use entertainment for us because 100%, most Black people, we're entertainers our damn selves. We theatrical. We like the paso. We like the gossip. We like the foolishness. The bull crap, as you would say.
The
So they know
idleness,
how to use that
the idle
for
time.
us, against us. And that's exactly what we do ultimately through the music, through the foolishness that they bring forth. This call it daggone films, Black films, even that. These the majority of these Black films, what? Gangs and slaves, and it's foolishness. So it's like what I said. They use entertainment against us because we ourselves, we are entertainers. We love to be entertained. It doesn't matter what type of entertainment it is. We
Yeah.
just like it. Unfortunately, that's how we are, you know. But Azuli, they did put it in all communities. We're just the ones who use it as usual to the uber force and just exploited the crap out of it with our own people. You think they didn't put it in Chinatown here in New York? What are you talking about? You
No,
think
they
they
did
didn't put
not.
it? What?
They did
What?
not. They did
What?
not. Show me the evidence you're talking about.
Bro,
Yeah.
let me tell you
Show me the
something.
evidence.
In the 80s, I was here in the 80s, okay?
No, no, no,
I
no,
was
no. Don't
here.
show me. Don't tell me people. A couple of
Bro,
Asian people who took crack.
bro,
Show
no, no,
me the.
no, 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 no,
Show
no,
me
no,
the.
not crack.
So
I
I
could
think
show
Azuli, he's
you.
saying that he
Hold on.
needs
Let me finish.
show him the
I could.
evidence of like
I could show you.
show the evidence of like something like the FBI and CIA creating psychological operations to bring them down. Show him like evidence like that, because we have COINTELPRO.
I'll
We
give you
know that
one.
they
I'll
did
give
that.
you one. I'll give you one, Jam, and not Japanese, but Vietnam. They used to drop down pamphlet. Even in Germany, they used to drop
That
down.
was wartime. That was
Okay, you
wartime.
are right. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You are right.
Listen.
You are right. That is true, because a government to be waging war on its own citizens, that's pretty extreme.
But
Like,
to get to that point, Tan, I understand what you're saying, Azuli, but to get to that point, there's a buildup. Okay? There's a buildup. You guys, you have to understand. They're not just trying to control us. We're not that special. We're just that damn stupid. That's all it is. They're trying to
Nah, nah, nah,
control
nah, nah, nah,
everyone.
nah. Yo,
They,
you're gonna stop. You're capping right
all
now.
right.
You're
Okay.
capping right now.
They're trying to control everyone.
No,
It's
they're
not just
not.
Black people. Oh, we're so special and we're the first. And so they're trying to just, ultimately control. They're trying to control the world. That's what they're doing. Okay. So it's not just us. That's why they study us, because we're just that dumb. Unfortunately, we always fall for the okey doke. That's basically what it is. And while not just that, other communities have families. They're well structured. They're well disciplined. They're men, they're women, they're children. We are not. So it's not just us they're trying to control. They're definitely trying to break up the family structure in other places too. It's just that here in America, in the Black community, they have basically succeeded and went beyond that. So I don't know what you're saying. You gotta realize we're not the only ones on this planet that's being, kicked in the ass. It's basically everybody. So I don't know.
Now, you know what? You wanna be? I somewhat agree with you, right? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right. So I somewhat agree with you, right? But when I look around the world, right, and I look at Black people and like all throughout the world, it seems like there's it's almost like a unifying thing where we're all on the bottom of like the social economic ladder. Like you can go to Brazil and all of these different places, the favelas, and we have all of these things, all these examples, the Afro Saudi Arabians and stuff like that. We have all of these different examples of Black people who are just in the worst conditions around the world. So like why is it that?
That's not true. That's not true. It's not just Black people that's in the worst condition all around the world. There's Thailand. There's Vietnam. My friend, she's from Laos.
No.
I,
I'm not exempting that. I'm just saying I'm focusing more on the Black people. I'm not saying that there's not suffering around the
and
world.
right,
Yeah,
and
of course.
that's what I'm trying to explain to you though.
So
We
why?
have this thing where we're just like, oh my God, we're just so bad off. And that's that victimhood mentality. We got to come out of that. We are not the only group of people that's being oppressed in this world. It's pretty much the whole 99%. And I understand you want to focus on us, and that's all fine and good. But to focus on us, we need to start with, first of all, having our family in structure, in order. Our house got to be in order, and it's not.
You just want to control man. That's
See,
what you want to bring it
you
back.
know what?
That's what
Goodbye,
you want to bring it to.
Julie.
That's what you want
Goodbye.
to bring it to.
Get
That's
out of
all
here.
you want to bring it to. That's what you want
Get
to bring
out
it
of
to.
here.
That's what you want to
Whether
bring it
it's to
to. But
control
you never.
man or control woman or to control whatever, the family structure has to be in place. And it's very
Let
sad.
me
You
ask you a
go all
question. Let me ask you a question. Since you want to bring it there, so which family structure did they go into and destroy the most?
which family structure allowed it the most?
I'm asking you.
Black communities in
So
America.
what you, so what you're saying right now is that the people who did what they were doing did it to everybody. Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence where they put Black Parenthood and the Chinese and the Indian area. Show me that.
Because they didn't allow it. We did.
Show it to me.
You think they didn't they
Show
don't.
it to me. Show me
Bro,
how did we allow it?
bro.
How did we allow it?
Right now,
How
what's
did we
what's the
allow it?
biggest hold on. Right now in New York City, where is the biggest Planned Parenthood located?
I
Where
don't know.
where is
You
it the
tell me.
biggest facility located?
I don't know.
It's
You tell
not
me.
it's not in Black people. See, this is what I'm saying. This
Where is it at?
It's in freaking Chinatown. What you talking about? Downtown on Bleecker Street in Manhattan.
Yeah,
What
but
are you talking
skies,
about?
Yo, you wildin'. Yo,
Yana B,
Yana
do you
B,
know
you
who?
wildin'. You sound you
No, no,
wildin' right
listen,
now.
listen, hold on,
You
Yana
You
B.
wildin'.
see what I'm saying?
You're
No, no,
wildin'.
no,
You
Yana
capping
B. Can
100% right now.
let me say something real quick. Yana B, do you know who Margaret Sanger is?
Of course I do.
Yo, so she like admitted that she like the whole purpose of her, like the eugenics and stuff like that, was to drop the Black population down, because they seen that we're making babies, like like it's nothing, you know what I mean? And
So
their
hold
whole
on,
goal is
hold
to
on, Jack.
their whole goal is to bring our numbers down. And even if you look in the American population in the last like 20-30 years, our in the Caribbean too, our numbers are like stagnant now. Like the right now we're like the third most populous people in this country. We were the second at one point, but now we're the third. And like the Latinos, they're the second
We're not
highest.
the third. We're
Well,
not the third. We're
from the
like the
statistics,
fourth or the fifth.
I don't know. Well, from the statistics that I have, we're the third.
No, we're not.
Okay.
The
So
Black
who?
population in America is about 13%, and that's with addition to the Caribbean and the Africans that's coming into. So
Okay.
African American percentage is about 9% right
Mm.
now. That's close to zero. Okay, and that's not Margaret Singer's fault. It's whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Is Margaret Singer bringing each and every woman who's pregnant to the abortion clinic?
No.
Or is the black man bringing his
No, but my
side
point,
piece
that's
to
not
the abortion clinic?
no, but that's not the point I was making. The point I was making is that
Exactly
they
comes out.
look,
This is what I was talking about.
my
You
point
just
is that
What are you
just put it on the
saying?
black
no,
man.
the point that I was making that they actually had.
Hold up, man. You
Okay.
just brought it on the black man. I knew you was coming to that.
Well, why is it not just the black? It's
I
the black
knew
man
you was
and the
coming to
black
that.
woman.
Yeah, I
Azuli.
knew you was coming to that.
It's the black
I
man
knew you
and
was
the
coming
black
to that.
woman, Azuli.
Oh,
But guess
hold on.
what?
So this
Guess
is like a
who's
gender
supposed
war
to be
type of thing
leading?
going on here. What's
I
going on
knew
here?
you was coming to that.
Who is leading? Who's supposed to be leading
I
his
knew you was
family?
coming to that.
Who's supposed to be leading his family? But guess what? There is no family. There is no family. That's why. I'm sorry, Ja. Go ahead. What you're saying?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, Zuli. I agree with her on that part. Like as far as like the men, like we need to bear responsibility of what's happening in our community. Like we're the sole, even though we're the sole.
It's not just the men; it's the women too.
Yeah,
But
but
who's
as the
supposed to
men,
be leading their families?
that's
But where's
true.
the
But as the
family to
men,
lead?
but
A
for
family is
me,
not
right?
just a woman and a child, or a
That's
man
true.
and a child. A family is man, woman, child, black
Yeah.
man, black
Mhm.
woman,
But
black
it's that,
child.
it's that order. You get what I'm saying? And for me, like I was raised with like traditional, the traditional family nucleus as the the man, the woman, and child. So when you take away that the men, obviously that whole nucleus kind of is just an imbalance,
It's
And
not even nuclear anymore once you take the man out. Are you
true,
kidding
true,
me?
true.
Because the
And then
man
the
is the
kids, the
seed.
kids they grow up without that father figure in their life. You know what I mean? And it just causes an imbalance in their mind. And this is why we as African Americans, we like are used to that, like having a lot of fatherless homes are like really big, especially in the low income neighborhoods and stuff like that. And this is why you see the
75
children
to
growing up.
80% of
And that's why
children, black children, is
listen,
being
and
raised by a single
you know it's
mother.
funny, right? Sometimes I'll be on different channels, right? Like I'll be on this channel called Afrodamus channel and other platforms or whatever, right? And it's basically Africans. They're pretty much pointing out being critical on our culture and pointing out the things that to distinguish between African culture and our culture and how they have the traditional values, and we really kind of fell from that. But they point these things out, and I remember this one guy. He was saying how we're a bastardized people, and at first I used to get triggered. You know what I mean? When he used to say that, I used to get triggered, like, damn, like what I'm saying, he's coming at us hard, bro. But after a while, I had to really think, like, we kind of all a bastardized. Our culture is a bastardized culture. You know what I mean? Like, we're not in touch with our African roots anymore. We don't have our own language. We don't have, everything we do is under the white man. You get what I'm saying? And we
It
don't even
goes
have.
listen, I understand what you're saying, not to cut you, but everybody doing this world is under the white man, okay? Because the white man runs this bitch, period. And you got ripped off is saying that I'm putting on without any evidence. The evidence is out there. What are you talking about? The evidence is out there at a 75 to 80% rate. Black women are single women raising children by themselves. Where are the fathers? Where are the fathers? The mothers are there because guess what? They have to be there. And most of the time, they're not even there because they're working 2, 3 jobs, or they're out there tricking, doing whatever they have to do to take care of their kids. This is why our community is a subculture now, because the men have dropped the ball and the women have dropped the ball. A lot of African American men, sorry to say, you guys don't mind your women being passed around. You don't. You don't care if they're passed around. When a woman in any culture has fallen, then that means the culture has fallen, because the woman is supposed to be nurturing the next generation.
The first teacher of the children.
You got that backwards. First of all, black men have fallen, but the black woman has helped the man to keep the black man down.
I wouldn't say that.
So of course you don't want to say that because you wanna let them rock with it. Yes, I get it.
Nah, because I like to take
sole
responsibility. As a man, I think we're supposed to take sole responsibility. And for me personally, I'm married to a beautiful black woman and I have beautiful children. So I really don't fall in that. I don't really have a problem with talking about that. You know what I mean?
So awesome.
Let me ask you a question. Eswatini has the most HIV positive in the world, and I think that's in Africa. That's their fault too.
What did you say? Eswatini, what?
Has the highest
AIDS rate.
HIV
Mhm.
of any country in the world. Which is that their fault too? That's the black people fault too. That was not. It's their fault, right?
No, we're not talking about that. What
No,
are
no,
you
we're
saying?
talking about destruction of people, destruction of the black family via music, via entertainment and
Diseases.
stuff like that. So are you trying to tell me right now? Because you saying, oh, we're playing victim mentality. There's nothing that people are not doing anything to us. Eswatini
I
is a country in
didn't say
Africa.
that people are not doing anything to us. It's what we're doing to ourselves is what I'm
So
trying to
the
explain
people
to
in
you.
Eswatini, they have the most HIV, so they doing that to themselves too.
I don't even know what you're talking about because I never even heard of that.
Okay,
I'd
well,
have
I'm
to
just
look.
letting
I
you
have
know.
to look into that. I don't know
Say,
why
you just
they
said
have.
you just said that they have Planned Parenthood in every other country, in every other in, neighborhood, just not just the black neighborhood, but so is it a coincidence that African countries have the most HIV infections in the world?
Well, that's a whole nother topic. What I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay,
is
that's not
over
the whole
here in
topic.
America. Why
Okay.
I said that there are what do you call it, Planned Parenthood in other neighborhoods beside black neighborhoods too. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about in Africa. I don't know about Planned Parenthood in Africa. I know about Planned Parenthood right here in America. And
Oh,
like
they
what
have
I
the same
said,
plan.
and like what I said is not Margaret, whatever her name is, that old hag, raggedy ass bitch. She's not holding each and every one of them women's hands and bringing them down to the abortion clinic. Okay, is retarded already.
So
What's going
would
on?
you admit that that's part of the black woman's fault too? Because you know what I mean.
I said that.
When I
I
look at
said it's
abortion
both.
and stuff like that,
I
it seems
said
like a
it's
lot of
both.
black women they're supporting like, oh,
I said
abortion rights.
it's both.
Oh,
Black
okay.
men do not want to take accountability with their women being pass arounds. Yeah, they don't care. Majority of black men are not marrying black women and having black families. They just pass their women around to their homies, to their brothers, to their cousins, to whoever. They're not marrying the women. And then the women now are just like, okay, whatever. We just gonna be hoes and just do whatever. And then who's fucked up over it? The
Oh
kids.
man, Kay, you need to join up for the women. You need to join up the panel.
So
Just
would
come on up.
you
But Kay made a very good point. Let me just interject right now because she said a woman cannot abandon her child, but a man can.
Of course.
What's worse than killing your kids? Women do
What?
that all the time. I do abortion. What do you mean? A woman cannot abandon her
Okay,
kids.
but let's
They
just
can kill
say
their
that the
kids.
child is there. We're talking
They can
about
kill
the
their
child
kids.
is there. The
What's worse
child
than
is there.
abandoning a kid?
I
Okay.
What's worse than
I
that?
get her point, but what she's
What is he
saying,
talking
Azuli,
about?
is after the child is born.
Yeah, after the child is born, then
Women
the
abandon their
woman
kids all the time.
you
Women abandon their kids all the time. Stop it.
okay, but not all the time. But it's harder for a woman to abandon her child than it is for a man. Can we just agree on that?
No, it's not. I don't
Okay.
agree with that.
Okay, fine.
When a man,
But
No,
when a man,
I'm just
when a man
it is kind of
abandon,
true, Azuli. Like
no,
if
it's not.
a man can pick up and leave, but the woman she gets end up being stuck with the you know what I mean as a single
yeah,
mom.
it takes a special kind of woman to just how is she just going to live? Either she has to, like you said, strangle, get rid of the baby. And it's not, I'm not talking about before. I'm saying the child is there. Once the child is there, everybody has seen the child. You're there, they're expecting you to be a mother, so there's no way you can just pretend that the child is not there. Whereas as a man, even if people know that you're the father, you don't have to be there. Men have abandoned their children for generations and so on. So yeah, as a woman, you have more to lose. You're not just going to leave your child after you get your child. It's harder for women. Yes, some women have done things, and a lot of the times it's usually with the help of a man, either the child's father or some other man that she finds. Basically it's harder for a woman to abandon her child than a man. Now, having said that,
No,
I,
it's not harder. What it is that the government always gives the mother the children.
no,
So
no,
if
no,
the,
no, just biologically. Look, Izuli, you have carried the child for 9 months versus you just got some girl pregnant. There's a big difference between those two things. There's really is. That's just biology. I'm not capping or whatever. That's just how it is. If you're a woman, you carried a child for 9 months, you give birth to the child, you're not just going to give up the child. Yes, now you're going to maybe not raise the child right, or treat the father badly, but you're still going to have the child. So for me, what I'm trying to say is this, that women have more to lose by having children. Yes, the state will, prop up, the absence of the man, but as a woman, you have more to lose. So I think that the first thing that, because we can go back and forth, oh, you men, you need to do this, you women need to do this. For me, as a woman, I'm telling other women, I think that if I had, I had the reins of power, I would say that you cannot have children until you're married. But obviously, you cannot legislate that. But that would be the first thing: no children before marriage. So that would force a man to actually marry the woman that you're going to impregnate, and the woman, she'll have to be with the man that calls her children, call their father. So I think that those are that should be mandatory to provide children, with what they need. Now, obviously, you cannot force people to be together, so I wouldn't disallow, eventual separation if that's the case, but it should be at least mandatory 10 years, just, I'm just, making stuff up. But the whole thing is this: in this society, women have more to lose, thereby more responsibility. I'm not going to use that one out word, accountability, blah blah blah, but they have more responsibility towards their children, by ensuring that the man that they have children with is a decent father. At the very least, you might not be with him, but at least he's still has the makings of a father, not just somebody that you lay up with. So I think on that end, when it comes to creating children out of wedlock, then women do need to exercise more.
And to piggyback off of that, Tan, it's not just the women, it's the men too. Women
Yeah,
and men.
I get the men part,
Yeah.
I do, but I'm saying that when it comes to that whole balance, I think it's the women who have a greater, even if it's a 51%, 51-49, I think it's the women who just have that slight, more responsibility than the men, especially if they got the children outside. If
I agree.
they got children within marriage, you cannot blame someone for how things turned out. People change, people don't know, whatever, but at least you gave it an honest try. But just out of the jump, just no, for that one, yeah, it's more the woman's fault if she becomes a single unwed mother.
I definitely agree. I definitely 100% agree with that. But
Okay.
here in the comments, it's from You Got Ripped Off. He says, "Where's the proof that we're passing our women around?" Sweetheart, the proof is right here. It says 72% of Black babies are born to unwed mothers. That's the proof right there. You're passing the women around in our community. In our communities, they're not married. 72%. That's disgusting. That's how you're
you blaming
passing the
black men
women
for that?
around.
You blaming black men for that?
Why would I not? Who's impregnating the women, Erzuli? Are you serious?
Let me
Who's
ask you a
opening their
question. Let me
legs?
ask you a question. So who who has more to lose if they get pregnant by a loser?
It doesn't matter who has
Yes, it
most
does
to lose.
matter. Yes, it
No, it
yes, it
don't.
does matter. Stop playing
Listen,
with dicks.
Zuli, it does
Stop
not
playing-
matter. You know
stop
why
playing.
it does not matter?
Are you not a grown woman? Are you not a grown woman?
Because
You know what
men,
happens
Black men and
when you let
women
the
are
man
supposed to
ejaculate
be,
inside of you, right?
Black
You know
men
what
and
happens,
women
right?
are supposed to be creating families,
Do you know what
not just
happens? Do you
laying
know what
down.
happens when a
And
man
you know
ejaculates
what
inside of you?
happens. Hold on. You know what happens when you lay down with a woman. A woman knows what happened when she lays down with a man. So both are to blame. And guess who
No, you
lose? Like
wasn't
what I
saying both
said
are
in
to
the
blame. You were
end.
saying the men.
The
We are not
children
blaming.
lose in the end.
Children, yeah.
The kids.
Yeah.
And then the women, they lose too because they're being passed around. Ain't nobody want that.
Well, whose fault is that?
Whose fault is it?
Whose fault is it that you're getting passed around? Is the men's
Okay.
fault?
It's both. It's both.
Is the men's
Exactly.
fault?
It's both.
How come
It's
how come
both.
they got some women
Because black people,
not being passed around?
we should be aspiring for marriage and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Both.
Having kids in what?
No,
kids,
it's not both.
when you have
It's the
kids out of
woman.
wedlock,
It's the woman.
All right, Azuli.
You have more to lose having sex with who all these men that we claim that are not taking care of home. Who birthed them? Who birthed them?
Whose seed is coming in it?
Who
Whose
birthed them?
seed is going in to give birth
Who
to it?
birthed them?
You all gotta lay the seed. Come
Who
on,
birthed them?
stop it. It's
Who
both.
who
It's
allow
both
those men to
parties.
who allow those no good men that you talk about to reproduce?
It's not just no
The
good
woman.
men. Are you kidding me? You have men out there who are married that's sleeping around with their talking about they're in polygamy and all this foolishness. You have men out there that's just running wild, doing whatever. It's a whole bunch of different statistics to different things, Zuli.
They don't do nothing wrong. Papi,
I didn't say we don't do anything wrong, Zuli. I said it's both to blame. It's both. The man and the woman is to blame. And who suffers in the end is the child, the children. Then you have a Biggie Small going on some fucking rap talking about the hell he was talking about. Then you have.
I know what you want to control men. You will never control the black man.
Oh my God!
And all his fault. Yes, he has to. He has
well,
to.
You know what, black man?
He has to find himself. And
you know what, black man?
You will do it. You will not
control
what,
black man? Learn to
doing,
control your damn self. Then, if we can't control you, learn to control yourself. Learn to discipline your asses to get a family. Learn to discipline yourself to get a family, because there's no way a black man is 45, 46, 40 years old and ain't never been married, but you pass through women like ain't nobody business. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah, stop being
Excuse me,
horse
Tan, for
outside. Stop
cursing
being
on your
horse.
show.
Stop
You got
stop
black
opening
men
your legs
that
for
you
every
got
man.
mad
Stop
women.
opening your legs. That's
We
what you
can
need to stop
curse.
doing.
I can't curse, but I don't mind a bit of a curse from time to time. So hey.
Yes, sorry, Tan. You got my black men out here that's passed through women after women after women. And they 40, 45 years old, 50 years old, and ain't never been married. Get the freak up out of here. Man. But y'all, we got to get it together. We got to do this. Marry one of your broads. That's how you get it together. That's how we build. Marry one of your 25 broads that you out there boning. Pick one. I'm sure one of them got something you want. Something. But nah, y'all just keep passing the women around. It's facts.
Some women are passed around. Not all women.
Well, you know what? Marry the ones that are not. You guys are not marrying the ones that are not passed around.
Yeah, because the ones that are not married are adopting pass around behaviors. So we leave them in the street where we find them.
Zuli, you know what?
We leave you in the street where we find you, next to your pass around girl, home girl that you want to follow.
Zuli, I can't with you. But that's just the thing. We are a subculture of people here, and it needs to stop. And how it needs to stop is we have to commit to each other. We have to start marrying, and we have to start doing the right thing by each other, and especially our children. Stop creating generational curse. Stop creating a generation of unhealthy families. That's how you stop it. Marry your woman. Settle down, do something, focus, get your stuff together. Since you're saying we want to control you, okay, control yourselves. Do what you got to do.
Don't
black man.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Azuli, and the man on the panel, Jose, if you're still there. Maybe he fell asleep. You're all accusing me of falling asleep. But what would the men? How would the men feel if the women, raised their standards and said, okay, we're going to be good, respectable women, and we're not going to sleep with you until you marry us? What are you going to say to that?
First of all, you can't tell me when to marry you. That's first and more important. That's not gonna happen to me.
Okay. Big Mac, Zuli.
Don't tell me when to marry you. But what I would say is that with the again, the music represents the culture of the people. So there needs to be a new dogma, a new status quo, a new in the black community. Because no matter, yes, a lot of the music influences to live that careless single life, that careless or have many women, that careless or have many cars, that careless to go in debt, buy Versace, all of that. That the music does influence that, but is it the music influencing us or it's in us? Because like I was saying earlier, Coldplay cannot influence me because Coldplay is not talking about anything I want to hear. So if I didn't, even though I'm saying the women changing their standards, yeah, that could work for a minute because the women have a lot. If you're carrying the baby and you complain that a lot of black men leave you with the baby, single motherhood, and all of that, you have more to lose. Why are you having unprotected sex with men who are careless? So all I'm saying is this. Yeah, that could work for a minute. Yeah, that will work if women are saying we're not going to do that, but not women are not doing that. So at the end of the day, I believe men have to get. At the end of the day, men have to become morally upright. So when Yana said when the women are falling, it's a bad reflection on the what she said. The woman a falling women says that I think it's the opposite. Women are the to be impressed upon. Men get their shit together, and then women will follow. But what I'm saying, but to blame when a woman knows that her man is under siege, and for her to act like that, like it's nothing that he's under siege. Oh, just get it together, da, 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 and she's not willing to fight with him. There's a problem with that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of propaganda going on that influence people. So through the music, through commercials, a lot of people act like, yo, those sneakers in your feet right now is not because you chose to. It's because you were programmed to buy that phone that you have. That phone that you have is not because you chose, it's because it was programmed in your mind. You going to Puerto Rico, you going to Cancun. That's because you are programmed to think, oh, that's a nice place to go to. So I just say that there's a lot of hypnotism going on through music, film, education, the books that you read, and all of that. So it's easy to say, oh, get your shit together. And a lot people don't understand how influential music, movie, books, education system program us to think the way we do.
Excuses, excuses.
Wow.
Excuses,
Wow,
excuses.
Yoda.
No matter what you want to say, excuses, excuses. Guess what? The world will show you. The world is a mirror of what the status quo is. So go ahead, excuse. Keep saying excuses like it's nothing. Oh, influences on the being pro influenced by commercials. By of course, it's nothing. But the world is going against everything that what you're saying.
The world ain't going against nothing. It's the people in the world. And what I'm talking about is our people, especially our men and our women. We need to be disciplined. Okay? Right now, a lot of black men, too many of my black men that I see out there
Like
are
discipline.
standing on nothing. Therefore, they stand for nothing. Okay? You too many of y'all don't have no integrity. I'm sorry to say it. I have many brothers. I have 6 brothers. I have my sons. I'm sorry to say it. Sorry to say it, but it's the truth.
So your brothers don't stand on nothing either.
Listen, my brothers are good dudes,
Oh,
okay?
now
They
your
will
brothers are
never
good dudes, but
hold
we ain't
on.
shit.
Let me finish. Let me
Oh,
finish.
Did you catch the slight insult there? The
No,
neither
let me
part?
finish. Let me finish. My brothers are good dudes in the fact that they've never been arrested. They're good to their women and whatever. But even myself and my mother, we're like, listen, when you getting married, 2 out of 6 of them is married. Like, come on, get it together. They keep talking about, oh, these women, these women. No, what are you doing? What are you doing to have her be like, okay, I'm a follow you. You lead and I follow. Too many of our black men don't have
no,
integrity.
let me
do
tell
not have integrity.
to
Too
all the
many of our
brothers.
black men don't want to be in a relationship where they can build a healthy relationship with a woman. Far too many. And it's very sad. It's creating such a horrible domino effect where you have these children now that's out here. They don't even care. You look at some of them, the man, just the other day in the train, they will bump you. And if you say something to them, that's it. They beat your ass like you stole something from them. These kids is wilding out here. And it's because they're hurting. A lot of them, they don't have a dad in the house. Thank God for my father. I love my dad. Was raised by my mother and my father, thank God. So was my brothers, okay? So was my sons. It makes a difference to have your dad in the house. But a lot of our black men, I don't know what's going on with them. And this is why you guys wonder why you're not respected around the world, because it's about family. Even Kevin Samuels said it. He said it doesn't matter how much money you have or what title you have. People look at families. Oh, you married? How long you been married? How many children you have? Oh, that's what's up. That's what majority of the world makes count. But unfortunately, too many of our black men, they don't look at it that way. And it's very, very, very disgusting. And it's sad. Your legacy is not going to be how much money you have. Your legacy is going to be what you produced in your house. Did you produce a healthy family? That's your fucking legacy. Excuse my language, Tan. Did you produce good fruits that not only your family could eat from, but your neighbors? That's what it's about.
To all the brothers who are people who are listening, the women of this world are not your women. They are married to the state. You're just a side nigga. That's what you are. You're just a side nigga. All these women talking all this shit and they talk about what men should do. They're not married to you. The state. They're married to the state.
And
They're
see,
married to the state.
Azuli, you
You're
need
the
to
side
stop.
dude. You're the
That
side
type of
dude.
mentality is not going to get
You're
you
the side dude.
I
anywhere.
was
Most
wondering
men,
when we'll get to state property.
Right, the state property.
Tenzin,
You
can you let
state
my brother
property.
AFR in the panel?
What's that?
Can you let my brother American
Oh,
First
okay,
Represent on the panel?
cool. All right.
My
Hey,
guy right there.
Far. Hey, good to see you. Go ahead. We can't hear you for some reason. I don't know if it's me.
we can't hear you. We
Hmm.
can't hear you.
What
But
I think
I'm
happened?
gonna
you
finish
might
what
be
I'm saying.
muted.
No,
He has to come back.
no.
Most of the men, all these women, they are married to the state already. Their husband, their boyfriends, all of that is side dudes. They're the side dude. They listen to the state. Whatever the state tells them to do, that's what they do.
This is
And
not all women.
they just come by you and ask you, you think I should do that? They already know what they're gonna do.
This is
So
not all women.
all you men are side dudes.
Or
All
Azuli,
side dudes.
stop.
All you men are
Stop it.
side dudes.
Oh my
Tenzin, can you
God.
let him in
Men
again?
are side dudes to the
Azuli, stop.
to the warden of the
Tenzin,
world.
Erzuli.
Tenzin, can you have more people on the panel,
Oh,
or you only can
Eva,
have
can you
6?
try again? Go ahead and try again.
No, he's in the back. He's in the back.
Okay, let's see.
I was asking if you can have more than 6
Oh,
people
it's
on the
saying
panel.
with 6 people. Oh, shoot.
I'll
Are we
drop out.
6 already?
I'll drop out. No, I'll drop out for my boy AFR to join the panel. But
Oh,
I'll
okay.
be in the
Oh,
panel.
thanks.
Okay, no problem. A
All
good
right.
conversation.
Okay.
Y'all be. I agree with you. Honestly, I
Okay.
agree with you.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks, Ja.
Thank
All
you,
these men
Ja.
talking about you stay prop. You are the side man. She's already married to the state. You're just there for
Okay.
the affection. That's why they say, oh,
Bruh.
just give me some affection. That's why they'll leave you.
Bruh,
Just
you
for
don't. Oh
affection.
my gosh. All women are not like this. Oh
I
my
love you,
All
gosh.
y'all like
Azuli.
that.
Like, I'm in it. No, because I'm in the US and I'm planning to leave. I'm not staying here and dealing with this bullshit. Like,
And you're
I
gonna
already
leave and go.
see how
You're
it
gonna
is over
leave. You're
here.
gonna go contaminate the other women in the other countries. So
Nope, I'm
stop.
not contaminating shit. I'm getting married like a normal ass fucking person
You're already
and
married to the
having
state. You're already
children and
married to
having
the
a fucking
state, Shorty.
family.
You're already married to the state.
Nope.
Zuli, stop.
No, we
That's
can't
his
hear you,
thing. He
bro.
keeps
We
saying
can't
we're
hear
Because
married
you.
to the state.
you're showing me the reason. This is why I have issues with men already. Because a lot of the men in my family, they're like basically they're ain't shit people. And you're just kind of like adding to it instead of thinking of solutions. You're too busy being angry at women.
I'm
Like
not
both
angry at
women
women.
and
I'm just
men are
telling
fucking
you.
up.
I'm not
Let's
angry
just
at women.
admit that.
I'm just telling you guys what you don't want to admit, that your mind has already. How old are you, sis? Are you in your 20s?
I'm not gonna
You
tell you
can't
my
ask
age.
women that.
You can't
I
ask
mean,
me.
I don't mind him
Again,
asking,
another
but as
programming.
long as he's not trying to force me to answer.
Okay,
Okay.
if what I'm trying to say is you're already programmed by the state. You just don't realize it yet. That's it. A lot of
Bro,
your mentality.
you don't know a thing
What I'm
about me.
saying is we all have to go to a ritual to deprogram ourselves to get ourselves together. A
Which
lot of
is what I'm
women,
trying to do by leaving.
no, because sister, the other countries you go into, the women are doing the same thing.
You
Bro,
got.
I'm not doing the
I'm
same
sorry. Can I
thing.
can I
go ahead, go ahead.
interject a
Now
little
we
bit?
can hear you. Now we can
Can
hear
I
you. Go ahead, bro.
can I
Yes,
interject a little bit?
yes. Let's have
Um
Yeah.
FR.
um both of you guys are right, okay? And I can only speak from my experience, okay? I grew up in a very precarious household. My mom, substance abuse, I didn't have a father in the house, and the state took care of a lot of stuff. And that's that mentality that unfortunately not just women but just black people in general have been domesticated via the state. And so this has had a corrosive effect on our relationships. Like, and I'll give one family dynamic and I'll give one black man, black woman dynamic on how the state intervenes and makes things unlivable. One is you live, there's a black girl, she lives in a two-parent household, not the best place. Maybe they're struggling financially, maybe there are some character flaws with the mom or dad, whatever, but she has a stable household. She gets everything she needs, maybe not 100%, but adequate household. She knows at the age of 18, if she gets pregnant, she will get food stamps, a place to live, and probably educational assistance. And so there's been plenty of young women. Our young women know this. They know that if they take that avenue, and they think about it, she's doing it because she wants to get out the house. She doesn't want to be under her parents. She wants to do her own thing. So she knows if she takes this action and don't think about the consequences. So that's one thing that hurts us as black people. And then I'll give another dynamic between a man and a woman. They're cohabitating in an apartment or something like that. And one of them decides that they don't want to do this anymore, or one of them is actually the cycle in the relationship. They can call the police instead of them being adults and working on it or them separating. It gets to a point where somebody blows it up and then they get the state to intervene. So somebody is in jail, or maybe there's an incident where somebody gets hurt by the police. You see what I'm saying? So these things is that we know as black people, we have this white state in between us that we can use to bicker between ourselves or use it as a power over each other. And knowingly or unknowingly, this happens all the time. So that's the first thing. And then I'll be real quick. And then the second thing is speaking to maybe what that brother was saying, whether you ladies know it or not, you have deference as of right now with the state. They are more willing to listen to you in your plight than they are to men for whatever reason. I'm not getting into the why what, but as of right now, prime example, and I can give you an example. There's a guy I know right now that has had his house raided and had everything that his guns taken and everything, all because of a jealous ex-girlfriend. They've passed these red flag laws. So if a jolted lover can just say unsubstantiated claim like, oh, he hit me or he did this and he threatened me, and before you know it, they're in all their ninja gear with guns ready to kill a man. Okay. And I'm not saying men can't use the state to their advantage to lie and win, but I'm just using that as an example. And many others, another example, there's more societal help when it comes to shelters. Like domestic violence shelters, single women with children shelters, hotels, everything that caters to women that need help. A lot of men, they don't get none of that help. And I can tell you from experience. So what I'm saying is, as of right now, you can use the state to your advantage. And just because of that, it's say if you understand that you don't want to be in America, you can take some of that stuff to the continent with you and not realize it. And one thing about me, I used to have a lot of and I'll be really real quick and I'll shut up, but and I'm gonna go from my experience. Growing up, I grew up around a lot of Black women. I didn't have a father around. Most of the people around were women, you know, that kind of Black American lifestyle. And I was always ridiculed for my voice. I was physically abused by Black women in my family for years until I was in group homes, did all that stuff. And so it took me a lot of, and plus on top of that, all other races of females recognized I was a nice kid because I didn't do the Pookie and Ray Ray shit as a kid. I stayed away from that. I was in the corner reading books at the age of 10, you know what I'm saying? Like novels and stuff to escape my, you know, horrible reality in my Black family. So that colored me. So those other races of girls, while my own women were degrading me and making me feel like a subhuman, whites, Hispanics were coming to me and saying, "You're cute, you're nice," you know, all this other stuff, even though they wouldn't, you know, have sex with me or nothing, but they recognized I was a nice kid. But while you see what I'm saying? So there's Black men, that story is very familiar with a lot of Black men, whether they say it or not, where they've been. And then think about it, I know women have that same exact story. So I'm not trying to say, you know, my plight is worse, but what I'm saying is that warped my mind to where I didn't want to have nothing to do with Black women. I thought they were all my enemy, whatever. But then it took Black women being nice to me actually understanding, getting therapy, understanding like, no, not every Black woman is your enemy, even though there's things like statistics and all that we can look at. But by and large, I cannot, it is not fair and it is not right for me, just because of my relationship with my mother or other Black women, to say, hey, Tanzan or Zula or DEI or, you know, whatever, you know, you're a Dusty, you're this, you're that, you know, just without even knowing you. And unfortunately, we carry that with us as Black Americans, and we hurt each other with that. So it's something, and it's something, and it took me years to get rid of that. Now I can't wait to get to the continent to, you know, mingle with my people. If I find a wife out there, cool, but that's my intention. I'm doing it with an intention, but I'm not going over there thinking anybody's my enemy. I'm not going there thinking Black American women are my enemy. I just understand that I want a better way of life, and I think I'm going to find that in Africa. But as of right now, I understand who I am. I know what I want. And I know at the end of the day, I will do anything to help my fellow Black people, but I have to be able to tell the truth to my people too, and be like, hey, because I've had people check me too, where I'm all like, yeah, I'm going to the continent, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, what about this? Have you thought about this? And I had to be honest, like, wow, I didn't think about that. Or some idea. So it's just like, we have to go through this journey before we actually go to the continent thinking that's going to solve our problems. And I'll leave with that.
I understand what you're saying. I think you made a lot of good points.
And one last thing. I don't want you to get mad at the brother, because and I'll just say from my experience, unfortunately, and I'm not saying this to you, so this is, don't personalize this towards you, but it's just, I have to tell this to a lot of our sisters. Criticism is not bashing, because in America, so it's just like I'm trying to tell you, like, you definitely have difference to say. And I'm not saying you're willing to use that power, or you have, but this is nationwide, especially in a lot of very, very democratic or liberal cities, even more so. You have to remember, our communities are run by our women. It's not run by men. And plus, a lot of our women don't want male leadership. You see what I'm saying? So and I'm not saying that's the root. At the end of the day, it's men that have to take charge. So my protest to all this men, women, anti-Black man, women dynamic, I'm just going to go to Africa. I'm trying my best to be a traditional man and raise a family. Like, I don't have any kids out of wedlock. I don't have any criminal records. I don't have any of that stuff. So I'm going there with a clean slate. So when I go there, I'm going to have a wife, a child, and myself, and just start from there. If you're a Black American, that's why I applaud you wanting to go to the continent and get married. I I want you to do that, but just make sure you've gone through the steps, and that's it. And that's how we heal. Just do the fundamentals and we heal. And it's just like a tree growing, and that's all we got to do. We don't have to overcomplicate it or all this. Oh, we got to buy the block and save the hood. The hood don't want to be saved. Saved. All of us on this panel went to a big city and wanted to do some good, and within 5 years, half of us will probably be dead by our own people. And you know that's the truth. You know, so it's just like people, sensible people like me and you, we recognize there's a whole continent of people like us where we can do things there. We have opportunities there, and it can have a worldwide effect when it comes to the global African. So,
yeah, I honestly feel like people in the U.S. are kind of a lost cause. So, and I didn't know you can take some of your rights with you. Like, I knew women have more rights when it comes to like children and the family and stuff like that. So I know that the US is with women, and I don't like it because I see how it affects men. But I did not know you could take it with you overseas. That's crazy.
yeah, that's why, and that's why, like, Africans warn us, don't take your freaking Black American attitude, your Pookie and Ray. That's why, like me, I'm more than ready to check men that are on some, I just want to go sow my royal oats on the continent. Like, dude, you can stay over here in America. We got all the hookers you need. They do not need that there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's why when dudes are like, oh, I'm about to get all these chocolate sisters, you got all the chocolate sisters in America you want that want to just bust it wide open for you. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to send busted wide open culture over to Africa. They got enough stuff they're trying to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's just like we need to do our best to keep these freaking people, these attractors out of there. Because at the end of the day, we have to, like, when I get to the continent, I'm connecting with every Black American I see so we can actually make a community. So when bad actors come in, we can shun them and make everybody, the Africans will know, everybody will know. In America, we do not do that. We say, oh, Black unity, we need to get together, and they'll get together, and but they'll let in everybody and their mama, and it'll get blown up, you know. And we need to make sure we're doing that. We have a set standard. That's why, like, and forgive me for saying this, but there's the passport bros. Everybody's been talking about them last couple of months or whatever. But there's actually a class of passport bros that actually go to Africa or they go to Asia, but they're saying this is the 10 steps that you cannot do. You can't claim passport bro and not do these 10 things, or, you know what I'm saying? So people are setting standards on conduct of Black men when they're going overseas. So if I'm going to claim passport bro, there's certain things I have to adhere to before I can even claim that. So we can keep out these bad actors. So some idiot buffoon can't go to Africa or Asia with passport bro on his hashtag and act like a buffoon, and then they're gonna, oh, that's all passport. No, like because prime example, there's already been an example of a passport quote bro being called out by his own group, where he went to, I think, Thailand or some shit. Typical Pookie fashion, didn't have much money.
Roasting, having another only roast session.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, and so pretty much he was shunned, vilified, and so people know, like, that's not like, if you going overseas, you know, you have to have money. That's just like first thing. So if you go over there, like bad things happen, but if you're just like don't have any savings and your wallets get lost and you can't get home, you're Pookie, okay? Because, you know what I'm saying, like, we have help. I have we have savings accounts, so there's ways you can get your stuff, you know, and get back. So what I'm saying is we need to start setting standards. So if we have this Black American diaspora group, huh?
You got ripped off.
Yeah, okay, I read that. Well, you got ripped off doesn't like me because he gets mad when I don't demonize white people enough and all that. So he's one of those folks where I don't go in on white people enough for him.
Today, everybody, you know, is off on the wrong path. But continue.
Oh yeah, and that's pretty much it. I forgot the last thing I was gonna say, but that's pretty much it. It's just like, oh yeah, we just need to start setting these standards. So when I go to the continent and people like Brandon and Dinus, like, they're building huge communities. They're bringing in Black Americans for the right reasons to come to the continent for investment, connection, family, just to build. They're coming for the right reasons. So we need to make sure, and people set standards, because, you know, you can't just join these groups and do whatever you want. So Just like we saw the controversy with the Ghanaian authorities demolishing that that resort, the controversy from that, we need to make sure we are on code over there, so we don't have Black Americans reading misinformation and just say, see, they stealing from us, they doing, you know what I'm saying? We need to like put a stop to this shit, because we need to get on a more on the same page. So that's what I'm saying is, like, when we go over there, we need to get with each other, but also say to each other, these are the standards. And once we do that, we won't have a lot of these problems, and we'll have a better reputation for it.
Yeah, I agree. Lack of standard.
All right, well said. You got the first degree, now you're getting the second one.
Yeah, like for me, I don't have a problem saying my age, but the thing is, I felt like Erzulie was probably gonna be like, "Oh, you're too old to really matter, or you're too young, you're naive and stuff." So that's why I was like, "I'm gonna just keep my age to myself,"
Oh,
because like
that's
he
a
just sounds
good
like
one.
he's
Too
angry
old
at
to
women,
matter,
like
too
rah rah
young
rah.
to have an opinion.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what I was gonna say.
Yeah, like a naive or too old to care, like you're past your prime and stuff like that.
No, I wasn't gonna say you was past your prime. What I was gonna say is there's an age. What I was gonna say is if you were older, I was gonna say you're programmed.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to really fight that to get that programming out of you. And if you're young,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, okay, it might be easier for you to deprogram yourself. Because the older you are, the more you get set in your ways. That's what I'm just saying.
What am I deprogramming from? Because like the only issue I have is that I dislike most men, and I'm trying to work through that.
Why
Because
do you dislike most men?
because of the men in my family and that I've been around,
That's
they're
programmed. You
they
were
don't.
programmed. That's what.
Yeah, I'm trying to change that, but I just don't. I'm rarely around decent men. Like I have a few guy friends, but it's a very few.
And I'm not saying that and I'm not. All I was trying to say is this: is that from the age of 0 to the age we are at, wherever we at, we were programmed. It could be a good programming for the society. It could be a bad programming. Either way, we're programmed. I'm saying, like Mama just said, the American culture is a very not so on the surface. It's not a even on the surface, under the first surface is a very problematic culture. So
Mm-hmm.
if you leave America and you go, let's say, to the Caribbean, depends on the age you are. When you get down there, it'll be easier for you to convert. It might not be easy for you to convert.
I think I'll be fine. I mean, I'm
Okay.
27.
So
I really think that I'll be fine because like I was raised with the Bible, and I have a certain viewpoint, so I don't see things like women first, or I'm willing to follow a man if he's a good man.
see, this is what you just said. See, this is you said if he's a good man. How do you
If
get to
he's a
say
good man, yeah, because
who tells me he's a good
there's
man?
men. Okay, so see, this is the thing. There's men like my father that are full of narcissism. They're selfish, etc. Like they'll have the woman do everything, and they won't be providing anything.
Can I
So
see
that's where I'm at. Like he needs to do his part, and therefore I will do my part and be how do you say it, submissive. And I don't mean that in a negative way,
well,
as some people may take it.
I'm not taking on something different, but even when you're talking, you said you have issues with your father. You got to get that fixed first, sis. So until you get that
I'm
fixed,
working on it, but I don't think it's ever gonna be fixed because I've tried to talk to him. Like all I can do is tell
no,
him
not
what
fix
he's
it
done
with him.
wrong,
Not fix it with
be
him.
forgiving and move on.
Not fix it with him if he doesn't want to fix it. I'm just trying to fix it within yourself to realize that that's not.
Of course. I'm working on it. I really am.
And I'm not saying.
Wow. Ezuli just say something deep and very, very salient and to the point. You shouldn't have to, you don't need, or you might, but you don't need to fix it with the person. You just need to fix it within yourself. That's a big thing, because sometimes a lot of people, they want closure. They want, to go and confront the bully and get their way with them, like in the movies. Like, we didn't even get to what I was working towards. You people just like to distract me. But anyway, in the movies, they have this setup, not just in the love stories, but also in the revenge stories where, someone does you wrong and you go out there and you enact this vengeance on them and then you feel good afterwards. But most of the time in real life, you don't really get that cathartic moment. You really just go through life just being, carrying it in within you and hoping that somebody is going to say the right words to make it all better. And then when they don't, you just keep holding it in and on. So, yeah.
It's like, I don't know if you know,
He's
but
not gonna say the right words. He never will, and I don't expect an apology from him. I just want to have, get to a point where I have peace within myself. I just don't know how to go about that. So all I do is pray and read my Bible.
First thing, what you need to do is you might need some therapy.
I am going to therapy already.
That's the number one thing.
That's the thing. I just haven't gotten to speak with the therapist about this particular situation, because every time I've spoken to a therapist about my father, what happens is they're like, "Oh, go and talk to him and do this," and I'm like, "Bruh, that does not work. Give me a different solution."
But the thing is, if you don't, you have to get. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know, because sometimes there's a quote that said it's easier to fix a child. It's easier to raise a great child than to fix an adult. So it's a ongoing struggle that people have with their parents, and I'm not parents be doing some effed up shit, maybe knowingly and unknowingly. Your dad probably went to his own stuff that he hasn't confronted yet. I don't know, I don't know how you go and talk to him. If you come to talk to your dad with the masculine energy, he's gonna give you masculine energy. So I don't know how you're talking to your dad, whether he's wrong or right.
Nah, I'm not aggressive.
So at the end of the day, what I was trying to say is that we all are programmed, no matter how we want to fight it. And this is what I was gonna say. If we know Liberia was a country that was founded by Black Americans. When they went to the continent, go do the research what happened to Liberia. So I'm just saying that we have a lot of trauma. We are programmed. If you don't fix that, you're gonna carry on whatever your trauma is that you have. And a lot of us women, and when I say women are state property, and then they are state property because women are meant to be impressed upon, meaning that as a husband, you carry on my ideologies to my children. That's why they say feed a man, feed one person. Teach a woman, teach a man, you teach one person. Teach a woman, you teach a lot. Because the woman, whatever you put in her brain, she's gonna take that and carry that on to the children. So that's why you have to have a righteous brother, because when the righteous brother teach you the righteous way, you're gonna raise the kid righteously. So when I say women are state property, I know a lot of people get mad or whatever, because the state has already imprinted what they want in you. And in order for you to, you have to really fight hard with yourself. And men too. A lot of men have been programmed. It's just like when we go to the music, Biggie, he was programmed to think big cars, having sex, selling drugs is the thing. As long as I got money, I'm a respected man. So the society the way the young, this is why I don't like, a lot of people want to say, oh, these young kids ain't shit today. Why they ain't shit? Who raised them? Y'all raised them. Oh, I'm gonna use rap. Oh, the rap of today's garbage. The rap of today's garbage. The rappers today's garbage. Where did they learn that from? Because I could go back to some songs in my days that I was questionable. DMX had a song that said, if your daughter is less than 15, I'm gonna rape her right in front of you. What?
What?
And now we want to be.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Now we want to.
Whoa! See, this is why it's good I didn't know what they were singing about, because what?
No, I'm talking about DMX. DMX is one of my favorite rappers, but there's a song where he talks about, oh, if you have a daughter older than 15, I'm a raper. And then we wonder where these new kids are coming with those stupid songs that they have. Because the rappers prior were also indulging in that. This girl had a song called My Neck. my bad. Lick my and my crack. Now we want to be mad at Doja Cat for rapping about sexually explicit song? Little Kim was doing that. So
And
and
that's what I was talking about earlier when I said we have created a subculture in our communities. We have allowed the derelicts and the degenerates to speak for us. We sat back as good men and women while the idiots took over and literally spread like a germ in our community. And now it's spreading worldwide. It's the black woman and the black man's fault why our children are now screwed up in the head. It really is. Because just like what you said, Zuli, you teach a man, you teach one, you teach a woman, you teach many. Okay? And that's what I said before. Once the woman in any society has fallen, then your society has ceased to exist. Let me tell you something. I watch K-drama, right? K-drama with, the Koreans or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my God. They don't even allow their female actresses to kiss the male actors. That when you see them kiss, it is so uncomfortable. It's not even a kiss. Like, you're like, what? Because they want their women to have that purity image.
Sis, I don't know what kinds of dramas you've been watching, but there are some that they do a lot more than kiss.
Oh yes, some, but no, the K drama, like majority of K drama, they don't tongue each other down like Western culture, media, and whatever.
Yeah, no, it's like a little peck.
Not even. All right. So it's like they believe in that. I mean, it's changing to a certain extent now. That's what I said. It's like,
oh wow,
that whole subculture is going all over the place, just contaminated, just spreading like a parasite.
I guess they have that Western influence now, from what I'm noticing.
That's exactly what it is. But once in any society, once the women is tricked out, that's it. It's over. Why you think the Muslims hold on to their female so they smack a bitch real quick? What you said? Stay in your place. No, it's true. Why not?
But
Yeah, noted.
And before you continue, let me just say this about why I chose Biggie. It's not just because of the hypnosis, but that whole song is it's not the lyrics. The lyrics are pretty blunt. I mean, probably he did better work in his other lyrics, but I was never a fan of Biggie. I was more of a Tupac fan. But California, you look, even Biggie was like coming back to Cali. So hey, Cali is where it is.
They're both from New York, though.
Who? What?
Tupac is from New York, though, too.
Tupac is from New York?
Yeah.
No, he's not.
No, whatever, but he's rapping East Coast.
No, he's rapping the West, but he was born in New York.
Oh, okay, but he was over here. So, but in any case, I always liked Tupac more than Biggie. I did, but that one song was quite a big hit everywhere. Like Biggie, can you see? And yeah. So the thing about hypnosis is not that it has to be deep. When you're looking at a clock just going back and forth, it's not a piece of writing. You're not thinking, profound thoughts. You're just looking at something going back and forth. Biggie, can't you see? And it rhymes. And then before you know it, you're hypnotized into it. And we didn't get to it, but there's a whole, Southern rap group called, Hypnotized Minds with, oh my God, there's everybody was in there. There was Juicy J. Well, there was 3-6 Mafia, but there was Slim Thug, I think Bun B, and I don't know if Pimp C, maybe they were connected, associated, but everybody was connected with them. And they're the only, maybe the first rap group to ever win one of those big prizes. And they had this whole thing, because you know what 3-6 Mafia stands for, right?
No, I can't remember.
Oh, it's 666, 36 Mafia. So 666. That was the original.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So 36
They
says
they were the first rock group to win an Oscar for something, and it was a trash movie, and it was a trash
It's
movie.
a trash song too.
everything trash, but that's why you have to look at the trash. You guys are trying to just look at the you know the best, or this weird, not weird, but this
We're
obscure.
not. Shenzhen, I'm trying to tell you that the
Mhm.
song that they won it for, the Oscar that they won it for, was for a trash movie. I'm not saying because it was trash, I didn't listen to it. I'm just saying that the it's just like Denzel Washington won his first Oscar playing a crooked cop. That
Yeah,
song.
but are you really telling
Oh,
me
I
that
remember that movie.
the first people to win a rap Oscar, whatever that award was 3-6 Mafia? Are they really
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
3-6 Mafia was the first hip hop group to win, or rap group to win an Oscar for, what was it? The music. What was the movie?
Pimp?
I
It's
think
It's
it's
kind
hard
of
out
for
here
a
for a
pimp.
pimp. Wasn't that it?
Oh my goodness.
Wasn't that the song?
Yeah, it's hard
Yeah,
out here
that was
for a
it.
pimp.
Okay,
Ugh.
but what that shows
Oh,
you
you're
is,
talking about Hustle and Flow. Hustle and
Yeah,
Flow.
Hustle and
yes,
Flow.
Yeah.
that's it. So that's the kind of things that is programmed, or is promoted out there for the listening public. They're not going to promote some technical, or artistic, or complex character. They're going to go somebody who wants to hypnotize your mind. So this whole Hypnotize Minds group, they just got to the meat of it, so to speak. They're like, we're here to hypnotize minds, and the whole repertoire was just this very stupid songs of very stupid but
Mhm.
catchy, stupid songs. And it was just there just to hypnotize you. And you couldn't, man, I didn't really get to it, but there's this Chrome. Chrome was one of the artists who was signed on to Hypnotize Minds, and one of his songs, like, what you want to do, just one beat over and over again. It's like that Afro beats where it's just a standard beat over. One of the beats that reggaeton. Reggaeton, that thing will drive you mad. Like the same
Yes.
beat over and over, just different, slightly different, vocalizations. Like, I don't know how.
Yeah, it is. I used to listen to some. You talking about reggaeton in Spanish, right?
Oh my goodness gracious! Like, the first song is okay, the second one okay, the third one, by the 15th one, you're ready.
You don't like Daddy Yankee?
Oh, I was usually listening to like Annual AA or something like that.
Oh wow!
But it's like
So
it's
that
not
for
healthy
me
for
is
you.
what Afrobeats, piano, and all this music is for me. Just repetitive, hypnotic, just junk.
Afrobeat is gonna be
Yeah.
the same. Afrobeat is gonna be the same. So
yeah, Gasolina was fire.
It's gonna
Yes,
be the exact
indeed.
same.
Like I said, the first one, the second one, maybe the third one is okay. Gasoline, gas.
no. What are you talking about? Saying it's Dame Ma Gasolina. Stop butchering the people's name. What are you talking about? What?
That's funny.
Whoa, cannot win with this guy.
That's us English speakers here.
Yo, y'all know Rochi
we
RD?
consume BS.
He's
What do you
right.
consume?
And something else he said, I think I agreed with. He said we need to leave the US and marry somebody from the motherland. I agree with that too.
That said that.
Because we need to move back towards traditional roles.
Yo, sis, the people, boy, if you're gonna move, you better move there quick, because that culture is going over there quick. It's already in the Caribbean. It's already in Africa. So I don't know how deep you're gonna go in Africa to find that king.
I already have him.
Whatever.
I already have him.
All right, so you good. Make sure.
It's just about getting to him.
All right, make sure. Yeah. Before
Okay, I'll make sure.
That culture is already over there.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Well,
just
the
about
next-
getting your marital clause into him, and then you're good.
Yo, look at
And
what
then
you're saying,
getting those
yo.
babies out of
marital
you,
clause.
and
Yo,
then you're even better.
Look quiet, Tan.
What?
You just want to send her over there to tie down the or just put the marital
Oh
clause
my
in there.
God, you hear Erzuli? Erzuli,
Wow.
jeez
Yo, y'all
Louise.
just want to lock brothers down.
That's what y'all need. Y'all
I'm
need
not
to
trying
be
to lock
locked
him
in.
down. Like I'm trying to work with them. I'm trying to build with them.
Yeah, but you want to build
Hopefully-
something permanent, not something that can wash away in a couple of days.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Something healthy, good, permanent, like a brick
Yeah.
wall,
Yo,
or
the
stronger,
only
the
thing I would suggest to
ocean,
you,
whatever.
my only suggestion.
Mama's being an African here. Did he pay the bride price? Do you all have a bride price in the Caribbean?
No, we
No.
don't. We don't do
America.
that. That's African shit. But
Well, this one does.
Wow.
my question to you, before you go make that long trip over there, you should
Mhm.
have a man that you trust that in your life that's not trying to molest you, that's not trying to get with you, who's gonna tell you the absolute truth. Vet this person. Because you go over, oh, he's a king over there, and come back. Where he from? I hope he's not Nigerian. You know they scammers.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is, make sure you have
Erzuli, stop it.
No, for real. I'm not gonna let this.
No, I
go.
get what he said. He has a point because like
He
there
might
are
be,
a lot of
he might be
scammers.
nice now. You don't know what you get over there. You need to get that brother. No matter how good you think he is to you, have him.
But
Have a
how you
man
gonna
in your
say, I
life.
hope you're Nigerian? You know they scammers. Not all Nigerians
What about?
are scammers.
My boy's a
Well,
scammer.
what
He's
about
not doing
having
it.
him come to me?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You could have him. You could
Yeah,
have
but
him.
sometimes they be looking for the green card too. You feel me?
That's
So
what I'm
it's
trying
like,
to tell the
Yeah,
sister.
you're right about
You
that.
gotta be
so you
careful
gotta
with
just
that.
be easy. Make sure you know the, you know what I'm saying, his family and stuff like that. If he's introduced him to the family, that's a good sign, you
Mhm.
know, because
Yeah, he has.
Yo,
that's a good sign.
No, that don't mean
Yo,
nothing.
sis, that's not a
Sweetie,
good sign. The
that's
family.
not right. It's
I'm saying
not. That don't mean.
I'm saying that's a step in the right direction though.
No,
Because
it's not. The
No,
family
it's
can be in
some dudes
on
they be
it.
having a whole family, like they
Oh,
family,
look,
they
this
don't
look.
even let them meet their
This
Okay,
mother or anything like that.
look. This
And
will
if you don't
solve
meet
the
an African
issue.
man's family, like their mother, their father, and stuff like that, then you're not really official, bro. Honestly, like you're not really
no. Let
all
me
I'm
official.
tell you
saying is,
something.
Really,
I
I'm
have.
more concerned about him meeting my family. That's what I want to happen.
Well, okay. Let me tell you something. I have brothers, and and the youngest one. Even the other day, my mother was like, "Listen, don't bring no more umaninia." Every Sunday, he's bringing a new chick. Oh, it's my mom's, my family, my
My
sister.
little brother be doing that too. I'm not even gonna hold you.
My
That
mother's
is
like,
just.
"Don't bring
Yo,
no
Mm-mm.
more."
Yana. One time, my little brother, right? Cause he be bringing chicks all the time, bro. One time he brought this chick over, and then she just went in the kitchen and started opening the refrigerator. We just looking at her like, what the
Oh
What?
my goodness!
like
Like
what?
she at
Yo, bro,
home or something.
we didn't stop clowning him.
Wait.
Like we
Who's
don't.
saying that right now? Because that sounds too familiar.
I don't
What's up,
know.
Samia?
Well, who said something about the girl going in the fridge?
Oh, this is me. This is John Zola.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. Okay, but look, oh my goodness, I just wrote a whole thing and then I accidentally deleted it at Mau Mau. Look, I thought, you know, when he asked, like, he said, oh, did he pay the bride price, right? Because I thought he was being serious, like, yes, yes, it's important to pay the bride, and then now he's just making fun.
Yeah, that's for real.
So he was actually trolling. I thought he was
Wow.
serious.
Yeah, me too. Because I really answered. I was like, yeah,
Because
he's basically going to.
yeah, because that's you. He has to. I can't imagine somebody not paying the bride price. Like, why would like? Whoa, you guys are crazy. Of course, he has to pay the bride price. Of course, he has
Look what
to.
Boana brought. What in the chat? Y'all gonna leave my tan alone, okay?
Cow meth. What is cow meth? Oh my, I don't even know.
What is that?
I don't even
What
know
is cow
what that is.
meth? What's cow meth?
No, I do not know.
Because I live around white people. If there's any type of special meth, I'd already know about it because it'd be out
Oh,
here.
please do not say
I know,
such
right?
Yeah, I never heard that one.
He's trolling. No, but
He
sis,
says
if
that
you
he's
really
not trolling, but I thought she was serious about the bride price because African women are serious about that. Like everything we've given up, but we have not given up the bride price. Like every single tribe has their own bride price. you have the Roshoshios. We have that's the whole negotiation thing. That's the fun part for the elders. Like, it's not even like the people who are getting married, they really don't care that much, honestly. But it's the old people who are coming together, the old versus old. Like, we're going to get our money, and then we're not going to pay them, all that money. Not money, obviously it was in terms of cows and things like that. But man, of course you have to pay the bride price. Woo, I don't know anything more than it's not bride price, you ignorant non-African. Look, it's the bride price. And it's not a price. This is just because we're speaking in English, but it's more of like a gift. And this is why English is so terrible. It was translated as a price. It was actually more of a bride gift, a gift to the parents of the bride. But continue.
It's a dowry.
Yeah, dowry. Price is so capitalistic, so commodified.
So what do the men get for the price? The woman?
You get a woman, a whole woman.
A whole woman.
Listen, okay, if you read the
a woman who don't cook, who don't clean, who don't do a goddamn thing.
Listen, what do you mean she doesn't do anything, Ezuli? Wow.
But you see, I don't like the bride price, because in some sort of way I kind of feel like they're saying the woman is a property and they're giving her as a property. I know it's not that, but when I hear that, that's kind of like how I was thinking. But for
that's why you gotta that's that Western conditioning. Like, look, I had the same thing. Like because I had like African men have kind of check me on my like pro female, like pro like simp mindset when it comes to women. They're like, don't go over there with that bullshit. Like, they're women. Like, you're a man, just act like a man. You don't have to grovel. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's true.
Mama,
and for the sister on the panel,
getting $100 for your
shut up, Julie, get out of here. But for the sister on the panel, you can just, how you gonna know that if he's wants to be with you and only you? Just be like, listen, I'm repatriating right here when we get married. I ain't going back to the States, and you're gonna stay with me.
Exactly.
We're gonna build right here. That's how you know he's gonna be real.
You're better off doing that, bro. This culture over here, this is going downhill.
Don't ever listen to Yana. Yana B is going to lead you to failure.
Oh my God.
Okay, what you want me to do, Erzuli?
Seriously.
Well, I told you already. Have a man that you trust in your life to vet this brother out. That's what you need to do. First of all, that's what you need to do.
Actually, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example, sister. You need a quote unquote lame Black American male like myself that you can listen to, and I'll tell you straight up what I see. Because one thing, and I'll just use this as an example, like me. Hold on 1 second. I'll use me as an example where a lot of my women in Black America think I'm a lame, think I'm a, I don't have swag or whatever, plus they see my hair, my hairline, how I talk. And so they're programmed not to like man like me. I'm a responsible man. I got, like, literally out of all the men, I can protect you because I have actually experienced doing that for many years. But if you listen to my voice or see how some of my mannerisms are, you're going to be like, oh, that dude can't protect me in a fight or whatever. So we've been programmed to not recognize things for what they are. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is get a quote unquote dude that you're not attracted to, and he's either got a girl and not attractive. Make sure he's not a black man that thinks with his dick. And he is right. You do need a platonic male friend that's going to give you the straight male, perspective, because men like to lie and they scam. So
exactly. And that's why I say, especially according to Azuli, if he's Nigerian, they them trickiest of tricksters. Listen, just out trick him. I'm gonna repatriate here. I'm gonna move here, and I'm gonna live with you forever and ever. Okay, baby.
Yep.
That's when you know he's gonna
see what he says.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the psychological warfare, honey. You gotta know how to deal with people.
That'll be interesting.
Do not listen to a woman, sister.
Will you calm down?
That's a good advice right there. That's a good advice.
Do not listen to her. Go speak to an elder who a man.
Yes, do all of that, of course.
No. Don't listen to you at all.
Shit. Azuli, you know what? He loves to give me problems because he loves me. I love you too, Azuli. Gives me and Tan all sorts of back talk when he knows that we control him. Come on now. You know.
Never.
Oh, is this true, Azuli? You
Hey,
just
I got a
stirring some
question.
undercover simp
I
in here? What's going on,
Hey,
Azuli?
Tanzan, I kind of have like a question I would like you to put to the rest of our great queens on the panel. Um, okay, so we talked about the imbalances we have between our relationships when it comes to black men and black women, and we want solutions to that. And some men suggest a solution. Not me. I'm not saying it's me, but they're saying that maybe things like voting and stuff like that, maybe that needs to be curtailed a little bit to get people back in the
Voting?
traditional fold
Wait. Voting or voting?
of voting,
Voting.
VOTE.
Oh, okay. I thought like
Oh.
voting. Okay, voting. Going out
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the.
because the reasoning is like women get very, quote unquote emotional and passionate, so they can get blinded by that. So it's better if quote unquote men are still in charge to do those types of things. So do you think possibly that could be a solution to bring things back into, like from like what gender roles, bring them back to like more normal levels?
Mm. Voting to bring people back into more general gender levels. No, that's not going to work. Okay, let's say you are those men who were against, let's say, abortion. Let's say white men. You remember how they passed it? It wasn't, voted. It wasn't, poll was not taken. It was simply, done, and it was done. So voting doesn't really do anything. And if the South had to vote about whether to let the Negroes run free, I bet you they would not have voted, whichever one, let the Negroes run free. So voting sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes you just have to go in, heavy handed and say, look, this thing is so bad that we do not trust the people to make the right decision. And we're just going to do it. And people have done it before. So you can do it to your own people, or, you can do it to other people. But when you decide to do it with your own people, you just have to make them understand that we're doing it for your own good. You might not like it, but that's how it is. That's, the rationale of the Taliban and so on and so forth. Right or not, that's how they say it. We're doing it because we understand that there's a larger threat, and you simpletons, you might not get the full picture. That's one way.
Well, Tanzan, and thank you for saying it just like that. But and this is what some logic men will use. Well, since we want more there to be more black people, and we don't like abortion, we don't like black babies being aborted, and 90% of our women want babies to be aborted. So, in order to help women understand there's consequences for them having babies, then we need to remove that outlet for you to escape your consequences, i.e., we got to stop you from voting to kill your children. Do you, what do you think about that?
No, that's not true. And I wasn't even particularly, I was just using that case study as an analogy. What I was saying was this, more importantly, that if you perceive the bigger threat to be greater than the more internal protection that you have to give people, their comfort, when you realize that the threat is bigger than their comforts, then sometimes you have to take the, the more extreme view. So if you figure that if you do not protect your offspring, then you're going to face extermination, then you'd either give positive incentives for people to to give birth to offsprings, or you give negative punishments for it. And Philip Lindsay, if he's there, he knows about the Handmaid's Tale and so on and so forth. So when you realize that your population is declining, you have to do something drastic, whether or not people or the women want it. So the same thing with with black people. If you realize that the problem is so dire that something extreme has to be done, then both sides have to do that extreme solution. And for me, With the women, it has to be that no, you're not having children before you're not having sex before you have marriage, and that will sort of weed out the non-serious people, because marriage is still a serious business. It's still, legal things and all that stuff. So if the women say that, then the problem of single mothers is instantly, eradicated. There's no more single women. There might be, divorced women, but that's another thing. But now you get into child custody and all that stuff. But the first thing that people have always said on both sides is, oh, the single women. I'm assuming it's a single unwed women, or never wed women, the women who simply have children willy-nilly, with the first willy that comes.
But you see, Tan, what you're saying is, a lot of people, especially nowadays, they would look at that as, oh, that's outdated and whatever. But that was something that was actually fruitful back in the days for many, many centuries. Women were, like what I said, pure virgins, and they understood that you keep the women in a certain image, a certain light, because she will be the future. She's the one who are teaching the children. She's the one who's incubating the children, and then it goes to nurturing and teaching and whatever. So it actually worked, because if you look at then and you look at now, what you're saying, Tan, it actually worked, but women and a lot of men nowadays, they're good luck enforcing that, for sure. It's not going to be something that's going to be.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, Yana and Tan and everybody, you can't enforce that if all the programming that they watch on TV, TikTok, Instagram is talking about sex, 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 show your booty,
Right.
drink alcohol, get a BMW, and fuck girls left and right. You can't do that.
Right.
You have to control your image. Propaganda is the biggest way to make people change their mind without enforcing it with a gun.
Right.
So until you get your own media system, your own music, your own record label that you control, your own studio that you control, distribute your own movie, you won't be able to change that, because there's too much. They start early. Little kids, little girls, little boys have a phone at 6 years old.
But then
4,
again,
5 years old.
who is to blame for that?
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is, if we were controlling our own media, there would be no problem with that, because we could program them with our own programming.
Yes, I understand that, but you have to understand also, it starts in the home. Accountability.
The parents are messed up in their head because the parents were.
No, but still, it starts in the home. Just like
he go back in circles. This is why this whole realism does not work. You have to have an idealistic vision and then work towards it. I have just stated mine, and mine might be, maybe very extreme and strict and so on. Like, woof, how dare you try? Oh, good luck enforcing that. Yes, you would need force and punishment and so on and so forth and so on. But nobody has, nobody has made any attempts to say that no, it's not good for this reason or that reason. It's a very simple thing. You cannot have children if you're not married. It's very simple. And there's all kinds of rules on society. Oh, you cannot go to the gym if you haven't paid your membership. Okay, fine, that's a simple one. But there's all kinds of rules that society puts. All this quick helplessness that suddenly people have when it comes to that. It's just that people don't want it. It's just people don't want it.
Why
But
do you have that in your ear? Why are you going to sleep?
What?
Sorry, I'm talking to my nephew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so just imagining it is the first step. Having the the clear view of this is what needs to happen. It's not that somebody is going to enforce it. We are allowed to imagine our own utopia. People imagine dystopias, utopias, futuristic, past, all of these things. People fantasize about this all the time, and more importantly, they make it happen. But the first thing is that you have to imagine it in your own head. This is what you want, and then you create a society around it. So yeah, that for me would be a simple way to start. If you could organize your society around the rule that you cannot have children before you have married. Look, the crazy thing that people say, oh, you cannot legislate what people's choices are, right? A whole country of more than 1 billion people told people that you cannot have more than one child. We do not care how you do it, what you do. One child, that's it. Your seed
Yep.
is going to produce only one offspring, no matter how many times you go.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's true.
that's what they said, and they made it happen. So but they imagine it. They said, look, the future is more important than your needs to go doing 1, 2, and 3. This is what we want. This is what we're going to do, and this is how it's going to happen. So yeah.
Bawana said you're a Kenyan
Oh
dictator.
man.
I know Buana is not talking while he was telling Kaizo to come and go take over the
Get
whole
him,
Africa,
Azuli. Get him.
take over Africa, and then coming to take over the. Buana, be quiet. Go drink something.
Yep.
Buana, I sent you an email. Check it.
Yeah, that was a good one. So yeah, it's just that people, just want to limit their imagination, and they just want, oh, it can't be done, or that's too much. You can't ask people to do this. Hey, there are things that have been done to people that, oh, you can't ask people to do 1, 2, 3. The things that are being done to you right now without your consent. Like, man, yeah. So
Yeah, this will be something, a good change.
yes.
Yeah, you don't realize it until further down the line.
Yeah. Look, I didn't say anything. I'm just saying. That's all I said. It's not extreme, and even on that level, the whole, you guys were talking about the whole Sanga debate thing. That's how she felt, and that's what she did.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Thank you,
Hey,
sis. Thank
too
you.
many of these people running around all over the place. No, you guys need to zip it up.
Oh man.
I'm so tired. Oh my God, I'm so tired of it. Like, for real. I love my men, but come on, y'all. Get it together. For real. And my ladies, too. Get it together. That includes myself. So, not
Oh
leaving
yeah,
myself out.
and you're right. Like that's why I did the work to kind of work on myself instead of blaming. Because I was one of those dudes. I was just like, well, if the women did this, and if the women did that, and if the and it's just like, well, you have a part to play in the dysfunction too.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, it's just I see other people and I see what works. I see other black men that have their families, and I kind of follow behind. Hell, Brandon, Pan Africanism Strikes Back, he's younger than me. And I don't quote unquote look up to him, but the things he says, if I'm a man of truth, I have to adhere to that. I have to listen. I have to stand out of the way. Because another thing too with black folks, they want to claim elder status, or I'm older, or since I have more experience, that means therefore I am smarter. And it's like, no, if somebody else is younger and they know what they're saying and they're getting tangible results, just step the hell aside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Exactly. I agree. A lot of them old heads need to just go sit their ass in a damn chair somewhere and have somebody just kick them down the hill, like for real. They need to stop. They
That got
really do.
violent quick.
They need to stop, like seriously. And I watch Brandon's channel too, and I agree with 99% of what Brandon says. 100% agree. And it is very true. It's too much non-accountability in our community. It's far too many. Far too many victimhood mentality in our community. Far too many of us are just holding on to this disgusting ass subculture that we have in the black community. It's fucking filthy.
Yeah, it's
Excuse me
definitely in them
again.
old heads.
Yes, they're holding on
They
to it
nasty as
too.
hell. The men are.
That
Well, can I?
yes.
I'll give you this as an example. The old heads today that are like running around talking about white supremacy, we got no power, whatever. Like those folks, or the pro wax and stuff. In the '90s, when
Mhm.
we were kids, going through all that dysfunction, what were they doing? They was going out smoking weed. They'll punch a white person on the weekend downtown, yell about this, systematic this, whatever. But they didn't. They refused to build anything. A lot of them had children out of wedlock.
That's what I was
And
just
all
about
these
to say.
other stuff, and then they want to come back 10, 15, 20 years later after they destroyed, they left their community in destruction. Then they want to come and tell us we need to unify and do this and do that, and
Mhm.
unfortunately a lot of black people listen folks like this.
No, absolutely not. They're also a plague in the community. A lot of old people, black people, they're just set in their ways. They don't want to hear anything. They don't want to listen, but they want us to listen. It's like you living at home with your man or with your kids, and you want them to listen to you, but you're not listening to them. Communication is the key to everything. Not because you're older mean that you're wise. That don't mean nothing. It just means that you're old. That's it. Show me a blazing bridge that I can cross over that you fucking built. If you can't show it to me, all I'm giving you is bare minimum human respect. That's it. I'm not giving you nothing else. If you can't show me a bridge that you blazed over, that you built yourself, if you're a particular age, you could get up out my face.
My thing is, I have respect for them until they start speaking about stuff that they don't experience and never have.
No, no, not even. Not even. No, I'm not giving that
Cause
to
like
you.
I
I
try
give
to be
you
Oh yeah.
respectful of my elders,
I give you
but
bare
I'm like,
minimum. Bare
Oh no, these
minimum.
are these are the black folks that got called
Bare
the N
minimum.
word, and they try to act like it was the same equivalent to a black person living in 1920. That's the
No.
shit
they
I'm
acting
tired of.
like the N word though. They acting
No,
like
no,
the
I know,
N
I get
word,
it. No,
and
no,
people are.
I get it. But they'll take an example of a white person that's being racist towards them and try to equate
Mhm.
that to 1920s racism. You know what I'm saying? And it's just
Oh,
nothing. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of black people like to. That's why they like to trauma bond and inundate, put that imprint, that emotional imprint on you when it comes to white racism, because they can fool you into thinking what they experience is the same level when it was literally nothing of the sort, and it shields them from their stupid ass behavior if there was any.
Wow,
hmm.
wow. You guys have a lot of resentment towards your parents and grandparents.
It's not
I
even that.
mean, I'm kind of halfway.
It's not even that, Tan. It's no, let me tell you something, sis. Let me tell you something. And I tell my friends this all the time. And I'm gonna share something with y'all that I tell people all the time. And they give me a little pushback, but I don't give two shits. So I let them know. From what I see, this is purely anecdotal. Okay? A lot of the older generation have done us wrong. You understand me? A lot of them have done us wrong. Too many of them. How many of us as women up here on this panel can say our mothers sat us down and talked to us about sex, talk to us about our cycle, talk to us about men, how to keep your man, okay? How to behave yourself as a woman, how to carry
Meh.
yourself as a. How many of us can say that? How
All I
many of
got was
us?
a book.
And that's what I'm saying. How
Oh,
many
can
of
I
us?
add to that, sister? And also, and it's not Tanzan. It's definitely not resentment. I mean, some people can internalize that type of resentment, but I've gone past that. I realize is that we have to go in truth and realize what happened to us, because if we don't go back and re-examine, we're not gonna be able to go forward. So, and it's not looking for blame to heap around, but like they're explaining, like there were fundamental things that the people that were supposed to be looking out for us to prepare us for society, they didn't do that.
No,
And
they did
so
not.
there's bad outcomes. And instead of us just saying like, oh, our elders failed us, we break that cycle, do what we individually can to break that cycle and realize what happened, so we don't pass that on to our children. Like financial illiteracy was passed on to me. It took me till I was damn near 30 to start making better financial decisions, and just things of that. And it could be from of a sexual nature. There's all these different fundamental things that we missed out on. We have to heal from them. But yes, going in resentment is only gonna, hurt you.
It's not even a resentment thing at all. It's just an accountability thing. That's all it is. And I could understand, okay, your mother's mother or whatever didn't teach you that or whatever, but there's no excuse. Okay. And like what I said, this is from an anecdotal point of view. A lot of our mothers and our fathers and our grandmothers they did not do a lot of the essential things when it comes to teaching us how to present ourselves in society. A lot of them, too many of them, did not do that.
and
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 it's
people and also people who did not, sorry, sir, not to cut you off, but people who did, they bore good fruit, because we see examples of good black folks,
exactly,
good black families. We see them, even though we don't like to
exactly.
promote them, but they're out there. So we see good fruits of black people's labor. So that's what we're pretty much saying.
Thank you. 100% agree. It's no disrespect. It's
Those
no,
were those
no
those were special choices of words that you were that you're just saying. I'm 53, right? And what you were saying, that those were our voices when we were 20, when we were 18, when we were 23. That's how we sounded back in the 80s, back in the 90s. So and I'm a second generation, or I'm not born here in the Netherlands, but I'm second generation immigrant. And what I saw my parents do was bringing us here and giving us to the Netherlands streets, and expecting engineers and lawyers back,
facts, Jose.
right? And I'm sorry, but I cannot blame them. My parents were the poorest of the poor in the Cape Verde Islands, and they made, in their eyes, they made a great leap. And yeah, I can't say that I appreciate them for that, because yeah, I produced the very first Cape Verdean rap production, and the theme was, look what you did. And we spoke. It was a letter to our parents, right? So we explain how we yeah, there's a song in it, it has the same theme as ice, what's it, Ice Tea. You played yourself, right? So we picture three scenarios of their children failing in the Netherlands streets, right? And there's also a song that we speak about our differences, like the Cape Verde Islands has a drinking culture, and so we tell them, you drink and we smoke, and you go to church, and we hang out at the corner of the street, right? So you sound like my generation, right? And when I look at the generation before me, it's more, I feel more pity than than the sounds that you make, now that I'm aging, I feel more pity than that I'm disappointed or angry, right? So let it age, let it age, and you will appreciate the floor, the pavement that your parents laid for you.
That's 100%, Jose. I can agree with you to a certain extent with that, but that's for the parents who have put in work. There are far too many parents that have not put in work. Okay?
I have
There are
one
far
that
too
did.
many parents who did us a disservice, who has done a disservice to their children. Far too many. I don't know how it is where you are in the Netherlands, but here in America, it's a shit show.
It's the same it's the
Um,
same drama, but I expect that when
hey,
you are
hey,
at my
Jose.
age, that you will look
Hey,
at a different way at it.
hey,
Yes.
Jose. One thing I say, like, I feel you on that. Like, my biggest thing is, can you break that cycle? That's the most like outcomes at everything we're talking about. We want better outcomes. That's literally what we're talking about. And so, as long as those undesired outcomes aren't like me, I'm not gonna. I'm not. What? What? Hello?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I heard something too, but it wasn't me.
Oh, okay, cool. Like I'm saying, like we're trying to make better outcomes. So, like, yeah, you used to run the streets and you did a couple things in your youth, but did you break that cycle? Do you have a good outcome for you and your kids as of right now, Jose?
Nah, I'm a special case. Recently, relatively recently, I discovered that I am the narcissistic supply of my mother. Since then, before then, everything I did was try to impress her. So I have a rich career. I'm a sound engineer. I'm a videographer, and I have a ICT background. Um, and what I said, was is at cultural level, I have also
Mm-hmm.
delivered to my nation, so to speak. So you could say, yeah, that sounds rich, that sounds successful, but I've lost who I am since I know that it's useless to try to impress my mother. But I'm a special case. There's the personality disorder is rampant in our African diaspora, but still, it are special cases. So that's another thing that we have to take in account, is that a lot of our, especially the generation before me, were tricked by the American dream, right? Else they would never come to their colonizers.
Yeah. Well, I mean that tricked everybody, even Americans. So,
Hmm.
but I feel you. But it's just like overall, my biggest point, and somebody can check me if I'm wrong. It's like, look, at the end of the day, if you don't repeat the same mistakes that your parents did, or the path that was kind of like unknowingly laid in front of you, and you were able to overcome that, that's a success in and of itself. Every
Well,
time there's a kid like myself that came from the Black American streets, where we didn't have a mother, no father, we're kind of like feral children, for lack of a better term. And me, I don't have children out of wedlock. I am not successful, i.e., like a businessman, but like I stay out of trouble. I have savings. I'm not like a leech on society. People don't have. I don't have to depend on people for me to live my life. So I think that's a success, and I'm trying to get bigger. But you get what I'm saying. As long as we can have more outcomes like that, I think that's what we want. And obviously, don't go too heavy on the criticism, because obviously people make their own choices. So I can say all day my mama was a crackhead, but she didn't put crack in front of me and for me to smoke unless she actually did that. So that's something different.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, I feel you, and yes, we come from the same. One of the themes on the CD was that we are the generation that was left in the Dutch streets, wounded and forgotten. So yeah.
Hmm. No,
Yeah,
that's good. I need to. I'm glad you came with that perspective.
I see in the chat, Maui says people are not only repeating the cycles, but they are doing worse. They're doing worse because the parents are not setting up their children to pass. They're setting them up to fail. Like what I said, far too many, and this is anecdotal, far too many parents are doing a disservice to their children. They're not setting their children up to pass in life. They're not giving them the tools, the proper tools that's needed. I'm tired of seeing on my YouTube feed of a 12-year-old, 15-year-old in a black community that can't freaking read or write. Where's the
Yeah, but
mother? Where's the
look,
father?
it's all relative, you know. It depends on where you stand for what is success, you know. What is success? If us as African diaspora, if your son or your daughter serves in somebody else's army, is that successful? If your son or daughter is a politician in a Western country, is that successful? You know, it has a Pan African failed if his son is a Republican politician. You know.
The issue I
Well,
have
I
with
mean,
that, the issue
so
I
go
have
ahead,
with
sister.
that
Go,
is
go ahead.
that a lot of the, huh?
No, go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
The issue I have with that is that a lot of the time, because of the way our parents were raised and the way that they're not really raising us, is that we end up doing a lot of these things on our own. So we go and get these jobs and stuff like that on our own. And it's impressing them, but they didn't put in any effort towards us for us to get there. And that
Facts.
pisses me off.
Facts.
Can I
I
can
cannot
I
say that because the effort that my parents took was to immigrate. So
Hmm.
that one doesn't go for me. You know.
can
That's
I
good.
add can I add a little bit to what she said? I'll add actually two things. Um, one is that when it comes to like working for, like joining the white man's army and working in their political fields and working in, just white industries in general in the West, um, and this is for Black Americans. Before the civil rights era, Black Americans had our own economy. We had our own doctor's offices. We had our own infrastructure and everything. And we decided, or our ancestors, not ancestors, but our predecessors decided that the priority was we needed to have a milkshake and next to Becky and Brad. So instead of saying let's keep this laundromat business, or let's keep this restaurant, or let's keep these apartment buildings, or whatever, these little industries servicing each other as Black people, I'm going to make my Black child go to college and work for a white corporation. You see what I'm saying?
Trust
Or
me.
not make them, but not hold on, not make them, but it's just we there was an understanding at the time that it's more prestige, it's better to work for a Coca-Cola or a big university, but we didn't realize we were giving away our economic power, because the white man realized in the 50s and 60s that Black people actually have money. We're not these poor, broke, dusty people that they were saying we were for hundreds of years. And so we went from that and we transitioned. We wanted to integrate, and we're starting to kind of bear the fruits of that, And then the second thing, with our children, with what our sister was saying, our priorities in Black America, before we could talk about white supremacy, our priorities are out of whack. That's why this whole just pearly things, and I'm just using this as an example, how we love to get, oh my God, she said that about slavery. And at the end of the day, most Black boys in the state of California cannot read at a functional level. And you go to places where we gather, like Miami, we're shooting each other like there's no tomorrow, but we can only get mad at white racism. So what I'm saying, and then at the same time, I'm looking at this video somebody sent to me. I think my buddy from New York City, he lives out there. You got a line out of an arena filled with none but Black people in New York City to watch people battle rap and play the dozens and get on each other. But that same line will not form when it comes to Black children getting educated. Now we'll make that line to yell and scream at white people about how they're not educating our children. But as far as is us stepping up and educating our children, that line won't form. So that's what I'm saying. Like before we can keep talking about white supremacy, our priorities are out of whack, and we got to call that out. If we don't call that out, we're not going to go anywhere. So that's what I'm saying. Like people keep saying, like, "Oh, y'all hate each other. You hate yourself. You hate yourself." It's just like, no. Like we are our biggest problem right now. That's it. Like there's no other way I can look at that.
All right,
Agreed.
hold on 1 second, 1 second. Mau Mau just said, and I've been agreeing with Mau Mau this whole time because, firstly, as an African, the respect that you should have for your elders is paramount to, to society, because everything that you get, I can't remember somebody who said that, oh, they didn't do anything to help me get here. You are there because of your parents and your parents and your parents and so on. You're not here just from a spark, and you just got here by a goose delivering you. Everything that you have is because of your parents, not just your
Okay,
life.
Tanzan, can you tell
Uh-huh.
me about your parents?
Yeah, everybody's different, sweetie.
Yeah, not right now. I'm just saying in general right now. I'm just saying that
Well, no,
every
I get it, but Tanzan, I'm sorry, and I gotta push back because I've heard this before and it's usually from people who have good parents.
Right.
yeah, and well, let me just say this: whether you have good parents or bad parents, all I'm saying is that the first thing that you have to acknowledge is that whatever you have is because of your parents, good or bad, good or bad. I'm not saying, I'm not making any judgment. You see, the same way that parents judge their children, oh, you're good, you're bad, you're this, you're that, I'm proud of you, I'm ashamed of you, you made me proud, you didn't. The same way is that children also judge parents, but the difference is that parents try everything. If they're good, they try everything to give to their children. Children do not try to give everything to their parents. So it's not the same way. You cannot just say, oh, well, you didn't do this for me, so I can
That's
judge.
not
Huh? Okay. I'm going to finish real soon. So, but the
necessarily
other
true
thing I
for
can say
basketball
about
players,
Mau
sports
Mau
people, or
is
whatever. Who
all right. Sorry. I'll try to get it short. The other thing I would say about Mau Mau is saying, oh, you all hate your parents. I can't relate. I don't think that people
I
hate their
don't hate my
parents.
parents.
Yeah, Mau Mau, it's not that people hate their parents. What I said earlier is people have resentment, and whether or not you agree, you do or whatever, that's your personal thing. I don't pry, but I don't think that people hate their parents. They really don't. And most of the time it's more of a that you didn't get what you wanted from your parents. And earlier we were talking about love.
More
Love
like
is
what I needed
I don't.
from one of them.
or
I'm
what you
starting. I'm
wanted.
start.
Okay, okay, okay.
I'm.
But it's not just that. But okay, I'll finish this and then I'll let you all talk. I don't talk a lot, but
Oh,
but people
sorry.
always want to talk when I'm talking. No shade. But the other thing I would say to Mau Mau, you cannot relate to people hating their parents, but you have also to realize that there are parents who not people don't hate their parents first and foremost. But the second thing is that there are parents who do not really like their children. Now,
big
don't freak out.
facts.
Don't freak
Mm-hmm.
out.
Big
Mama,
facts.
yes, let's just yeah, it's not an impossibility. It's not like whoa, like yeah, but the same way that children can have resentment towards their parents is the same way that parents can have disappointment, let's say that, in their children,
Mm-hmm.
but just a lack of connectivity, because that's why some parents have their favorite children, and then they have the children that they don't like quite as much, and so on. So you also have to try to be empathetic, Mau Mau, towards the children a little bit, because not all children had maybe the golden relationship that you had with your parents. So that's all I'm saying. You might have had good parents, and that's great, but don't just think that if somebody has a problem with their parents, it's because they necessarily hate their parents and so on. It's just that nobody is perfect, neither the parents nor the children. So it's not a hatred kind of thing. That's why for me I say resentment, because resentment is more that you wish that they had done something different, or
And
something that they
and
could
and
have done.
again, Tan, and
Mhm.
again, this is what I keep telling people. Our people live in freaking la la land. If everybody had such a great freaking upbringing and a great parents and all that, You wouldn't have so many rappers back in the days rapping about how disgusting and fucked up their lives are. You wouldn't have all these Pookies and Ray Rays slinging, DICK all day long, impregnating 55 million freaking women, having
Here we
25,000
go.
children.
Selling
You wouldn't
drugs.
you wouldn't have all of these social issues that we have in the black community. So Mama, we're not talking about somebody like you who would say, oh, my parents were great and whatever. And like what I said is anecdotal. Okay, from what I've seen, a lot of my friends were not raised the way I was. I had my mom and my dad. They didn't have barely a mother in the house. Okay, as according to what Azuli was saying, state property. The state took care of their kids. Food stamp, WIC, welfare, social service, Medicaid, SSI checks, all that good stuff. Okay? The full works. So it's not everyone that was raised like you. Give thanks and praise to that. Not everyone was raised like someone like myself. Okay? So that's one thing. And a lot of parents did a disservice to their children. And the other thing that I've also noticed is being a parent personally with a lot of my friends, they don't love their kids. They tolerate them. It's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Me, I'm going to
Huge
kill your
difference.
ass for my kids. I don't play with my children. Those are even my friends that, oh, Yana don't play with her kids. She love her kids. Yes, I do. To the max. I don't play. I'm a helicopter mom. Okay? Till the day I die, I will always be that. But a lot of my friends tolerate their children. They was with that man for however many months, got caught up, can't have an abortion. Now the kid is here and they fucked up in the game. Oh no. They like this child better than this child because this baby father is taking care of this. It's a shit show in the black community. And not to offend anybody, but again, to offend you, I really don't care. If that's you, call you out, take accountability for whatever it is. A lot of parents do not love their children, they tolerate them. And that is why it's so systematic in the black community, also, with what's going on. It's crazy.
Can I add to what Tanzan was saying? I'll say this, Tanzan, you are right. Some people do resent their parents. That's kind of like a normal thing. I can definitely tell you I resented my mother for years, but I learned and grew, and I traded that resentment in for understanding. Now I have a much better relationship with my mother. I don't, internally, oh my God, this. And that was part of obviously the women issues I had, being mad at women because I was mad at mommy, but it's still, at the end of the day, if you turn that around, that's why, like, once you said resentment more than like three times, I don't know if I started getting emotional, but I'm like, I'm not resentful. But, it's just like
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people are able to grow out that, sometimes people aren't. But, it's a mixed bag and it's a really complicated thing. So, but I think at the end of the day, we're all right because Tanzan didn't really say anything that wasn't wrong or wasn't right anyway. So I agreed with what she said.
Yeah, I felt you on the resentment part. I definitely have that towards my father, and my only problem is like I don't know how to get rid of it. My mother, 100. Like I'm a mama's girl, and I'm forgiving towards my mother. Um, but that's because I can tell she put effort in. Whereas with my father, it's just a bit harder to forgive because I'm like, you clearly did not put any effort in, unless it was to make yourself look good.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is you gotta kind of got going your own path. And one thing I would say, I don't know, obviously I don't know the relationship dynamics with you and your parents, but maybe try
Mm-hmm.
talking to them a little bit more because it took me like years to like even talk to my mother again. And it come
Oh.
to find out we were both holding on to stupid shit. Like different too, like
Like
I was
petty
holding on
stuff.
to some stupid thing, something stupid and kind of petty. Some of it was really important, or whatever. But at the end of the day, we were like this one thing where I was like, oh my God, this time you did this and whatever. And once we went through it line by line, we're like, oh, so it's something like that. Cause like I said, that personally helped me in my relationship with my mom.
Yeah. I understand.
That's good that you were able to get over that, America
Hmm.
first,
Mhm.
because if you're gonna move on to have a wife and to have children, if you don't, if you didn't get rid of that, you can subconsciously pass that down to your wife and your daughter.
I know, and that's my biggest fear, and I refuse. That's why I refuse to have a child out of wedlock or whatever. So if I, and the thing about it is, like, if I, knock up, and it's not gonna happen, but say if I knock up a white chick, it's just I'm so aggrieved by what happened to me as a child. I can't even say get an abortion. It's like, look, I made that decision to lay down with this woman, so I'm gonna have to, take care of the consequences. So it's just like that's just traumatized me so much where I cannot have a child out of wedlock. So that's just me. And last thing, I actually have to go. And thank you for this great panel. I'll be listening in the background, but really good stuff. Tanzania, you need to stream more.
Thank you. Thank you, America First Rifleman or AFR. Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, I enjoy when I do. I enjoy listening to the different perspectives and the comment sections as well. Um, yeah, even Mouse mean. I hope you get up next time and back up your meanness with with actual your voice. But no, it's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed myself. I've learned a lot, and the ancestors, I will definitely be grateful to them at the end. So yes, thank you for joining. Yeah, yeah. So B, yeah, you are. You're like, oh, you
I
know.
felt
And
no,
my
I
kitten
felt that
died
like
when I was 6 years old, and I moved away from my best friend. Oh, my goodness
I
gracious.
mean, Bawana was like, I had to be like, oh, come on. That was,
Look, his mother loves him. He's
yes,
just
she does. We love you too, Bawana. Come on, He said, drop the link. Drop the link.
Happily.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy. But a lot of women don't believe men have feelings. So that is true. Sometimes, I mean, it just depends on the type of woman you have as a mom. I don't know. People are people. People just have issues, man. I'm telling you. If only they allowed Thanos to just do his thing.
No, Yona, you keep dodging the question, as Gus would say if he was here. But
What's the what's
look, the first thing I said with the children, the women have more to lose. Therefore, they're most responsible for so-called accidents, first and foremost. The second thing, the women are the ones who have more influence over their children, male or female, until they reach a certain age. So they have more responsibility. I'm not talking accountability. You can go to somewhere else without accountability. I'm just talking about responsibility. Women do have a responsibility to close their legs and protect their wombs
I
first and
agree.
foremost. Forget trying to police a man's dangly parts. Just start with yourself. So that's why I said, if the women take a firm position and say this is what we're going to do, and for the longest time women actually have, those moral precedents who are, yes, they're for the women for some part, but protection against the being forced to do something, because if men wanted to, they could easily do like terrible things. But the reason that they don't is because that the women are not just free spirits. They're wives and daughters and sisters and so on. So they do have men who are going to protect them from some other man who just thinks some horrendous things. So the first thing is that women have to, it's not just being good just to be good. It's actually being good for your own good. If women actually say, look, we're going to protect ourselves, we're not going, the only way that you're going to do this if you force it, and there are rules and laws against that. So the first thing that the women have power over is their own selves. All
I
right,
agree. I
let's welcome
100%
in
agree.
Bwana Haguzeki.
Yeah, I'll be quick, and good night, everyone. Good night, Amani, everyone. Um,
Amani.
Amani.
Yes,
Funny.
I'm listening to the panel, and I think that this has been excellent. Y'all, the sisters really carry the show, and even Erzuli. I gotta give Erzuli his credit because Erzuli was his voice was strong for a long period of time tonight. You know, and some of the things what he was saying was even coherent. So I mean, I gotta really tap him on the back. He really did a good. But what about on my mother's thing, you know? So I just wanted to clarify some things, you know, because my situation was a little bit different. The dynamic in my house was my mother was more the disciplinarian, and my father was more, what do you say, more honor. And I, what happened is that my mother didn't believe that she believed in the separation of the of of the genders, which means that if I had problems, she would say, "Go to your father about it." You know what I mean? And she would deal with the girls. So, and then the whole touchy feely being loving thing, she wasn't about that. I because she grew up with so many brothers, but it put me at a loss in my personal relationships because the women who I dated, they used to say, you know, he's a good dude, but he ain't a touchy feely person. I just didn't know how to go about it. You know what I mean? You get some shortfalls. You get some shortfalls in personal relationships because you never really learn how to do certain things. You know,
But they say you were emotionally unattached, right?
yes, that's the label they put on me. Yeah,
Mm.
that's what they that's what they put on me. But my thing is, I felt like as long as I doing certain things, that's my way of expressing that I care. And they would say that you have to verbalize. You know how women go. You have to verbalize and hug, you know, and do all them kind of things. But if you really learn that, where do you find that? And that's something that I like the sister was saying she's working on certain elements of her personal life. I'm working on some things because I don't know. It's very difficult for me to express certain things in an emotional way. You know what I mean? So I have to practice things like that. I if I'm doing certain providing certain things, I'm good. But that's not enough when you involve in a relationship with a traditional female person, because they expect other parts of yourself. If you understand what I mean. So I think that the dynamic is, and I like how you all was referencing the relationships between how women have changed and how women men don't mind that women going out of the house and being passed around. That's not been my experience. My goodness, man. If that's where we are right now, that's a shame. You know, because I'm a very quiet dude, unassuming dude. But I wouldn't want passed around. What the hell is that? Couldn't be okay with that. That's some bullshit to me. But if that's where the brothers, you know, I just don't want to ever be introduced to these kinds of women. A lot of the things that y'all talk about, y'all seem to be very conservative women. You know, you don't meet a lot of them around these days, and that's unfortunate. You know,
Bwana Haguziki, can I ask you a question?
sure.
And if it's too personal, that's okay. But and you don't have to explain the circumstances, but around what age did you feel that you were a man? Like you are no longer a boy, now you are a man.
That's a good question. Maybe when I could say probably like at 17 when I left this country and I went to America, I felt like, okay, now it's on you. It's on you. You know, it's not the fact that, you know, I could never look back and have connections with um with my family at home, but it's just I always been out of the country. So it's like my name in this country, who people call me. When I left the country, people call me Mr. So and so. So when I got that in my head, and then I was just in a situation where I was just by myself for a very long time. So I just know that
You just
decided
left by yourself?
going to school. I was going to school at the time, but in doing that, I was just really on my own. Some people say they used to say it out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. But that's an immigrant story. That's an immigrant story. I mean, if
You see,
somebody,
that's another thing that is one of this. I find a lot of this English idiom, proverbs, whatever, just very silly, and I cannot understand them. Just out of sight, out of mind. So in sight, in mind. If somebody is in your sight, then you don't have to have them in your mind. It is the people who are out of sight who are in your mind, because they're
y'all,
in your mind, I would think. But
time the Kenyans are so literal. Y'all so literal, why? Y'all make me laugh.
Facts. That's so true. All day, that's tan.
That's
Oh my
crazy.
God. I be talking to her and I have to stop. Like, okay, this is what it is, right? This
Yeah,
is
you
how
have to say it. You have to say it
it's
very plain. Very
very
plain.
literal.
Yeah,
Very.
they very literal. Very literal. But
okay,
that's an
okay.
immigrant story. If you talk to Yarnaby Pops, he probably will tell you the same thing. He probably tell you the last time he been to his home country, probably like 10, 20 years before he probably initially had the opportunity to go back. If he had his papers in line. And I say story, but it's just that your stories was just fascinating, and I really appreciate them, very much. Many things to consider in some of the things y'all would have said. Many things, man. Too much to mention, you know.
Wow. So that was your rite of passage.
No,
Living.
when I left, and when I was just on my own, and I had to figure out, okay, how you gonna eat now? What you gonna eat? Where you gotta, okay. Now you have to figure certain things out. It's almost like putting one step in front of you and figuring out certain things. You have to figure out almost
You
many
know,
different
you know
things
what
to do.
the Black American rite of passage is?
What's that?
Bad boys, bad boys.
Will the please rise? Nah.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
Me going to prison? Going to prison? If that's a rite of passage. That's a crazy rite of passage. My rite of passage was just being on my own and trying to figure certain things out for myself. You know, and eventually, either
Yeah,
you
but
going
you know
you
that
going
that's
you going swim.
essentially what it is. You guys should go on Jose's channel. He had this. I don't know if you still have it, Jose, with the when the boys went into the forest
Mhm.
and they had these very difficult situations. Oh, if Philippines is still here. Anyway, he showed this guy who was teaching young men how to box, and to me it just looked like, oh, why are you making the little boy do that hard work? Like, oh, it looked just so painful and sad and stuff. But it's important for men, and I'm talking as a woman, to go through these kinds of hardships and things where they have to figure it out for themselves. So in the video that Jose had with the young men, I think it was Senegal. It's
Circumcision, yeah. The once in at least 30 years, they have a very big worldwide circumcision ritual. So young men come from everywhere they are. A lot in Canada and France, of course. And yeah, they are being chased, including explosives. They are being chased into the woods, and
Can
they
you
have to
believe it? Sorry.
and they have to survive with only a piece of cloth for their freshly cut genitals. And nowadays people have to go back, and they give people just 2 weeks of vacation in the United States or wherever. So people have to go back, but it used to be months, like 2 or 3 months, and that's toddlers to teens. So they are chased in the woods and have to survive, and then they come back as men.
do they have people like looking out for them, like helping them out in case they get in trouble?
No, that's they have to help each other.
Oh,
See,
okay.
that's some tough stuff. Like, whew, like why are you making this?
Yes,
Oh, hey,
scorpions,
Kay, thanks also
crocodiles,
for
snakes,
joining. Thanks,
scorpions,
Asante.
everything.
Well,
Yeah,
thank God we don't have to go through that, Tan. That's it. Let them do
I
that.
know, I know. Okay, well, thanks, Kay, for joining. It was a pleasure. You're more than welcome to come again. And
Do the
yes,
same.
great.
I want to
But
shoot
mhm.
that. I want to shoot the same question back at you. When did you know? You and Yana, both of y'all, has all been given
Oh
that.
wow, how original.
No, it's not. It's not original. I'm just
Yeah,
I'm trying. I try
beg.
to behave my. I'm trying to behave myself at 1 o'clock. So when did you know that you had crossed over and become a woman? And don't tell me nothing. You know.
When I had my menstrual cycle.
All right. Never mind. Never mind. Yana,
Am I missing something?
I was gonna say the same thing too, but
yeah.
then I
Me.
really
Forget.
thought
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. Forget about it. If they all
I
gonna go
thought
into that,
about
forget
it,
about
and
it.
Why are men
no.
so queasy about it? You know, Gus was always, and yes, the spirit of Gus is upon us and all that, but he's always saying that the women, they bleed and they don't die. Why are men so, freaked out about something that is so natural?
It's very natural. No,
Yeah.
but I would say for me, it was when I was first penetrated, when I lost my virginity. Ironically, right? Yeah.
Wow. So when something went in, not when something came out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It
Okay.
was just very weird. It was like I wasn't even there, but afterwards I felt like I was a woman. I don't know. I don't know what
To
that
do it
feels
again.
like, but
Yeah.
that's what I felt. I don't know.
Okay.
Isn't that pop music that made penetration turn you into a woman? Isn't that pop culture that introduced that thought?
Maybe so, but I don't know. I just
Because
felt,
fairy tales, and
yeah.
and and
The
and other
Labyrinth.
the other
Did you ever watch
deliverance.
The Labyrinth with what's his name? That androgynous guy who married the man, the model.
Mm-mm.
Oh, one of you must know this. Okay, androgynous British guy. Now we are playing charades. Guess the character who married Iman, the model.
David Bowie. That's his name.
Ah, you got it. Yes, that's him. Yeah, he made a movie called The Labyrinth about, you know, um, getting a young girl to discover her womanhood. Yeah. You all remember that movie or no?
I
No.
don't. I don't watch no bullshit.
Oh, my goodness. Look, first and foremostly, wow. Okay. Be all judgy and stuff.
She was a British flag.
Okay. Nice time to put on your pop hat right now. Yeah, he's the only infallible human, by the way. So, American Fast Rifleman is like, oh, I don't know all these degenerates like you do, Tanzan. Oh, I'm a Puritan. I know not of all these vile things of which you speak. Okay, American Fast Rifleman. Fear is a mind killer, and obviously it has killed your mind. But the movie is called Labyrinth, but by yeah, let me type it in, and it's
I'll sure run and watch it.
you don't really have to watch it with it was actually with David Bowie, and I remember it was the first, if not the first, but one of the first David Bowie and Jennifer. I remember Jennifer Connolly. You know her? That
Yeah,
white
yeah, I
girl
know.
with the
Skinny
really
white girl.
dark eyes. She was also in Requiem for a Dream. Now,
I like Requiem for a Dream, especially
oh
the
man, nope, 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 nope. No,
Dang.
what's dang? Who's danging over here? Who's danging? Because two of you have your nameless, avatars. So I don't know who's talking right now.
I like Requiem for a Dream, especially the ending part.
Oh man.
It wasn't me.
Wow, okay. Shaggy. Shaggy, it wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
Me in the
Dang.
shower, it wasn't me.
Dang. Okay.
Look, this is the difference between men and women. Men are so dumb, like those commercials, those American commercials with the dumb men, like, honey, I put the dishwasher in the laundry, like this dumb
This
stuff,
is
right?
crazy. This is crazy because those were the type of commercials in my days, and it would and they would say, "Oh, this washing machine is it's so easy. Even mama can operate it." And now it's the other way around. Now daddy is the dumb fool.
He's such a buffoon. Just he can't do anything right. Try to change a light bulb, he'll flood the house. So you know this buffoon men, they're
Only
like,
in commercials. Only in
yes,
commercials.
yes, yes, only in commercials, but also in the songs where Shaggy's like, it wasn't me, like you saw me, like, do not believe your lying eyes. Whereas a woman would have a little bit more finesse and say, look, honey, this fellow right here, he's
It's
just
my nephew. He's my nephew.
he never he's a friend. What does Biz Maki say? He's just a friend.
That's not true. That's not true. Men tell small lies. Women tell big lies.
I disagree.
No, men tell
Hear me out.
lies.
Hear me
Women
out.
will
Hear me out.
still
Hear
tell
me.
you lies all the way to the end.
No, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
A man will tell a lie like, "Well, anyway, I was at the store, all the while somewhere else." A woman will lie like,
The son
"That's
is
your,
yours. A
that's
woman will say the child is yours.
baby." And for 8 years, you will, you will, as much as you might even go to the that if you're lucky. But you can't lie so much when you black as the ace of spades and the baby white as Jim Carrey. So it's like, that lie is gonna come out eventually. But that's what
But
kind of
let
like
me ask you this though, fellas, gentlemen. What is the worst part of it? That she cheated or that she had a child?
nah, she had me pay for it for 18 years.
Yeah, but you just paid for a child. What's wrong with paying for a child? It's still a child.
No,
There is there's
it's the
nothing there
continuous
is nothing worse than a lie.
a
A
continuous
lie
lie.
is worse than a murder.
A continuous lie for
Wow.
18 years. For 18 years.
Okay, yeah. I know it's 18 years. 18 years got you for 18 years. Yes, I know. But it's still a child. All she got you to do
There,
is
there's no there's
enable
no a
you.
child. A child does not exist. A
A
child
child does
is
not.
somebody's child.
Okay, well, it's still somebody's child, but you paid for that child. That's still your child. That you still had a relationship with the
No, it
child.
is not. The child will
I
repeat it. The child will say it and repeat it till you die. That you are not the father.
The only thing I paid for is the Popeyes 8-piece. You know what I
Not
mean?
all of them. First of all, the child. What do they say that the child, the father is not just the. What do they say? It's not just a sperm donor. So if you have a relationship with a child, just knowing that the child is not biologically yours does not change the relationship with you still had with the child. Case in point, Shaquille O'Neal. He had a great relationship with his father, who is his stepfather. than his biological father. So it's the father who's there rather than the one who, you know, created.
That's just mumble. That's just babble.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't think they're buying that.
that's just
I
pure
know
babble.
Zuli is calling me all kinds of
Just babble.
state property and stuff. Wow. No, not even state. I'm
O'Neill
not
O'Neill will father children. O'Neill
wow.
will father children, and those children are those your grandchildren. Stop playing, man.
Look, a child is still a child, you know. Whoa.
Zuli is not having it.
Whoa. Zuli is not having it. Mama is putting his whoa. You know what? Relax.
Yeah, but it's nonsense. You know, answer my question. The children of O'Neill, are those the grandchildren of his stepdad, daddy? No.
Well, not the grandchildren, but you know, they
But
still call you.
yes, but
They
no.
still call
You
you,
can't go
you
past that.
know, they still call you grandpappy. They still, you know, show up at the holiday, you know,
Just
event.
give it up, Tan. They're not buying it.
Oh man, wow. All I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that, you know, people should lie. I'm not saying that at all. All I'm saying is this, that if you're as a man, if you ended up, you know, finding out that the child was not yours, you shouldn't be mad. You still did a good thing. You
So
still
what?
Wow.
Saying you for the street.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
you're for
That's
the street. Shaquille O'Neal's father knew that he wasn't his child. The
wow.
stepfather knew that wasn't his child. Shaquille O'Neal's stepfather knew that Shaquille was another person's child. You are here advocating somebody lying, raising another man's child for 18. Are you serious? That is not even funny. Why do you find this funny?
Yeah, it's far from funny.
No,
It's
what
disturbing.
she's
It's
trying to say
disturbing.
is, regardless to what, you did a great thing by substituting
No,
to
no, 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 no,
be
no, 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 no,
that.
no,
No,
no.
that's nonsense.
That's not
That's
the
nonsense.
point.
You
The
gave
point
your
is you
life
lied. You
away.
made me raise
You,
somebody's
you,
kid that's not mine.
you were stolen. You were stolen by some booger bandit bitch.
Stop
Yes,
saying
your
that as
life.
if
Your
it's
life has
funny.
been
No,
stolen by
okay, okay. Firstly,
some liar.
I'm not defending what
Yes,
she
you are
did.
defending it. You
No,
are
I'm not.
defending it
First, I asked you what was
because
what.
you keep
Your
saying
life
you
is
did a
it
great
was for
job.
nothing.
That has nothing to do with this kid. You lied.
As a seed bearer, your life was for nothing. Yeah, I belong to my parents, and when you do that shit to me, you stole my life from my parents.
Now there's a difference if you tell me that's not my kid and I choose to raise the kid. You don't just lie to me and tell me that's my kid. And then you sit there. That's like your fifth time. You stay with this rhetoric.
Because what she's saying is, regardless to what, even though it's not your kid, you're
Yo, you're
doing
not
the
listening.
right
I don't want
thing.
to hear what you just
You're
said.
not
What I'm
doing the
saying
right
is,
thing to your parents and grandparents and their parents and their parents. You're not doing the right thing. You're wasting your time.
what I'm saying is, be honest. Don't lie. What if the man wanted only one kid and he thought that was his kid? And then by the time he's in his 50s, 60s, that's when he finds out that the kid is not his. What is he supposed to do now?
Okay, well, that's why the relationship is important. If you have a relationship with the child, then
What are
even
you talking? Oh my, I'm done, man.
oh,
Because you're
look,
not getting the
look.
point. You're
Oh,
still here trying to
Anthony,
fucking
don't
advocate for some
calm
for a
down.
woman lying to a man
Firstly,
about a kid that's not his.
no, I'm not talking about the woman.
You're
Did I
talking about the
differentiate?
kid.
Yeah,
What
I'm
about a
talking
kid?
about the
I want to have my own kid.
well.
Only your genes relate you with your children. Nothing more relates you with your children.
Wow.
Again, I have parents. My parents have parents, and their parents have parents. This booger bandit bitch lies to me. No, she lies to my parents and their parents and their parents
Wow.
and their parents. I'm a seed bearer. I'm a seed bearer.
Like Mama just
I'm
said.
not I'm not no doll. I'm not no robot. I'm not no babysitter. I'm not no breeder. I'm a seed bearer. I carry the seed of my bloodline.
Like Mama just said, the kid is not the problem. Now I have. What about my kid? Don't I get to have my own kid?
Yeah, you could still have your own kid, but it's like Tan is playing devil's advocate, just like what
I don't
Momo
give a.
said.
She should
No,
not play
I'm
devil.
not playing devil's advocate. I'm saying that you can
She's
still have
advocating
your
lying
child.
to a man, having a man raise a kid that's not his.
That's why I
She's
asked from the
crazy.
beginning,
Crazy.
what is
And y'all
worse,
want to talk about
her having a child or her being, unfaithful? Because if it's her being unfaithful and you can still accept her with a child, then it's not a problem. If she's just being
It is
unfaithful.
a problem to the
these women are crazy.
ancestor of the guy that has no children. His seed has not produced a child, and he's taking care of a child. Yes or no doesn't make no difference. He has not produced a child for his ancestors.
This is fucking
That's
crazy.
all. And the lie only comes on top of it.
You have me
I get
raising
I
a
get
kid,
what y'all saying.
and it's not even the kid. We're not saying if the kid and me have a great connection. Fine, I could love the kid and the kid love me 100%. But but she still lied. I still don't have my own seed produced. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm not okay on the part of lying. No, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective.
I don't care.
Now,
I don't want
so
to hear your
hold
different
on, hold on.
perspective
On
because
the
your
part of
different.
her lying, I'm not advocating for the
Yes, you are,
lie. I'm
Sam.
not saying that
Let me
she's lie for the sake of it. I'm just saying that if it happens,
listen.
then you can say that I'm okay. I'm not okay with the lying, of course, but I can get over it because there is a
I
child.
cannot get over it.
I will
I
never get
can't.
over
That's
it.
that's not a
But that
that's
has
not a can't
Oh,
get
so
over
you
it.
you
to do
you
with the
wouldn't get
child.
over it, the
It has
lie?
nothing to do with the
That's
child.
that's
And then the other thing
that's
also
not a
that
can't get
Mau
over
Mau
it, man.
says is this, that sometimes this overemphasis you all are putting on the biological aspect of your son.
Overemphasis. When you're done, I'm going to give you
Okay, okay,
a
okay,
real
okay,
life example.
okay,
Finish.
okay. All right. So
Hey, can I? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, I'll try to be quick. So it doesn't, your child can be, your greatest, pride, and can also be your greatest disappointment. But if you take a child that is not yours, even if you find out later, you're still that child's, father figure. That's the only
No, no,
father.
no. But you are the disappointment of your parents.
Your parents
Yes,
just want
yes,
you to
yes.
continue even if
Okay.
it's not your blood.
the
Okay,
real
so
life the
the
real life
Japanese,
example that I
they,
have.
they adopt they adopt they adopt children into their family when they're full grown adults, because they recognize, that this person can be more of a son than the son that I'm biologically related to.
Only women with no seed, people with no seed can think like this. I'm gonna give you an example, right? So my
Mhm.
brother, he fathered a son that he is not his. That was his choice, right? That's his choice. But I'm his brother, and I'm looking at him like, where are my nephews? Because this dude is not my nephew.
Wow.
So you don't accept him
He's
as
not
your
my
nephew?
nephew. There's no wow. He's not my nephew.
I get it. I get it.
Point blank. He's not my nephew. He's not going to be. A thousand wows
Um,
is not
I,
going to turn him into my nephew.
Okay. Go
I
It's
ahead
it's
and
it's
make.
wa-
what
it's
the
way too
brother's saying because
simple.
it's
You
hard.
you people you people that don't bear seeds think way too simple, and actually you prove that you have no say in this. The child is ours.
Okay, let me interject. I'll be really quick because I tried to stay away and I just wanted to listen, but I had to say something. Two things. One, like what those brothers are saying, and the other brother, you need to just take a deep breath a little bit because you're getting a little hype. But the fact remains, like it sounds like what they're saying is harsh, but you have to remember men are very, very crazy when it comes to knowing who their progeny is. Men are not opposed to taking in a child that's not theirs. They just want to know right from the outset. And I know, Tanzan, you're not trying to play devil's advocate for like a woman lying or something like that, but it's like men will kill over this stuff. Okay, that's how serious this stuff is. And and one thing I'll say is, and I'm just going to speak for Black Americans, there's a dynamic to where Black men used to, like back in the 80s and 90s, even today, Black men still have an appetite of taking care of other people's quote unquote seeds or children. But there's a few caveats. But anyway, they used to do that more, but they tend not to want to do it because women nowadays shield their children from discipline. Save, and this has happened to me. That's why I just don't deal with single mothers. Where their children are obviously behaving badly, and they need a male presence to put their foot down. And they don't like that. They want to control their child, or their child can do no wrong, and that's a big obstacle. And then the second thing is hearing a lot of stories that are horror stories that are coming out now, how a lot of women, and I'm not saying, I don't know the percentage, I can't quantify the percentage, but it's enough where women acted badly when it came to paternity the last 20 years, to where now men are just like, I don't care if I've been in with this woman 10 years and she ain't slept with another man and we got a child together, I'm getting a DNA test. That's why that's more prevalent. Men are just saying, I don't care, I'm getting a DNA test, because people have shown themselves to be deceptive in this regard. So at this point in the West, if a man is very harsh about not wanting another man's quote unquote seed, or wanting to make sure that child is there, we can't say that they're being crazy or not reasonable, because there's too many examples out there of bad behavior.
Yesterday I shared the statistics. 92% of the fathers that ask for a paternity test are not the father. 92%.
Wow.
This statistic is for where, Jose? Is it for the Netherlands?
I assume the United States.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yes, I
normally
believe
you don't ask for a paternity test. You ask for a paternity test when people are shady.
I,
And
be,
yes, 92%.
I believe that by law, that a woman at childbirth needs to have a paternity test done
Me
to
too.
establish the paternity of the father. And I believe that no man should be legally obligated to any children, no matter what he sign off on as far as his name goes, until the paternity that child is established. Because they say by law, if you put your name down on a birth certificate, you are legally obligated to that child, despite the fact that that child may not be yours. And I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's solely in the hands of a female or a woman, because a man comes to a hospital, and many men, especially young men, they're gonna feel pressured into signing something, even though they know it in their hearts. Man, this child, I have questions as to the paternity of this child. And with all the parents in the room and grandparents in the room, you feel pressure to write your name down on some kind of crazy form. And then you have a legal obligation that you don't really even had anything to do with. And by law, make that legal. That you have to establish the paternity of that child before you obligate any man for 18 friggin' years. If
So
you
is
gonna
this
carry
for
on like
married
that.
couple, or these are like single parent
I
households?
say I say it should be for married couple and single women too. For
Mm.
married couples and single women. Make that mandatory, because there are many men,
That's what
many
I was about to ask, because first and foremost, I'm thinking this, that if you're asking for a paternity test,
for married women and single women.
you're about to ask, to file for divorce. That's all, what I'm thinking. First,
You would think that that would be an insult. The fact that a married woman should have to get a paternity test, not these days.
because even if it turns out to be yours, like you as a woman, like you'll take some kind of offense about that. So either way, somebody's losing. You know.
Offense or cover up. Yeah, he gonna expose my secret. Yeah, so I just think
No,
that
no, no, no. I'm saying if the baby that turns out not to be yours, fine. She's a guilty party. Burn her the stake and whatnot. And then but if the baby turns out to be yours, oh my goodness,
See, but in that
she will
scenario,
roast you. She will
no,
skewer you every
Tan.
day over the fire. Or you thought that you were going to go and try to get yourself out of this. We
This is the
married.
this is the reason why I say it should be legal, because you take that same scenario away from blaming the man for being having like suspicions in his mind, and you just put it on the state. When you make it legal, it's just obligatory. You just like how you in your whole
Yeah,
dictator
but now you're
nonsense
getting into
earlier.
private issues and
Who's
like
getting into private issues when you
business,
say that you shouldn't
so on
have
and
sex
so
before
forth.
you have children? Yeah, I mean, or be married. So
I
you
don't,
getting
I
in the
don't
bedroom too.
understand. I don't
I think,
understand. Boana, oh, go ahead, Boana. My bad.
yeah, I think that it should be. I think it should be legally mandatory for all women. You have to establish on a scientific level and put it in the state hands. Establish the paternity of that child. Too many men out here raising children, married or no, who are not theirs. Some of them don't know. Some of them smart enough to ask for a paternity test because they feel like I am not gonna let shame stop me from doing what I feel down in my chest that this child is not mine. I'm not gonna let shame or pride stop me from asking for a paternity test. So they keep quiet and they remain obligated to a child that's not theirs for 18 years. That's unfair.
It's really, you're not getting another wife. You know, it's hard enough dealing with the first one. You're not getting another wife.
I noticed how they
No,
brush over that just now. I
because
noticed how they brush over that.
you just said, oh, so you think I would rather you think you being mad for 2 months is equal to me for paying child support and taking care of a child that's not mine for 18 years or 20 years?
Look,
You think that equates?
no.
That's
I'm
crazy.
just laying out the scenarios. Laying out the scenarios is
I don't
not
care about. I don't care if you're
advocating
mad.
devilishly. First of all, if the child is yours,
So
then you have to pay. But if the child is not yours, then by Bonahaguziki's stringent standards, then you don't have to at all. But
no,
if she
Jen,
somehow
you
deceives
advocate
you,
you
third
advocate that
scenario,
slackness ever since you were talking about the back door for in Africa where the
uh,
men can have sex with
we're
you.
not even in Africa right
You
now.
are very
We
slack,
should
and that's why
be
the
in
continent is the way
custody
it
and
is
because
because you advocate sexual deviancy
That
in the
back door
community.
again, huh?
Yeah, she's taking my 5-star degeneracy, man. You taking it up.
Yeah,
Piece of
her
shit.
and Oni the
I
same
wasn't
thing.
even.
Her and Oni the same thing.
Yeah, I
Different
thought
ends
I
of the
was.
We
spectrum.
were
I thought
in
I was
modern times.
degenerate.
Nobody's talking all that other stuff. We're just over here, talking about science, and there wasn't any DNA during that backdoor stuff. So
Yeah. There was no DNA during that time. It was more likely for y'all to do that, and you're okay with it.
okay or not, you'd never know. So
Okay,
who
or now
knows?
yes, you do know. You do know when a kid is not yours.
You don't know.
A
Of
lot of
course you
germs
don't.
in that back door.
Of course you don't know. That's how you're okay. See, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all want to claim all this African shit or Africa was good. You are advocating for sexual deviancy behavior. And you're okay with that.
No, it's not even that.
Yes,
But
you are.
that was completely different. But what we're talking about right now is that you're supposed to.
You still advocating saying, you did a good deed. I did a good deed. What about my right to have a child?
Nobody's not going to stop you from not having a child, Azulie.
What are you talking
Where's
about? So what if you find out that the kid is not yours?
Just
30 years
easily
into the game?
just shrug and pay the bills. Just shrug and pay the bills.
And you see how Jonas is saying nobody's gonna stop you. What are you talking about?
No, you saying who's going to stop you from having? Listen, if it turns out to be that's not your kid, you could have another kid by somebody else.
Yeah, you see,
Just like that.
just like that.
Well,
All right.
don't y'all do it all the time? What do you mean that's just like
No,
that?
no, no,
Don't
no,
even
no.
start.
You already came with that bullshit like big
Don't
dicks
even
running
start.
around and
Y'all do it
impregnating
all the
people. But
time.
but
You
but
have
big
kids
dicks don't run around and
y'all
impregnate people. The rapists run around and impregnate people.
rapists. So only
Yes,
rapists run around and impregnate
rapists
people?
impregnate people. The rest The rest impregnated somebody that was horny or that wanted a child.
How about this? How about this? If
Dicks don't create babies.
how about this? If it comes out that after 18 years I find out that that child is not mine, that lady have to divorce me for 18 years. She don't have to go to jail, even though she should go to jail too, but she has to divorce me for the 18 years taking care of that child.
There is nothing that compares to a lie like that. You steal somebody's son, and that's the not father. The not father of the child is stolen from his bloodline. That's what you do
And
when you
not
when
and not
you
only
when
that,
you
and not, and not go,
when you let these big dicks impregnate you behind the back of your husband.
and
Yes,
not only that, Jose, you still you take the father, the real father, away from his son. So
yes, yes,
you just
She's a
messed up
thief.
two people's
She,
lives.
she's a
yes.
thief. She's a thief. She robbed you. She robbed you the opportunity to have your own son for 18 years, and she robbed another man for the opportunity of being a child's father.
Exactly.
She's a thief. She's a
And
thief.
this
Yeah,
And
this
and
man is
it's
right
the
here
same for
advocating this shit.
the child too.
Oh,
The
here we go.
child,
Here we go.
it's the
Here we
child.
go.
Yeah, here we go. It's the child also. It's not just the men that are being robbed in a situation like that.
Yes.
We're
It's the
not
So
talking
child
the
about this.
also.
mother,
What are
the
you
mother
talking
robs the
about?
father from the child. She robs the child from the father,
So
and
she
she
robbed
robs
three
the life
people.
from the not father.
Thank you, Yana.
Yeah,
She robbed. She
that
deceived three
situation
people.
is definitely not a good one, of course,
She
because of
deceived three people.
the child and the father is getting hurt from that. Women who do stuff like that is not is they're not, they don't have a heart for anybody but
She
themselves.
deceived three people.
No, but
Three
she's
people.
innocent because some big dick impregnated her.
Well,
What,
whoever it
whatever the
was,
thing,
little,
whatever
I mean,
whoever
the dick don't have to
impregnated
really
her,
be big, but
little
Okay,
dick,
so
small
I
dick.
think we agreed
whatever
that,
it's a big dick, whatever it's a
lying.
small dick and big dicks do the same thing. I don't care.
Yes, they
Whatever
do the same thing.
happens,
All I'm saying is, okay, we agreed that no, lying is not good, that people shouldn't do that. And
Right.
women beware and don't do it at all. Now, I would go and ask you this. Now, because if you don't lie, let's just say somebody posts it, not just posts it out there front. Like obviously, if you know she cheats on you, that's terrible. But let me just say, if you find a woman who already has children by somebody else, would you be step in as a stepfather?
No,
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 whoa, whoa,
no,
can she
whoa,
still have
that's
no,
children?
surprising.
no,
Can she still have
no,
Wow,
more
and
children?
no.
Can she still have
To
wow.
more
the power
children?
to the power of 10. No.
Can she still have more children?
Yeah, of course.
my only
Maybe,
issue is that
maybe. I say maybe. I say maybe.
this is my issue. My
Okay.
only issue is that it's two issues. I don't mind being a stepdaddy, but I don't mind being. But there's two things. If I cannot discipline the child, if I have to run to you to tell you to talk to your child, I don't want to be part of it. If this child is under my protection and I can't tell them this and that and the third without you saying, "Oh, you're not his father, let me discipline him," it's I don't want to be part of it. So I don't mind. Well, I don't mind if she has children by one father. More
It's the
than more than much, that's too much for me because there's too much thing. Baby fathers be mad. There's be too much thing. I don't want to get into nothing like that. But if I go into a woman who has children already, am I gonna be able to discipline the child? Am I able to reel the child as my own? If I can't do that, if you're gonna tell me, oh no, you don't talk to him like that, I want no part of it.
it doesn't to me it doesn't matter. If the father is alive, I don't want no part of it. Point blank. Not nothing. I don't want nothing to do with
And
it.
Jose,
Nothing.
I respect that. I'm not
No,
saying
I respect that. That's
I
what
respect
Jose
that with
is.
Jose also.
As a man, I respect that. My only concern is this, right? Now, the girls, the ladies can correct me if I always feel like if a man have a child with a woman, right? There's a connection and a bond there. I feel. So whether she is in a relationship with that particular man or not, he still have the ability to come back whenever he wants to because of that connection and bond. So I feel like, yeah, if I get in a relationship with us, whatever, whatever, but I feel like she gonna always have a connection with her baby daddy. I mean, what's gonna stop her from slipping back into that activity again? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just
If
have
it,
my own
if
issues with
if
it.
if, if you as a mother are separated from the father of your children, there's a huge red flag. Run.
The women are quiet on this shit, but
Yeah, because that's kind of, when people leave, I mean, people, if they're not together, they can still have children and not be together. So,
Yeah, there was something larger than the child. Red flag. Run, fellas. Run.
oh my goodness.
Jose hate the baby mamas. I don't hate the baby mamas, man. I think the baby mamas is I I don't hate the
And
baby
Wow.
it's the
mamas.
same that could be said for baby fathers too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
I don't hate
yes,
it. I don't
yes.
hate the
What
baby
about
mamas.
yeah, yeah.
It's the
I
same.
think
It's the
Of
same.
course,
wow,
of course, the
Mama
same
is
could
just
be
being
said. Of
all
You
course,
the
can't.
the
You
same
way.
could be
can't.
said. You know,
You can't throw the rock one
when
way
we
and not expect.
when
Come
we
on
cannot
now.
give our milk to our children, we run. You know, we run from our children, and then we cannot give our milk to our children anymore. Yeah, it's the same.
It is the same. Why would it not be the same?
It is not the same.
How is it not the same?
It is not the same.
Explain it
See,
to me how.
Mama is saying if the father is a deadbeat, which it means the father might be around, but maybe he's not a good father. And maybe that's one of the reasons why she's not with him anymore. Maybe he was not a good father.
She
Bullshit.
chose him.
That's
She
not the
chose
reason
him.
she's not with him. Shut up.
She chose
Huh?
him.
What?
She chose him.
Bullshit. She chose him. That's not the
She
reason.
chose
Most of
him.
the time, that's not the reason. Because
She chose him.
a lot of women be
A
having
father
kids
is
with
not
a
a
deadbeat.
car.
A
A
lot
father
of
is not a
reason.
car that you replace. She chose him.
A lot of time, a woman know that this guy supposedly is a deadbeat father and still have kids with him. So what
Yeah,
is
yeah, but he was so sexy and good looking.
so
Oh,
that's
of
what I'm.
course. That's a big fact that a lot of women does that. A lot of women. But the
So
same could be said for men too. You
Here
look
we
at that
go
fat
again.
ass, them big ass titties, and you want to sex her down, then she's a whole scallywag and end up getting pregnant by you. And guess what? You don't want to have nothing to do with her or the baby either. It goes both ways. This is what I'm saying. I don't like it when people do that. It needs to be, like as Tan said, not only responsibility, but accountability on all ends, on consulting adults having sexual intercourse with each other and producing a child. It's both. It's not just one or the other. You can't just blame one and not the other.
yo, let me ask you a question.
There is
Let me
one.
ask you.
There
Let
is
me ask you a
one.
question. Hold up, Jose. Let me see this one. If I play with a gun, right, and shoot myself in the head, who's responsible?
What do you mean? Who's
If
responsible?
who's you?
How old are you playing with the gun?
I'm an adult. Who's
You're an adult?
responsible?
Okay, you're responsible because you're
Okay,
you're playing with the gun.
if a
Right.
woman plays with a cock that knows that could get her pregnant, who's
What, the
responsible?
cock is attached to a damn person. What are you
Who's
talking about?
responsible? Who's
What the hell
responsible?
are you talking about? Azuli, that's not a good analogy.
Who
What
gets
the
to
fuck?
carry the
What?
baby?
It's
Who gets to
attached
yeah.
to
carry
a
the baby?
person, unless
Who
it's a
gets to carry the
dildo.
baby?
What are you saying? That's not a
Listen,
good
listen, listen,
analogy.
Yona. Listen, Yona. Now make it go both ways. Make what Julie said. Make it go both ways.
I just did. The
How you
cock
made
is
it go both
attached to a
ways?
human male. What are you talking about? Unless it's a
Turn it
dildo.
Oh,
around. Turn it around. Make it both ways. Make it turn around. So the man is playing with the pussy.
Both is playing with both, right? Don't it
Yes,
take two to have
yes. But
sex?
but but there's a clear direction in it. There's something penetrating something else, and that something before it gets penetrated, something needs to open, like legs, before example. For example.
Okay. And it's both to do the
it's
action,
not
doesn't
both.
it?
It's,
Hold on,
yo,
hold on. Let
the
me get
onus,
Fraz for a
is
second and
on
just
you.
for 1 second and
The
then I'll
onus
get
is on
back.
you.
Hold on, hold
You
on,
get
Stop
Azuli.
making
pregnant.
sense.
You get to
Hold.
hold the baby.
You know
You
who
get
you
No, no,
are.
no.
pregnant.
Stop making sense.
Man, I listen and then okay.
You
So
advocate
Just
for
mute
like
them, Mike.
so
Mute them, Mike.
yeah. I'm the D. No, I'm the MC. MC is master of ceremony, but or mistress. Anyway, so Yona, let's think as women, right? Because me,
adult women.
yes, for me, I can't, men, I don't understand them. I always say, like, I don't get them. I can only do what is in my power, like the prayer says, whatever. But so look at it this way: as a woman, you have certain days where you're safe and not. So a man, when he's going in there, he's taking his chances. Like, he can believe in his mind, first of all, that he has the, incredible, majestic power of, the pull-out game, which obviously none of them have, but they still believe in the superhuman ability to do that. So that's the one thing.
And my pillow game, it works, man. My
Hello,
pillow.
you know what? Just be quiet. The second one is the
I
belief.
have no pre-com, so giving me head,
Look, see,
giving me head
see?
is also
Oh my
comfortable.
goodness. See, just typical man reasons. And then the other one is like, oh, yeah, she's on contraceptives or whatever, because they just want to believe that in their minds. And then the third one is like, oh, she's on her safe days and so on. So there's three things that are still messing with their heads. But here's you as a woman doing the calculations, the reverse calculations. Like,
Tan, I know where
if
you're
you,
going with this, but I'm
yeah.
gonna stop you right
However,
there
She
he
has
because
does
to
it
stop
you
you,
can get
10.
100%.
pregnant
Then,
anytime. You
that's
can get
reality.
pregnant. No, no,
Don't
no, no,
spread
no, 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 no,
reality.
no, no, no. Stop.
Okay, all right,
Y'all need
go,
to
go,
stop.
Some
go,
women
Stop.
go, Yona,
cannot
go,
take
Stop.
Yona.
reality, 10.
Be the
Stop.
Don't
angel's
go
No, no,
there.
no, no, no,
advocate.
no, no, no. It
Mhm.
ain't about
Don't go
reality.
reality, 10. Don't
The
go reality,
reality
10.
is a woman can get pregnant anytime, but those specific days you can get pregnant even more. Don't play with me. I have children. So stop. Anytime you can get pregnant as a woman. So when you're having intercourse with a man, you need to know that as a woman. That's number one. Number two, a man needs to also know that you can impregnate a woman at any time, even when she's on birth control pill, even when you're using a condom, you can get her pregnant. So I don't understand what you guys are saying. Is responsibility and accountability on both sides. It's not just the man, it's not just the woman. It takes two to tango.
Then you have to
Two.
be then have you have to do like me and don't have sex. And that's not
Exactly.
working, is it? It's not
That's what
working,
you
is
do.
it?
No, no, no. Or you
That's
could
not
do like,
working, is it?
or you could do like a lot of people and get married and have sex as much as you want, impregnate her as much as you want, and do whatever you want. Boom, problem solved. There you
Who could
go.
afford all of that? Hey, I'm trying to pull out, man. Yo.
That's
Everybody
not
who's
gonna
married,
work.
stick up your hand.
Hey, so far so good. Yo,
All the married people all the
So
married
far,
people, stick
so
up your
good.
hand.
So far, so good. You're crazy.
All the married people, all the married people.
Just ignore Jay. Just ignore Jay. Everybody who is married, stick up your hand. Let me
we
see those
can't see
hands.
the we
Let
can't
me see
see the
those
hands.
married hands.
We can't see the hands, and that's the problem in our community because we can't see the hands of married people. That's why you have this bullshit going around with all these kids going around killing each other, having sex with each other, all types of diseases in the freaking black community too. Let's not even get started with what's going on. Ain't nobody really gonna be putting up their hands in our community because we
I
think of it
abstain.
as a joke.
I abstain, and I have nothing to do with germs, no diseases, no children out of wedlock.
Yeah, we think
You
of it
know,
as it's a joke. It's
that's
not.
real people.
We're
You know.
supposed to be building communities, building nations, and how
Oh
you do
yeah,
that is through
yes, yeah.
family.
Yona, yeah,
That's
before you
I'm supposed to
continue,
do.
Yona, I
Yeah,
wasn't saying that.
but you have to have the last word, and you have to have right, because
Yeah, I do have to have the last
you're
word
the
on this
logical
one
logic
because
thinker, and
I'm all important.
the pillar of the community. That's why things go this way.
Okay, so let me have the last one. So, I wasn't saying that, whatever they were saying was right with the pull out and the statistics and all that. All I'm saying is that for them, it's still taking a chance. But for us as women is like 100%.
Don't go
So
there,
there's
then. It's too real. It's too real, then you can do that.
Yeah. And then not only that, but it's 100%. And then the other thing is that responsibility was, I'm not talking about accountability. You can take responsibility without taking accountability. You can have a whole bundle of joy or pain at your side, but you still like, no, he lied to me, he did this, which is true. It's true, he's just a scoundrel and all of that stuff. But at the same time, you can't say that it was forced. It's still a willing encounter unless you're willing to press charges. So at the same time, responsibility wise, you're the one who's going to be stuck with that little bundle of joy. So it's more to your advantage to make sure that you do it the right way. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, oh, it's the woman's fault to blame. No, obviously, when two people come together, they're both willing participants in that event, and nobody's saying that anybody was tricked or conned into it and so on. All what the results is going to be to weigh differently on either side. For the men, yeah, they are going to complain about custody, and their wages are going to be garnished, and oh, this and that and that, the usual. Now they're going to come at me, the usual, men's rights, child custody complaints, right? But the women, you still have that baby every single day of the day. I mean, if you maybe weekend, once in a while you have 2 days off, but that child is yours every single day. So do you really, really want to take on that responsibility at the cost of having some moral, right, that oh, you won morally, but you're still the one paying for it? So for me, I would say that the person who has the most responsibility takes the most um yeah, the most initiative to guard herself. And I think that the traditional laws were not so much for the men. It was also to protect women so that did not get into either mistress situations, or they had their children out as illegitimate, or they couldn't take care of them, or that they needed the state or various other people to come and take care of them. So I think that if women really cared for their children, then yeah, they definitely have to say that if you want a child, then you have to put a ring on it. Yeah.
Then
Mm-hmm.
maybe it is, if people, men and women, had respect for their parents, then these things would happen less. So if you have children in honor of your parents, right, you will look for a good father for your children. You will look for a fit mother for your children, right? If you do it for your parents, if you do it for your grandparents. but
Mm-hmm.
but but people are in this curse called love, right? And they feel horny, and they lie to themselves that it's love. They haven't fucked for 2 months, and they fall in love with somebody. No, motherfucker, you're horny, right? So there's a fundamental,
Yeah,
there's
I'm glad you
something
brought
that
it back to that, because that's what we started with earlier. If you all missed it, go back to the beginning and rewind. But yeah, this whole concept of love, people think that is some revolutionary thing, whereas it's just an illusion. It's trying to find something in yourself and hoping that somebody you're going to find it in somebody else. So instead of having some kind of savior out there, you were looking for other people to save us. And in the meantime, we're not trying to save anybody. So everybody's trying to, find their savior, and everybody's trying to, nobody's trying to save anybody else. So,
I actually expect Pan Africans to think like this. because moving to another country is just immigration, right? But if you move a nation to another country, you're thinking about 3 generations after you, right? So if you are already separated with the father of your children, of the or the mother of your children, you're separated. You already have made a nasty soup of your family tree.
A nasty soup of your family tree. Remember that.
Yeah, if you got 3 baby mamas, or you got 3 baby daddies, that's kind of messy, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's just going to be a whole mixed pot. But
I still I'm at this point, after 13 years, is when I'm contemplating on never to really separate from baby moms. I'll deal with her 4 sisters and 4 brothers and her parents, but I'm sick and tired of the I mean, I'm sick and tired, man. How can you be that way? How can you be like that to the father of your children? How you know how is it that in Africa, no, how is it then in Africa a black man can tell you shit? You know that's how far that Western bullshit reaches. So a black man, you're an African woman, you live in a pitch black country, and a black man can tell you nothing. Not your father, not your brothers, not the 2 fathers of your 2 children. you know and the only person that can tell you something is your boss. It's your white boss, the exploiter, at the gold mine. You understand? And that's the same in the West. you know so a black man can tell you nothing, but the white policeman can tell you everything. The white doctor can tell you anything. Your white boss, your white colleagues, they can tell you anything, but the black father of your children can tell you nothing. And
but
that's why we're
and
bleeding. That's
that's
why we're bleeding.
why
And that's
and
why
that's
we're bleeding.
why
Jose,
once again
Jose,
I
I don't
say
know who, I don't know
it's
who
an
women need to.
illusion. This whole
I
thing
don't know
about
what,
love.
I don't know, I don't know. Maybe it's my experience, and I can't speak for no one on the panel. But it just ain't never been my
So don't.
experience, brother. I think it's
So
maybe
don't.
one crazy lady who was just, we was,
Oh yeah, who hurt you? Who hurt
no,
you?
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no,
Who hurt
no,
you?
no, no, no.
Yes.
We was in a,
I'm gonna leave you.
let me
The
just
day
tell
is starting
to
here.
Ernest.
The day is starting here. I think I'm going to leave you ladies finish
Okay,
the
Jose, it's been
conversation.
great. I wish you could stay
Okay,
longer, but I
okay.
have
Yeah,
to
because
find this food.
I ain't got no time for this.
Okay, well,
So
get your
in experience,
breakfast.
right? I dated a single mother before. She had 2 kids, and she had an ex-husband. So we was in a country. She had her own personal difficulties, but I have found that the women in my life has been reasonable. Has been reasonable. I don't try to beat up women. You know what I mean? I let some women have their own goddamn opinion. It's just that if I am able to show women, the woman who I'm with, that my reasoning, you know what I mean, won't harm her or is advantageous to her, I don't have to get into a screaming match. She gonna do what I say. It's just that we'll agree. We'll agree more than we disagree. And the women in my life, they seem to value my opinion. Seem to value my opinion. This whole thing of, well, I can call the police on you and get in there. It's not to say that I never had arguments with women, because if you're dating a black woman, you're gonna have an argument with her. But this whole thing of, what I mean, women don't listen to you; they only listen to your white boss. That's just not been my experience, man. That's not been. I've met many women, married or no, they respect the opinions of the men that they with. So it's maybe because maybe because my brothers live in Western culture, where I guess first world Western culture. That's been his experience, but it's not been my experience. You know, women seem the black women who I've dated, they seem pretty reasonable for the most part, and some of them is cool chicks. You know, some of the coolest women you would ever want to meet. And somebody said, "Why them?" It just was. It wasn't a fit, and it's just like these women. Sometimes they may be nice, they may be good, but they just may not be for you. It's okay. I think,
I agree.
and I think that's okay. But I don't want. I think that the brothers should go hard on women sometimes, man. And I don't always agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that women can be fun. I think women could be your greatest companion, your greatest fucking asset if you listen to some of the things that. Because I feel like women represent the other side of the game. Men look at life through a male spectacle. A woman look at life through a female spectacle. Sometimes to look at life as that duality, you are to see better looking at the world one way. Sometimes the woman with a do certain things that she's able to see. Even sometimes a woman can see the details and things you may not see, you may skip over. Say, you know what, you shouldn't go down there. Malcolm X, I'll give you an Malcolm X, Malcolm X, right? Malcolm's mother told my father not to go out. Say, if you go, say Lester, if you go out tonight, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. He ain't listen though. What happened to him? Chop him right up. And it happened through history. You know what I mean? Sometimes women are very perceptive with things. And I think that men are bullheaded in some things. And the woman you with, in my reality or my perception, they can either take you to heaven or they can send you straight to hell. And what for you listen to some things that's being said sometimes, you know, you could use it as your advantage or you could use it as your disadvantage. But I don't see, I think that there's a tone when it comes to, in particular, black women for some reason, that these people, these women are just degenerate, no good, so and so's. You know, it's just not been my experience with women I've encountered. Even here tonight, you know, uh, Tanzan so docile in her way. She didn't want to tell people to shut the F up. They're like, oh, I was just, you know, she's so subtle. Yeah, and you ought to be so accommodating. You know what I mean? She from Brooklyn now. She can contest us really, but she ain't gonna do it in a violent way. I just think that there are good women out here, and I just see I see women from the other side of the glass. I gonna meet no good, dirty, disgusting, bad wenches. So meet best women you would ever meet. You know, so I don't know. The brothers them, I feel like they jaded. I feel like the brothers them jaded, and I understand, but you can't get so jaded. It seems like you just like swearing off women, man. I mean, it could be a boiled out party, a party.
I agree. And it's very sad because many a lot of the times they're like, oh, I can't learn nothing from a woman. I can't listen. I don't listen to women or whatever else that they say. But that's when I remind them a woman's duty is to connect a man's head to his heart. You understand? So it's to have him feel, not just to keep thinking, it's to have him feel and get into his emotional side because that goes a long way.
Yeah, so
And
you
that
can
happens.
control him. So you
That
can
happens.
control him.
Well, whether you would say it's the control or what, but it happens through communication. You cannot have a house where you're supposed to be a
You,
leader.
Yana,
Wait, hold on, Azuli, hold on. You can't have a house when you're the leader of that house and you're not communicating. It's like you're on the ship, you're the captain of the ship, yet you're not talking to the other the sailors and the co-captain or whatever else. You have to have an open communication. not just with you and your woman, but with you and your children. That's a lot of reasons why these kids out here is messed up, because they can't talk to their parents. They go out and they talk to somebody else. It's a lot of reasons why these kids are getting abused sexually by their friend of the family or another family member or something, because they can't talk to their parents. You have to have open communication and learn how to communicate with people, especially if you want things to work. That's just how life is. You have to know how to communicate.
So all of that is you blaming on men because they're not in touch with their heart.
I'm not blaming anything. You see how you just Azuli? I love you, Azuli.
What I'm saying is, there's no way I'm gonna let a woman lead me, especially not with the Western
No,
mentality.
where did I
You,
say that? There is
because
no lead.
what you want to do, you want to connect men to their feeling, because you know, and the feeling, that's how you could control the men. Once you get the men feeling what you're feeling, emotionally thinking like you want to control the
No,
men. That is not,
Zuli.
you guys are not fit at the moment to connect any men to their heart, because you
That
didn't clean
when
yourself
no
up
no no no
first.
no. You can't say you guys.
No, you guys,
Okay? Because
because you are
you're
state property.
no not all females are state property, so we can't keep going through this with you. There's good women out there. Tan and I are good women. These good peoples out there, Zuli. Stop saying that. Seriously, you gotta stop saying that. Come up with another saying, bro. Like for real. No, but a man has to get into his feelings too. You have to, or else you're gonna be what, a doorknob? You gotta feel sometime. That's all that I'm saying. That's what a woman is supposed to, that's our duty, to allow you all to feel sometimes. Ain't nobody saying we're gonna take control or no, no, never that. It's just to have you all have your emotions intact. That's what a good leader is. He's well rounded. That's all. We're not ain't nobody trying to control you. I love you, Zuli. I ain't trying to
Nah,
control you.
all this language you talking touch to feelings. That's how you get to control men, through feelings, or you make
Oh
me
my
feel this way,
God.
and feelings is like,
Tan, do you hear this, Tan? Tan, I can't.
oh,
Zuli,
feelings.
stop.
Look,
You don't need
it's
feelings. You don't need
it's not
feelings.
about
You don't need.
control, it's about understanding,
Thank
You don't need
you.
that's
feelings.
all.
You don't need feelings. What feelings? Which feelings? The feelings
That's
that
what that's
the
what
feelings
feelings
Hollywood told you
are.
to. The
Oh,
Understanding. It's
hey, good night, Bona Haguzeki. Good to
yeah.
have you.
the
Good night.
feelings.
Yeah. All right. Give him a
Yeah.
hug, Tan.
Look, the whole thing is really is this, that it's just, what's wrong with just, having a nice a conversation. It's not a bad thing.
What does that
It's
have to do with feelings?
Because it brings understanding.
No. Feelings.
It brings
Logic brings
empathy. It
understanding.
brings
Logic brings
sympathy.
understanding, not feelings.
Oh my
Logic brings
God.
understanding,
Wow.
not
Okay.
feelings.
But it's a
Okay.
balance, Ezuli. You can't just, you're not just an unfeeling robot. You also, still a person with emotions and thoughts and so on. And women are the same way too. Maybe
No,
in
I don't need
different.
you for that. I could go talk to the elder, because you trying to manipulate me with your feelings. Let me go talk to the elders and ask them about when I feel some way, not y'all.
Oh boy.
Okay, but it's not like we're trying to get you to do something that you don't want to do. It's all, you listen to us, we listen to you, and then we come to
No,
an
I'm not
understanding.
listening to you because you're programming. Somebody else is running your programming.
How and who and how?
You just told me it was okay for a woman to lie to a man, and
No,
don't
I
be
didn't.
mad.
I
You just
never
you
say.
raised you raised the proper kid. You
No,
raised a
I
nice
didn't say
kid.
that.
She
I
didn't
didn't
say
say.
it like that, Azuli.
No,
Yes,
no,
you
I
did.
didn't even say it like anyhow. I didn't say,
You
No,
oh,
said,
she
"Oh,
she
didn't.
but
should
you
do
raised a
that. I
nice
just,
kid. You raised a nice kid." You
yeah,
see the
all,
programming you are?
okay, okay. It's like this. If somebody tricked you into giving you money
And
and
yet you're
then they
still
went,
going at it.
oh, wow. All I'm
Tan,
saying is this.
you're gonna just leave it alone. It's like
Okay,
beating a
I'll leave
dead
it
horse.
alone, but I'll say this one thing. No, I'm not saying that it's good for anybody to lie or to cheat or steal or anything. None of that. I didn't say any of that. But I'm saying that you as a man, you shouldn't feel bad. I think you should still feel good about yourself, that you still brought some kind of, joy to a child's life. I think that's something to take away from it. Obviously it's going to hurt your feelings, and we understand that, and I do
No, no, no.
understand.
It's not feelings. Did you hear what? Did you not hear what we said? That woman robbed the father, robbed two fathers, and then robbed the
Terrible,
child.
a terrible woman. Nobody's
No, 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 no.
condoning what
All of
she
a sudden now
did.
you want to say terrible. At the beginning, that's not true. Say, oh, but she raised
No,
a
we
good
didn't
son.
Oh
condone
wow.
that.
That's
Stop
Oh
it,
my.
Azuli.
I wasn't
Stop it.
addressing
and
her.
you
We
are the
agreed.
women, and
It
you
I,
are the women that want to be my what?
no,
What
no,
was
no,
that
no, no.
bullshit Yana just said? Touch me to my heart. Shut up.
No,
Azuli.
no, you're twisting what we said. I didn't say anything about what she did. I say that she's a bad. She should not be condoned in any kind of way. I'm not saying that I'm talking about the man in the picture right then. That man should not feel any kind of, bad, because even if yes, that woman did him wrong. Very
You just
true.
say that men should not feel any kind of way. What are you
No, no, no,
talking
not
about?
any kind of way. He shouldn't feel bad about what he did, not in being with her, but being in the child's life. I think that's still an honorable thing, that you still give, a child, the guidance, and at that point, the example of being a father. So
But you see, that's what you've been saying, but they weren't listening. They just heard like you said, like, oh, you should do that, and they're like, wait a minute, why should I? That's they weren't fully listening to what you were saying. I understood what you were saying, but it's like they took it to heart where, like, oh, I'm a fool, and what if she can't have any more kids, and that's my only child, and then that's not my child, and that's not what you were saying. But do you get what she's saying now, Azuli? She's saying it's just more admirable of you to take on another man's child, even though that's not your child. And it's a great thing that you're doing, even though that's not your seed. But
even
you
if you didn't
guys,
know, what I'm saying is this: even if you didn't know, even if she lied to you, I'm not saying that she should have. I'm not saying that at all. I don't know what in any of our conversation you would get that. I'm not saying, yeah, she's a winner for putting one over you. No, no. I'm saying this, that if a man found himself in a situation where, let's say, he'd been lied on for 18 years, yeah, I know that would hurt. I'm not saying that that would be a terrible, terrible thing. I'm not saying it wouldn't be easy. But all I'm saying is this: it would still not be like wasted years. It's not being like, oh, you spent 20 years in prison for a crime you did not commit, which is typical. You were still there for a child who needed you at that time. That was not right what the mother did. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that as a man, that's still an honorable thing to do. So yeah, whatever you decide after that point, like, oh, okay, now you don't have to do it anymore, and you feel, well, however you still. But for me, I still think that those years, even though they were based on this terrible, obviously, horrible woman's lies, I still think that it's not something that a man is supposed to say, oh, I wasted my time. No, you did something you for a child, and for me that's always going to be a good thing. So I'm not
Let me
saying
ask
that
you a question.
hmm
Let me ask you a question. What if you was married to a guy for 30 years, right?
hmm
The guy passed away.
okay.
When you go to the will, to the
hmm
reading of the will, you found out that you was never really married to him, that he was married to another woman. How would you feel about that?
That he was actually married to another one, but I used to see him, regularly and often enough, and
Yeah.
he was a
How would
good
you feel
father
about
and
that?
husband. If he was all those things and he still
When he was
maintained.
nice to you, he treated you nice.
Oh
He
man,
gave
then
you.
then I would just wonder how he managed to do both at the same
Yeah.
time
You
and
wouldn't feel like shit.
still keep a
You
front
wouldn't
on,
feel like shit. That's okay,
going.
right? You
No, no,
would want
it's
to
not
marry another
okay. It's
person.
not okay, but it would not negate what he did for me. I would not say that, oh, now he's terrible, because at the same time you say that he still, took care of his, my end of things, I still felt taken care of, then yeah, I would more be shocked by that he managed to keep that other end while still doing all this. That would be like super husband to me. Like, if you can take care of this and still be able to take care of that,
You
like,
will do
whoa.
anything to keep going with your previous thing, saying that you did a great thing. You're not you. Oh, and
Well, first of
the
all,
only reason I feel that you saying now it's a bad woman, because at the beginning you wasn't saying that. You
no,
what's
no, 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 no. You say that he took care of things and he was a good man. So if if he was and I was happy, then that's the most important thing. If it turns out that he had something else on the side, then I'll be like, well, he still took care of me. And if she's happy too, I'll be like, yeah, I guess he did what he did and wanted to do it. Now, if he was a terrible person, if you couldn't get him to pay for your child's diapers and things like that, and then suddenly when he dies, this other woman comes out and she's been living the good life and being, I would be pissed off. Like, so that's where his money was going. Like, what the hell? So this is the woman I need to fight, who was siphoning all my hard-earned money and his as well.
Always
Like,
comes down to the money, doesn't it?
so I'm over here struggling and pinching my pennies. Meanwhile, this
That
she's over
wretched
here spending it all.
biatch.
Man, yeah, yeah. At that point, now we're fighting over the coffin. But no, if he was a good man and a good husband and he took care of the children and everything else, then
actually, Ten is not looking at the shit logically.
oh my goodness. See, when we say it, you don't believe it. So
No, I'm talking. I don't know what Mama is talking about. I don't know if he's talking about the example that I gave, or because of 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 the one we talking about. He just said that a woman who does that to a man should be stoned. Now he telling me 10 is psychological and emotional. You stoning the woman is emotional.
Stone her ass, okay? Listen, what are you making, Azuli? Look at what time it is over here. What are you making?
I'm not making anything. I'm just washing my dishes. That's it.
Oh, Azuli washed dishes. That's so sweet.
Yeah.
That's why
everything he
we
does
love
is
you,
just sweet.
Azuli.
Man, look at you.
I'm simping.
It's a hard, super sipping, super hard.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about, Mama. Yeah.
Oh, Ezili is eating. Oh, Ezili is. Oh, that's so cute.
We love Azuli here. He's our guy. He's our protector on the internet streets, We
No.
know that.
The white man is your protector.
See, Mama
Oh.
knows what I'm talking about. It's all about the money.
The money, the money.
Yeah.
Azuli, we love you, bro. Like, you're very passionate. You always come through for us. We love
Yes.
you, your dialect. We love your talking points. We all get along. We good peoples. So people
Yeah.
be like, "Oh, Azuli's getting so mad." And we know Azuli. He's a teddy bear.
He's like, yo, I'm not a teddy bear. Lies, all lies.
If
He
I was
hated
if
when
I
we
was
do
if I
that.
was 9 and I had ovaries, I would have believed y'all.
Oh boy.
Wow. Wow. See,
Sorry.
this is why, you all
Okay.
just don't get comedy at all.
You know,
You know.
try to
But on
compliment
American
them.
Dad, there was this time when, he was changed into a woman. So he turned into a woman, and then he's like, am I crazy? Or am I a woman? And then his supervisor, who's the guy, is like, you're both, of course.
Is that like a hermaphrodite or something?
No, he's saying that of course if you're a woman you're definitely crazy. So it's not
Oh,
like it's one or the other.
yeah,
If you're a woman you're definitely crazy. But yeah,
for
it's just
sure.
a sexist funny joke.
Well, sis, you know it's
Yes.
about that time for me.
Yes, 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 yes. I know.
Woo,
It's been great.
Lord. It
It's
was
been a
amazing
long
as
one.
usual, Tan. Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you for being on the show. Thank you for your insight, your fire, your passion. Ooh, yeah.
No, mama, I was not eating legume.
What?
You saw that, right?
Mama said I was eating legume. It's about to be 3 o'clock, bro. I'm not eating that. I can't.
What's wrong with eating legume?
I,
Legume is good.
no. 2 o'clock in the morning. He's talking about Haitian legume. Haitian legume is like a heavy. Nah,
Yeah,
bro.
it's good
Oh,
though. It's
okay,
Yeah, it
okay.
is good, but not at no 2 going on 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to get my 20s back. I'm trying to get my 20s back for the summer, baby.
oh, Azuli, Saturday is gonna
Really?
be
You're not going anywhere for the
75.
summer.
Well, no, not Saturday. Friday is gonna be like 75
Oh,
You're not
degrees.
going anywhere for the summer.
Friday. What you said? What you said, Sam?
I said you're not going anywhere for the summer.
Yo, just like a woman hating. No one hate.
I'm not. I'm just being realistic. Yeah.
Azuli
You
is gonna
see,
be hanging
the
out this
problem.
summer.
You came to look at this. That's very. You want me to? I said. I said the summer's coming. I'm trying to get my 20s back. Instead of saying, "Go ahead, King, do your
Oh
thing." No,
wow.
no, you ain't never gonna get your 20s
That
back.
would be
You ain't
honest
never. You
simping,
see,
not me.
if that was Becky would have said, "You go, my
Oh,
Nubian
stop! Because
king."
I was just over here simping for you, and you're like, "Oh, the
Super
state property,
hard.
the state property." Come
No,
on.
no, no, no. You were simping to control me.
Oh
Becky don't simp
God,
Wow.
to control me.
See, you can't win.
can't
Becky simp
win.
to let me be free like a wild lion.
Yeah, you
Can't
see,
win
now you
with
can't
you.
even use Italian anymore. They've hijacked it. But yes.
Can't win with you, Azuli. Okay, so Tan, let's give him what he wants. Yes, go ahead, King. Oh
No,
my
I don't want it
God.
now. I don't want it now. Stop.
No, I can't do it without just feeling like I'm
You're gonna look like Superman this summer, King. Go ahead
No,
now.
no, no. See, now you patronizing me. See, typical Caribbean
Go
woman.
Zuli. It's your birthday. Yeah, Becky would have called the police. Yeah, she's just nice until you do something she doesn't
No,
like.
Mama said.
And
Mama
then
said Becky would have called the police. Damn.
Cook at 2 o'clock in the morning, Laura, in the kitchen.
or burn the house down, and then the fire
No,
department would be there anyway. So
the Becky would have been like, "You want me to wake up? You want me to put your alarm on for you so you can wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the gym?" And be like,
Oh,
"Yes, my European Nubian queen."
oh my God, him with this European Nubian queen. I can't stand. You know we hate that, Azuli. Stop it already.
no. For me, I would like to be not a fly. I would just like to be, an invisible force there. Just seeing that ridiculous cosplay being played out. Like,
First of all,
yes, huh?
you ever saw the movie I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker?
No.
Oh, you
Watch
ain't
that
see it,
movie.
Tan? Oh my God, Tan, you gotta get kept caught up, girl. Get caught up with
Is it
black
a good
movies.
film?
It's
Is
just
it deep?
silly.
It's by the Wayans brothers, the older one.
Is it deep?
No, it's silly. It's
No,
super silly. Yeah.
it's deep. It's silly and deep if you pay attention to it.
Yeah, that's
See,
true.
Mama wouldn't watch it because it's not deep enough. He likes deep films and deep music and deep art, I imagine.
Hey, yo, pause. Mama seems to like a lot of deep stuff. Hey, yo.
Huh? What?
Zooey.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
You all talk about okay, just not to be
You see, Mama know the
gross and
word.
all that, but it's really now we have you all here. You all talk about, tight versus loose. Is there a thing as
No,
deep
Zuli
versus
don't do
shallow?
that. That's gas.
Is
That's
there
gas.
what? Is there what?
Gas does that.
Okay, we're going to try to be PG-13, but I'm talking about, you all talk about, tight versus loose. Is there a deep versus shallow?
Is there deep versus shallow?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. This is what I heard, and I might have experienced. I heard that the only thing I'm gonna say about this is that slim women, like slim women, right?
Uh-huh.
They're usually deeper than like thick women with hips. Like the thick women. No, I'm not talking about fat. I'm talking about like the the women I'm talking about, not the.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's what I've heard. I've heard like skinny women. They're deep.
Who told you that? Gas told you that.
Not
Baby.
gas.
You know he's gonna be like, "What y'all talking about?"
No,
I ain't
not
even
gas.
here.
You guys can tell me that I've heard from a lot of my male friends. That's what
Oh,
they said.
really?
Okay.
What? Mama said what? 1-800 vinegar bath? No, sir. That make your thing dry, my guy. No. You want to sit in vinegar all day? Whew, that's gonna be something.
What
That's what
about
I
the
heard.
whole
I
milk of
haven't.
magnesia?
That's what I heard, but
Okay. Well, I don't know. There's some
Milk of
things that
magnesia.
yo, my milk of magnesia Nubian queens. Jeez.
oh my
Shut
goodness,
up.
just be quiet, Azuli. Just be quiet.
Yo, yeah, y'all mad at me, but your ancestors was worshiping Cleopatra, and Cleopatra is not even black.
Well, that's what they claim. We don't really know that.
Nah,
Azuli, you going to the gym on Saturday? What you doing?
on Saturday.
When you going to the gym?
I'm trying to wake up tomorrow around like 8 to go to the gym. I mean today.
Oh no. Get you on the flip side, bro.
I'm trying to get the 20s back, yo.
Okay, wait a minute. Cultural conundrum question. What does catch you on the flip side mean?
Catch you on the flip side, meaning, nah, not today, shorty. I'll catch you next time.
Right.
But what's the flip side?
Oh my God! I just told you.
He just told you.
Yes, but you said I'll catch you on another day. What's the flip side though?
I'll
That's
catch you on the flip side, meaning I'm not gonna catch you on this side. I'm catch you next time.
Next time.
So the next time is the flip side?
Yes, Tan. But she's learning though, Zuli. We just got more teaching to teach her.
I'm not, but I told her that
because
she
I
was
thought
like,
it meant like I'll catch you on the wrong side, like you're flipping something off, or you're catching somebody on the
Okay, so
opposite
no,
side.
that's not what it means. We just
Okay.
explain what it means.
So
Okay,
it just means catch you on the flip.
I'll
The
catch you on the
flip
flip side, meaning if I say 10, you coming out tomorrow? You're like, nah, I have a lot of work to do. I'll catch you on the flip side, meaning next time.
Okay, I get it. It's like I'll take a rain check.
Yes.
exactly.
Got it.
Yes.
Yes.
So now I'm gonna be bringing this up to you, Tan. Girl, I'm gonna catch you on the flip side. You know what it means, okay?
Okay. I thought it was something cooler than that. I thought it was like you're flipping somebody off. It was either cooler or ruder.
No,
Okay,
How's
so
that
I just
cool by cursing at somebody?
no.
well,
no,
because
Tan.
you're trying to, flip them off. I thought it had something to do with that, like you're trying to flip
There
them
goes
off.
that Kenyan literal again. Let it go.
Okay,
Let
fine.
it go.
Fine.
It's like you say I'm chilling.
Let it go.
It's like you saying I'm chilling. Does that mean that you chilling? Do you know what that means when somebody says I'm chilling?
Right.
I know now it just means that you're relaxing, but the literal meaning for it is almost like that you're cold. But I know some of those things are not
Oh
to be
my
taken
God. Man, how long
literally.
you been? Oh my God.
I already
So
say
you
that
mean
I
to tell
know,
me?
but
You mean to tell me in your language there's not a word that means something, but it means totally different of what it actually means? These are Black people vernacular. It's like, for example, in the Haitian language, if somebody you tell you sac passe, right?
Somebody put that earlier. What I meant to ask.
Yeah, Mama put that. Sac
It
passe
means hello.
Sac passe means you. What's going on? What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Going on?
But what do the actual words mean?
I just told you, sac, what, passé, what just went on, what is going on.
And what language is that?
That's in Haitian, but most people say Creole. But I say
Creole.
Sac passé.
And
Okay.
in Jamaican, of course, I already told you, wagwan means what's going on.
That one
Wagwan.
I can sort of understand because it's sort of like the contraction of it's like what's going on,
Right.
what's
okay,
going
since
on,
you speak French,
No.
Huh?
so in French they will say qu'est-ce qui se passe. So in Creole or in Haitian, this is sac passé.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah.
So when you see a Haitian person, you say sac passé. Most the call and answer would be ma boule. Ma
Yeah.
boule.
Mabule.
Ma boule means, if you translate word for word, it means I'm burning.
Mm-hmm.
But ma boule means is I'm rolling with the punches. I'm here. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
So,
I'm good. Like that.
so ma boule would be because Haiti's hot. So when you see somebody in the sun, yo sac passe ma boule, meaning that I'm here. I'm rolling with the punches. I'm good.
Right.
So it's just like when people say I'm chilling, that doesn't mean you're chilling. It just means you're chilling.
Right. You're relaxing. You're comfortable. You're good. Not like you're freezing cold, chilling.
Nah, that's what.
No, I was trying to remember even in Kiswahili if most of the words are, even the greetings are quite literal, because even if you say, even the slang words, even sasa is what's what is how are you right now, or right now, and then you say fit, which is English for fit, or you say poa, which means relaxed. Poa actually means relaxed, but is actually used as translated for chilling, but poa just means I'm relaxed, I'm poa. And then you can say habari, which is news, what's the news, and then zuri, which is good. So it's almost like saying, oh, what is the news? The news is good. So let me
So
see.
it's literal, really literal.
Yes, a lot of them. I'm trying to see if there's something that we use for something else.
That's why we're from America and you guys are from Africa. Our language is poetic. Yours is just
No, it's not that your language is poetic. Firstly, English is a very, very dirty language. It's a very
first. It
sexual
doesn't
language.
matter if the English is dirty. It's the African syntax. It's not about the language. If you're saying that your language is literal, maybe that's the East African. Maybe the West African are cooler.
That is true. That is true. I don't have enough information about, the West Africans, and you people are related to not you in a bad way. I'm not, being, all
Yeah,
white
that's what you
on
meant.
you.
You people, like
No, come on. No.
Stop
The
giving Tana had a hard
yeah,
time.
the
Zuli.
people who are related to the people from the west of Africa and other, adjoining parts. Yes. So those people, they might have a different way of speaking. Maybe the West African dialect is less literal than the East African ones. But from the ones that I know, even the languages around us that speak, people are usually in literal terms. The people speak in quite literal terms.
oh yeah.
You said Yoruba is non-literal. Okay. Do you speak Yoruba, Mau Mau? I wish you could say something. Give an example of that. That would be good.
I'll say something in the Yoruba. Nyash.
Whatever, Azuli. You know what?
Seriously?
Just sit down
Oh,
for a
God.
second.
Nyash is life.
Just relax.
On that note, I bid you all a good
Yes,
night.
it's been great.
Later, Yona.
Yes.
Yo, Nyash is
Bye.
life. That's the Yoruba term. Nyash. Exactly.
Whatever. You know what? Just bye. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great having you. But yeah, you are all, unfortunately linguistically colonized, so you wouldn't know
Yo,
other.
you hear what he put? He put Akata.
Who who's saying? Oh, wow! I do not use that word. I do not use the
Akata
N
just
word.
means
Yes, we're
Akata
breaking down barriers
like a
between the
fat. I'm
diaspora and
bullied. I'm bullied, ja. You know, Akata just means wild cat. I don't take offense to that anymore. So
okay, okay.
I'd rather be a wild cat than a domesticated one.
Look, I would for me, I don't like any kinds of I don't like any kinds of insults. I can't lie. I'd rather people not.
Any kind of insult. It's the way. That's not an insult.
Well, any kinds of derogatory words for people.
I don't think they meant Akata as an offensive word. They described their own people. They said like if a person from the country goes to live into the city and doesn't come back for like 9 or for a while, they call them Akatas too.
Okay, if it's just a regular, non-judgmental word that they use, then it's okay.
Well,
If
I
it
don't. I heard African American were
you
using
said
it
it's not
to.
an insult, okay,
It's like,
okay.
they said like if you call me a wild cat
Mm-hmm.
to my face, like why would I? I'd rather be a wild cat than a domesticated, programmed under colonization cat. If you want to mean it as an insult, I don't mind being a wild cat.
Okay. Okay, so Jazz Zola doesn't mind either. For me, it's this way. It's how it's directed. It's how it's directed. So if somebody is just using it as an unbeloved, let's say somebody on the continent, because I would say this honestly, people on the continent are not caring about, this whole, diaspora wars and blah 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 internet stuff. They really, really don't care. And Africans welcome everyone, and including Black Americans. They're not like, oh, we're going to welcome everybody except you guys. No, they if there's a problem, it's like they welcome everybody. Not it be that they don't welcome one people in particular. So that's just a thing right there. Unless you do just something just terrible. But in summary, they welcome everyone. So on the continent, if somebody calls you that because it means something different, foreigner, you've been away, and I know that that's something that they do. There's a difference between people who've lived there, people who've been away for a while, people who've been away for a long time. So totally understand it. The ones that I'm talking about is the ones that came over here and then they come to somebody else's place and then they make up a word for it that is meant to be like a sneer, like, oh, ha, 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 well, those people over there. So those are the ones that the reason why I have always, not liked that word. So it depends on where it's coming from. If it's just somebody on the continent just using it as a general arbitrary word that they use to describe, a phenomenon, fine. But for people who come over here and then they use it as a way to put down other people, then no, I'm not for it. Yeah. Yeah. So that's how I look at it. So I know that there are people who have used it. I heard about it, some years back, and but all we had is that it was the Nigerian word for how they describe Black Americans, and for us, and then for us, you might have a different, how you had it. For us, what we heard about it was that it came from the word cotton cutter, which was like the Nigerians making fun of Black Americans for being slaves, and we thought that that was quite insensitive. So that's my result for not using it. But in any case, it was not used it was not used in a complimentary fashion. Yeah.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, like I never took it like that. Even if they had called me that, I don't know. If Akata, but they used to say Akata used to mean slaves or whatever. But I think it's just people trying to create division, like the FBA people. They didn't even know, but I googled it, He said Akata means wild cat, somebody who's been away from home for a while. So,
Okay, and you know,
and I'm not. I mean, even if they meant it as an insult, I don't take it as an insult because that's not gonna make me feel bad about nothing. You know.
okay. All right. Well, you're more gracious than me. For me, it's like if I know that somebody is using a word to try to put me down, then I do not accept that word at all. So that's the reason why I am uncomfortable saying the N word, not just because it's not my culture, but also because I know that it was used by people to put down, a whole group of people. So that's my reason for not using it. So
I mean, I
for
use
me,
it. I
hmm?
grew up. I could say I grew up here,
Mm-hmm.
so I use the N word from time to time, and I'm not gonna say I don't use it.
I know all of you Black Americans use it. I know you all do. So yeah,
So I use it from time to time, but why you say I know you Black Americans? You see,
I did say you people this time. My
no.
goodness,
You said I know you Black American. You just called me in the kata right there without saying it.
I didn't say it though. Wow,
You said
it's
I
only.
know. You said I know you Black American.
Look, the last time you got me, I got in trouble for saying, you people. Now, even if I say the correct thing, I still get in trouble. Wow. Okay.
No, you say you Black Americans. What? So,
Okay. Fine. Ja, I hope you're going to be on my side on this one.
Why would I be on your side when you called me Akata last weekend?
I
Man?
did not. I have
You
not.
called
I
me
have never,
Akata last weekend.
never, ever.
Nah, you're a sweetheart. Nah, I'm just playing with you.
Yeah, do not come and besmudge my good character.
you just called me in the kata by saying you American people, you Blacks, you Blacks.
Okay. What do you want me to say? How do you want me to refer to? How do you want me to phrase it?
And I know African Americans use it, but I just don't use it myself. Not you Black, like it's the way the you sound. It's like it sounds.
Okay. I guess my mom doesn't like it. Okay, what is the correct way to say the group of people who are out here? Yes.
I mean, I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but I know they use African American and they use a lot. They don't mind blacks, but it's
But
not.
that's what I said. I
No, you
said
said you're not listening. You said you blacks, you blacks,
I said you Black Americans.
you black. It sounds like somebody. It's like saying you Kenyans. What if I say you Kenyans don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah, it sounds disparaging
Look,
a little
if
bit.
if you
When you say
say
you,
like
when
you
you
can,
say
if
you
you
like
say
that,
and then add something bad, then hey Chameister.
Hey Tanzan, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm
who's
chill.
that Mau?
What?
Who's this Mau?
Who's
No,
my?
it's Chammeister.
Yeah, I don't.
MC. Oh, okay, I remember him, Mr.
Wait,
MC.
wait. Who's this? But is that Janzola or
Yeah,
who's
John
this?
Zola. Yeah,
Oh, hey, how are you?
what's going on, brother?
I'm chill.
Did you hear me on Afrodama's channel earlier?
I'll be honest. I didn't see his latest live stream. I
Uh,
think I can't remember what I was doing. I was definitely doing something. I can't remember. But yeah, I didn't
nah,
see it. But maybe I'll
nah.
see it later.
I
That guy sound
basically,
like he's from the Kaiser Empire.
nah, no. I
Huh?
basically took a page out of Tunaja's book because one day I was on a panel with Tunaja. We was on an FBA panel. I'm Pan Africanist and everything, right? So I was
Yeah.
on I was on the FBA panel, and I get so much flack. Me and Tunaja get so much flack. But one day Tunaja had apologized for like slavery and stuff like that when he really didn't have to, but he apologized for slavery, which is was the most humblest thing I ever witnessed from some
Okay.
one of
Like basically on behalf of those
yeah.
and Africans who
Mm-hmm.
sold of Africans, basically on
Yeah.
behalf. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I basically went on the panel on Afrodama's channel and did the same thing, and I'd apologize for the flack that a lot of Africans get from African Americans and just the disrespect and everything like that, and You know, just
Mhm.
just try to
All
promote
right.
more. Just try to promote more unity and love, and you know,
I'm
Yeah,
not.
coming. All right.
exactly.
Cool.
I'm not apologizing for shit. I ain't do nothing. Y'all saw
Nah,
me.
you don't got to, but that's not for everybody.
I think he
Not
means on
everybody's humble like that,
behalf
you know.
rather than, for oneself.
Why did you apologize? You apologize for what? Oh, he got kicked off. Like,
No, I'm here.
why did you apologize for? Like,
Oh no, I apologize for all, like every African that came to America that experienced like hardships from African Americans and disrespect. Some people got teased, some people got things like that. So I just pretty much apologize for all of that. You know what I mean? Because I see that both sides seem like I've been in these YouTube streets for like a couple months, right? And I'm starting to get familiar with certain terms like tether and FBA. Like these terms it don't exist in America, bro. Like and on the ground, like Azuli, you never heard of FBA or anything like that's new to us.
yeah,
So I just been seeing all of this diaspora wars, and I'm just trying to end it, and by ending it,
Mhm.
You can't.
I'm taking the lessons from Martin Luther King. He says,
You can't. You know how
you can't
You know how you end it. You
by
just
promoting love, promoting peace, man,
Yeah, you
promoting
just
unity.
ended with your interpersonal. With your interpersonal. When you interface with somebody from the motherland or from the Caribbean, you just show love. That's it.
That's it. Yeah,
Frank Nasheed is a clown, bro.
yeah, and that's a fact. And that's the thing with in general, bro. We just need to promote more love, bro. I think that's the common denominator. That's the root of why we're in the position that we are in, like in the world, like in a lowly position, and low on the economic ladder, whatever the social economic ladder. It's the love. We don't have love for ourselves, for our neighbor, for our for our
Yeah,
people.
because you all keep using that N word,
Chill. Yo, stay in your Eastern African place.
You guys say crazier stuff in East Africa. You better stop it.
Look, we AAC people are the nicest people on
Nah.
earth.
I learned about Jareer from you guys.
No, that's not EAC.
Yeah,
That's the
well, yes, it
Horners,
is. Well,
not the
That's
It's
EAC.
honest.
Hornets, but Hornets. You have Hornets that live in Kenya too. So come on,
Look. We don't claim them.
like
They're the
Somalis and
people
stuff.
who can live
It's a
anywhere,
Somali word.
anywhere. Yeah, that's not a word that we
So
use for
yeah, no, but
ourselves.
I think that was pretty cool what I did, and thought you seen it.
Yeah, lots of deflection. So for me, like I said, it's how someone intends it. If somebody, is just making an innocent comment, just describing you for who you are. Oh, you've been away, you came back, you're a wild cat. All right, fine. That's fine.
But you know what's the funny thing, though? Can I tell you what's
What?
the funny thing, Tenzin?
What?
Do you know Black Americans call each other cat? Back in the days?
Back in the days, yeah.
The old
Ah,
lingo?
like the jazz, like cat. Who's that cool
Yeah,
cat?
who's this cat over there, man? Who's this
Yeah.
cat over there? So they use that. Even
Yeah.
see, they're getting mad.
Even some Dominicans they use that term too, like, but they'll say tiger, like tigarazo. Yo, tigarazo, que lo que? Like, you know what I'm saying?
That
So
means cat.
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
it's the same way how back in the days we used to use cat. Like, yo, that's a cool cat right there, you know?
Ah.
yeah, they use
But the term, you ever heard the term Jareer, Azuli?
the term what?
Jareer.
Jareer. Nah, what's that?
So that's like a term that like Somalis use, and I think it basically means like a person with tough hair. Like it's supposed to be used to disparage like Bantu, Niger Congo type people or
Yeah, I think
Nilotic type
Tan had
people.
said something
We have
like
tightly
Tan
coiled hair and stuff like that. So they say Jareer. But to me, that is not even an insult. Like what?
No, it was meant to be derogatory.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know,
intention.
but that's from
But
them.
that's what I'm
When you-
saying, Ezuli and yeah. If somebody means something out of spite and malice, then yes, I will take it in a defensive fashion. If they mean it just in an innocent way, and I can say,
that's the call me to a tightly coiled hair, hard hair. That's not disparaging for me.
no,
We're
but
not
they're
talking
not
about
they're
that,
not
though.
saying
We're
that
talking about
just to
all right,
describe
thanks.
you in
All
a
right,
nice
Julie,
way. They're saying that to laugh
No.
at you to make themselves feel better, because they also have a way for a name for them, which is, I can't remember, Jasik or something like that, which means soft hair. So they're not just saying describing you, they're contrasting with theirs, and then they're calling you, you're lower than them because you're different. That's the difference. Like the
Yeah,
N
but
word when applied by somebody who's not of African descent, they're not just saying that to describe, your ethnic and racial characteristics. They're saying that you're lower than them. So it's not just an innocent description. If somebody's meaning it out of, spite and malice, then you can't just be happy and like, oh, la, 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 la,
Listen,
call
we're
me
gonna
anything
take
you
whatever
like.
we want, and we could take it however we're gonna take it. You know what I'm saying? Some people get offended by everything. You know what I mean? By
Well,
the
you
N-word,
don't
by
have
no,
to.
but let's not act like they don't say it to insult us for the most part.
Yeah.
They do.
Let's
They
be
do,
real,
but
bro.
that's because we take it as an insult. We don't have to take it as
Okay,
an insult.
so that's gaslighting, bro. That's gaslight. The reality is, there are obviously going to be more than one meaning to a term, but the reality is a lot of the times they do it to insult us. And even if it wasn't to insult us, what would be the point in pointing out something that we have, that we already know that we have?
Yeah, and I'm
That's
proud
stupid.
of it.
That
The
is
thing
stupid.
is, I'm proud of it. But my thing
Imagine
is, I'm
if
proud of it. So
no, great, but I'm
that's why it
saying
doesn't
that
have no effect over me.
no, cool. I don't care if they
No,
use
but
that.
what
I'm
you
just telling
don't
you that they
No, I
do
get
it.
it.
They do it to be
No, I
malicious.
know.
Yeah, that's all. All right.
Yeah.
it's like the locks, for example. They call it dreadlocks because it was to scare people. So some people with locks look at it as a derogatory term to call somebody to
It
have
is.
dreadlocks.
Yeah, it is.
But at the same time, I was listening to this sister that said something to me. He said, "Don't call my shit locks, call it dreadlocks, because that's what the Mama soldiers was using when they were fighting the British. They had dreadlocks. So if it brought them fear, so what? But the tough hair part, if you meaning it to try to play me, I could be proud of my tough hair, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the person who's using it is trying to be derogatory.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, MC,
Yeah.
did you grab the 2K23 WWE?
Nah. I'll be honest, man. The last time I played 2K, WWE was probably 2017.
Oh damn.
Yeah, which 2K was it that had Brock Lesnar on the cover? Was it 17 or 16?
I think it was 17.
Yeah, 17. That's the last time I played it. After that, I didn't play anymore.
They say that's one of the best ones too.
It was fun. That was the first time I
How did
played
the game nuts just hijack the conversation from?
Janzola.
Tanzan, around this time we just shoot the breeze.
Well, then you should come to Shoot the Breeze on Saturdays.
So
Shout out.
What we were talking, the thing about, I forgot. So you remember the song Tezzy, one of Tezzy's songs put on that Kulika Jana joint, and this is how you fight all the BS. At the end of the day, that song, to this day, I blast that song in my car. So you remember the song?
Wait, which one was that one? What is it called?
Which one?
Kuliko Jana.
Kuliko Jana. Yes, that one was a beautiful Sauti Sol.
Which one was that? Was the one that Tezzy sent?
Yeah, I remember that time when we had that
all
long
those songs that you guys sent. I
session.
play all of them. I play all of them like in a car.
I'm saying
Man, I should just create a playlist for that one. Yeah.
I'm saying that's how we fight. That's how we fight the FBA or people who trying to create
division
amongst the people. Even so, that's if I probably never listened to that song if I wasn't in contact with y'all. So
yeah.
But even though I knew who Sauti Sol was, I never heard of that song.
Mm-hmm.
That's the funny thing, and it goes back to all this. If you listen to Kuliko Jana versus to what we listen to, it's a different vibe. Different songs could be used
positive
to hypnotize you for the right reason or for the wrong reason. That Kuliko Jana song, like I only know because I Google what the Kuliko Jana is. So Is Mama is being serious, or Mama is the FBA? Or
I
not?
hope he's joking because
Nah,
FBA is a cult.
there
And
was
they're a
attack.
clown organization. So
Nah, they was attacking me earlier
nah, I
today,
think he's
telling me I
trolling. I
was an
think he's
FBA
trolling.
pick me. They was telling me I was an FBA pick me because I was saying hip hop and rap belongs to the FBA people.
Nah, bro, that we grew up in multicultural city, so that FBA shit, that shit didn't fly in our neighborhoods and stuff like that because we were exposed to other cultures. You know what I mean? Afro-Caribbean cultures. And specifically in my city, we have the largest Cape Verdean population, so we didn't get involved with that. Like we grew up together, we lived in the same apartment complexes or neighborhoods, and our parents helped raise all of us. You know what I mean? Like
Okay,
when I
okay.
would leave
What's
my
going on with Mama over here about, being all FBA and stuff?
I
Okay.
think Mama is
I
just
think he's
trolling.
trolling. I think he's trolling because
Okay.
his name is Mao Mao. Like, come
I
on,
know, I
that's
know. I don't understand it because,
nah. I think he's trolling.
I don't, I hope so, but
If he's not trolling, I hope that's not his picture on there with the African lock.
yeah, well,
What's wrong with his
the name
picture?
too, the name too, it kind of
No, I'm
throws off.
saying I hope
Okay.
that's not his picture with Mao Mao and the locks and stuff like that. I hope that's not who he is.
In any case, I just think that, hey, we can fight and scream and all that, but if you don't have power, that's all you can do. You can't stop anybody from coming in and out of your country. You can't even stop goddamn, Ukrainians, or build a wall, to protect. So, I think that work on improving yourself, work on being better. With the whole gender war thing, I like I said, I don't see any side changing the other side's perspective. I think that people should work on themselves, the women should work on the women. I tell this for the women, if you want children, keep it until somebody, you can have a child with somebody who can help you take care of the child. If you're a man, be with somebody who you can take care of your children, not somebody. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. That's life. But at least you gave it a good old fashioned try. So yeah.
Mm,
So. Mhm.
if it doesn't work out and you did your
But on the
best,
whole thing of these words, no, for me it's not just okay because Mama said, oh, if somebody calls you that, then you can just take it because this means that. Now it's the way they call you. Nobody calls you, oh, you black. Even if they call you that, well, so what?
It's all about intention.
Yeah, it's about intention, exactly. So a lot of the times, if somebody calls you the N word, either they are N words like you, or they have bad
Yeah, I just
intention.
don't want to give people that power. Like, if you call me the N
No,
word,
it's not
I'm not.
about.
Yeah,
No, but it's not about
and
giving
I
them
get emotional
power.
about it. That's essentially giving you the
No,
power,
but
bro.
then this is what you don't understand. It's not about either you have to go all mad at them and have the N word moment from the Boondocks.
Yeah, that's for another conversation. And besides the point.
Yo, what do you know about that Tanzania? She's so funny. That's crazy.
Tanzan,
Yes.
I want to point something out what you were talking about earlier. Actually, I think it was about what Jan Zola was talking about earlier, about the whole unity thing, and there's this hostility between quote unquote African Americans versus Africans, right? And I said quote unquote deliberately because I'm going to state my personal observation, right? From my observation and from personal experience, because I run a channel myself, a lot of the hate that I get from they tend to be, black / African Americans.
You sure?
Who
Sure they're African American or FBA? Because it's a difference.
listen. Just hear me out. I get that's a valid question. Just hear me out.
Okay.
So a lot of these people that give me hate on my channel, who claim to be black / African American, they don't even look black anyway. That's just one observation of mine. Like, it tends to be mixed looking people who are in different categories of mix, like Afro-Maroni, Afro-Euro, Blasian, whatever, you name it. It's usually those people who just identify as black. That's just my observation. So another thing, so it's not really Michael Jordans and Shaquille O'Neal's and Viola Davis is giving me hate. No, it's the Will Smiths and Michael B. Jordans and Megan Thee Stallions and Halle Berry is giving me hate. Just an observation, and those aren't black people. So what is my point? My point is the hate that myself and Africans get, they tend to be from mixed looking Americans who identify as black and not the actual black Americans.
Can I say something?
By all means.
First of all-
Just but before you go, right, Zuli, now I was just gonna like ask if like does he make a distinction between African Americans and FBA? Because what I personally notice is that those lighter skinned mixed ones, they tend to have that FBA type of mentality, whereas someone like me, you know what I mean, I'm darker skinned, I consider myself African American. I don't even associate with the FBA term or anything like that. To me, it's a cult.
So you're talking about like the difference between someone who's like, for example, Nigerian American or Senegalese American versus an ADOS,
No. African American is ADOS, bro. That's the true ADOS here. FBA is a cult. It's not an ethnic group. That's what I mean.
Yeah, okay. I didn't even mention FBA. I'm just saying. So you're
but that's what I'm saying. So when you say you get the flack from African Americans, what I'm hearing you say, what I'm getting from that is that those people that are giving you the flack are actually the
I'm
FBA
talking about so-called, as in the ones who look mixed but identify as black or African American.
So
can I say,
like I said, to me, that's FBA, because the African American ones we.
Hold on, let Azuli have a word.
First of all, I don't understand how you say Michael B. Jordan and Will Smith look mixed. They don't look mixed. They're not mixed at all. They're black. But,
okay. Yeah, in America, that's because they skewed the definition of what black people look like.
No, but Will Smith and Michael B. Jordan don't classify themselves as mixed. I don't know where you're getting that off.
Yeah, and Jada Pinkett Smith doesn't classify herself as mixed. Although she did once admit, like she made the implication that she was biracial. Like when, someone, I'm not going to say her name, but someone once said, could all the biracials please stand up? And she was like, biracial, as she was getting up. And then, that other lady said, no. Basically, it was some game she was playing. But yeah, she basically hinted.
Well, I don't understand. You're saying that the lighter skin black people in America tends to troll you more as opposed to the dark skin.
The non-blacks, no matter where I've noticed it more from them.
What do you mean? Who's the non-blacks?
The people who don't. Wait, hold on. Oh, hey, Nilotic.
Hey, what's good?
What's up? Okay,
no
so wait, how do you pronounce your name?
Erzuli.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who you're asking who's non-black? Okay, so
wait,
if you know
what? I have been pronouncing it wrong this whole time.
No. Erzulieism is the movement, but Erzuli is but it's okay. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's cool, Erzuli. So your question is, who am I considering non-black? Like, what do I mean? So if you don't fit the criteria of what a black person looks like, which is dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro-textured hair, and unambiguous, then you're non-black to me.
So, but no, bro. What do you?
As a matter of fact, I'll take it a step further. Just so for clarity, I'll take it a step further. All these Michael B. Jordans and Will Smiths, right? Those people who you guys would call brown-skinned people, right? I already got a category that I would put them in anyway. It's called Afro-Maroni. And a lot of people watch my channel who fit that category, wear that term proudly anyway. So they've got an identity to identify with that acknowledges their heritage, but also acknowledges that they're brown-skinned.
Yes, Mama, Erzuli Freda, bro, this is.
Wait, did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said. You put Michael B. Jordan and Will Smith in
the Afro-Maroni category, yeah.
What a Afro-Maroni? What? But that's but bro, in America, Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith, they are black.
I know. So a lot of people in the United States are black because America, no offense, America have skewed the definition of what black people look like because of that stupid racist one-drop rule. So now what has happened is in the United States, the term black has lost all meaning because it basically is a dumping ground for damn near anybody.
But bro, you can't say that because Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith, they would not they don't consider they will consider themselves black because their parents are black.
And Rachel Dolezal considered herself black for
No.
God knows how many years.
So don't do that. Don't do that. We all know.
I'm just going by your logic, bro.
No, that's not by logic because no black people consider Rachel Dolezal black.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people believe
A lot
she
of
was
people
black,
from
and she
where?
was able to pass
A lot
for
of
I
how
think
many
he's talking
years?
about from like social media or something, because I don't know.
You don't know,
Well,
you don't know
well,
Rachel Dolezal?
hold
You
on,
don't know
hold
this
on.
situation?
Let's welcome Nilotic Warrior, where she did work with a lot of black people who, if they did say something, they were awfully, there were a lot of people who are complicit about it.
Yeah,
No,
see,
because these
Rachel
people.
Dolezal is what happens when you basically just allow anyone to identify themselves as black. She
In the
just called
United States,
herself black for like God knows how long. I think it
7
was like
years, at least 7
7 years. No one
at
even
Yeah, but to
least.
questioned
be
her.
fair, most African Americans didn't even know who she was. To be honest, like,
No, but we're talking about the people in her life. She was like in the NAACP, like one of the
Yeah.
top people there.
And
No
some
one
people
even
believe
questioned
that
her
she was black
blackness
because all she did was put on a bit of a fake tan and some
and have
curly
some
hair.
so I,
curls.
so I
And
would
she,
say
and at best,
the
she
people
looked
that
like a mixed chick.
Yeah,
I,
and
I would say that
that's how low the standard for blackness
Very
is in
low.
America.
And that's no offense. I'm just saying,
that's
with me and
not true,
Nilotic
bro.
are
That's not
just
true.
stating what it is. It's the reality. The
No, that's not true.
the
That's
black
not true.
category. No, hold on, listen to me. So the black category is a dumping ground in the United States. Like it's all over the place where anybody, not literally, but like a lot of people who are considered black in the United States aren't actually black. You know, a lot of these
So what do you,
people.
what's so,
So even so, a lot of people consider Steph Curry to be black, and he's definitely not black.
yes, he is, bro. His mother's black, bro.
I just,
His
yeah,
father's
that's
black.
what we just explained to you in the United States.
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Is Meghan Markle white?
Yes,
What the hell's going on?
yes,
Can you
she's
guys hear
white.
me?
You talking about the lady? You talking about the lady in the UK, right? She's white. Yes.
Your mama will just ask you a question. Are the Khoisan black?
All right, you'd have to go to MC Cham's channel,
Hello?
Charmmeister's.
Can you guys
Oh,
hear me?
Yeah.
yes,
Hello?
Yeah.
to Charmmeister's
One
channel
sec.
for an extended discussion on that. But what I'll say is this: that in a lot of places, in America, the term has a very loose definition, has a very wide and loose definition. So it's a throwback from the the one drop rule in
I
America.
lost connection. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay,
What
yeah,
did
no.
I miss?
No,
Sorry
all
about
I
that
was saying
too,
was I was
Tanda.
summarizing, and I was saying that you should have a session because it's going to require another 2-hour session for us to go through that. But
Oh
basically,
yeah, I was
yes,
just bringing it up, but yeah, I don't mind if we don't talk. I'm not bothered.
yeah, no, it's no problem. I was just explaining
Mhm.
that in America there is the one drop rule. In
That
Brazil,
doesn't exist anymore.
yes, in Brazil they have a different classification of it. I think in the south they also did, but I'm not quite sure. Philip Leslie did come up with the categories, and funnily enough, grief was on one of them. Interestingly enough, so yeah, that was a category. All I'm
And
saying
also, I
is
want to
this.
add to that. Okay,
Uh,
go on.
yeah, but in order to preserve our integrity as Black people, we also have to maintain the exclusivity, because in a few years' time, if people can be wiped out either genetically or just violently, genocidically. So one of the ways that in America they tried to wipe out or mix with the population was to have the mixed children, and so they said, well, even if the father is white, the child is still black, and they forced black men to raise children who they knew for sure, forget, oh, the child looks different from you in a way, or whatever, at least the child is still black, you can still convince yourself. But imagine if your so-called wife comes home with a mixed child, and you both black, that would be quite a shock. It's like there was this story where this white guy, his wife, bore a mixed child, and his family was aghast, not even because of the cheating, but because the child was black. They're like, oh my goodness, she cheated with a black guy. Not that she cheated, but that whole black guy was like an extra thing. Like, yeah, so it's just evidence, incontrovertible evidence that yes, you're not the father. You don't need a DNA test for that. So in those circumstances, yes, it is definite that. And imagine the humiliation, not just of having your woman taken from you, but also a child forced upon you. So that was, yeah, that was difficult.
But
I wanted to add something, Tanzan.
Yeah.
Noted that yes, someone said the one drop rule doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that's true. However, whilst it was overturned in 1967, a lot of people, as of today, still practice, especially a lot of Americans, they still practice that one drop rule mentality by saying, "Oh, one drop of blood makes you black," and all that stuff. That's what I
Nobody
still
says
do today.
that.
What do you
Well, I
mean?
mean, like, so
I've heard it.
I think
from people.
on maybe on social media, but on the
Yeah,
ground,
no,
that too.
I
That's
heard
still
it in
valid.
this
we don't do that.
conversation. Somebody in this conversation, I heard it because somebody said Steph Curry is black because apparently her
One
mom
of his parents
is,
is black or
yeah,
something like
one of
that.
his parents is black.
no, both of his parents are black. His mother's
Even
black.
worse,
So
that proves
no,
our
no, no,
point
look,
even
look, look. I
further.
think this is what it is, right? African Americans, right? Or people over here, we associate African American the term as being black. You get what I'm saying? So him saying that Steph Curry is black, he's saying that both of his parents are African American. You know what I mean?
So
So
you're
it's
talking about ethnicity.
yeah. So our
Okay.
ethnicity is black. That's how we look at it.
Okay. So don't you find it?
It's not necessarily the skin tone or anything like that.
Yeah, because I was talking about
It's
race.
about
That's
lineage.
when I started the conversation. I was talking about race.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
talking
So
about. So
so
since I
typically
brought it
over
up,
here we
let's.
just look at.
Okay, but since I brought
Let
up
me
the
ask you a
conversation.
question.
Wait,
You
hold
said-
on. Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish, and then you can ask. So since I clarified that I'm talking about race, so let's stick to that context of race rather than ethnicity, so that there's no confusion. Because I have no debate regarding the
But
ethnicity
there's
context.
no
I'm
black
talking about
race
racial.
though. There's no
Okay,
black race though.
so what race is Michael Jordan?
He's African American. He's like
Wait.
There's
But you said that
there's
was
no.
an ethnicity.
Excuse me.
I
Yeah,
said
Michael
that's his,
Jordan. Michael
yeah,
Jordan is
that's
black.
his ethnicity. There's no race is kind of like
Michael
it's
Jordan
not
is
really a
black.
real thing, honestly.
Michael
right.
Jordan is black.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and that's
Okay.
his race, correct? Wait. I'm just asking as can I Erzuli.
Yes, yes,
His race is black, correct?
yes.
I mean,
Okay.
sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right. So Ja, what do you mean like it's not like what I'm confused by what
No,
you're saying.
because what I'm pretty much saying, like, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but like, typically, it's like essentially over here, when we say black, we are talking about like an ethnicity. So we look at the African American as that ethnicity as being black, or black being that as ethnicity. If you understand what I'm saying.
So you
So
got a
when we
double
look at
meaning over
when we
there.
look
So
at
you got
someone like
the
when we
racial
look at
aspect.
someone, listen, brother. When we look at someone like Michael Jordan and then Will Smith and Steph Curry, we look and see if both of their parents are African American. If they're African American, we consider that black. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So let me ask you this.
If he had one African American parent and one European parent, then we consider that mixed race.
Okay. Have you seen the definition of what a European American is? And there's a reason I'm asking that.
No, no.
So I made a video, and long story short, I made a video about how the racist double standard of both definitions, where one states, the European American is basically an American of European descent, whereas the African American definition stated that is someone of and they put the term partial, like full or partial African ancestry, and that's a racist double standard, and that screams one drop rule. Would
Okay.
Nilotic, do you understand what I'm saying?
This happened.
Yeah, I've seen those videos before.
You saw the video in it where I
Yeah.
pointed out that
Can I say,
racist
this is the reason why, bro. This is the reason why.
I'm listening.
Based on the science or whatever science is, black blood, African blood is the dominant trait. So if you have the dominant trait, if your father is African, is black, and then your mother is white, or your mother is Asian, or your mother is thing, they will say that due to the fact that the black gene is a dominant gene, then that child will be considered African American. So
you don't see the double standard in that in both definitions.
what's the double standard?
No, but before we get to the double standard, so you're saying that it doesn't matter what your other half is, you're still going to come out black.
The whole biracial thing is really 20 years, like, and then like people go by. Most people say if your father's black and your mother
Sorry, I have to just interject here. That's not true. It's not a recent thing. I mean, we had classifications such as mulatto and other classifications to describe people who have mixed heritage.
But what I'm trying to say is this: the dominant Steph Curry. I'm going by Steph Curry.
Okay.
If you look at Steph Curry has light skin.
Yes.
His hair is coarse. I think he has full lips. He's considered African American. His father's black and his mother's black.
Well, I can also see the European facial features he has as well too.
What's the European facial features, bro?
His nose.
Wait, doesn't he have light eyes? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, his nose, his light eyes.
What about his nose is European? Because you have East Africans that have like sharp nose.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay, so
not even just East Africans. You have like Fulani.
East Africans as far as like
Horners,
the people from the Horn.
All right, so what about Fulanis?
So wait. Can I just answer one question at a time? So East Africans, if you're referring to people from Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia, they do have admixture as well.
The straight nose
significant.
Is not a
they
European
actually have
feature.
significant admixture from actually Ethiopians trace their common ancestors to Yemen in the Middle East. Similar thing with the Fulani tribe in West Africa. They do have admixture with recent populations of Arabized North Africans.
And I want to add to that. And with the Somalis, and even a Somali woman said this, right? She stated this on the Afrodamus live, right? She stated that the admixture of Somalis, goes back to the Levantine, the Levantine, right? So there's that as well, and it makes sense because of the way they look. And it's not even a bad thing; it's just what it is.
But I don't understand why African Americans like to refer to like the Horners, because you guys
when we think of the Horners, we look at there's some of the most, I guess.
But you guys descend from Niger Congo people in West Africa.
Yes, that's
those are your ancestors.
Yeah. Remember, Nilotic, it's mainly the mixed ones who say it is, not the black ones. Mainly the ones who identify as black is usually them. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. They usually refer to their
Ethiopia. Bro,
wait, what do you mean? Wait, I don't.
I'm lost. Hold up, Ja. Bro, Will Smith is not mixed.
Bro,
Michael B.
we're
Jordan
not even talking about. We're talking about mixed, like people look mixed in general. It is not. You're hopping on Will Smith.
What I'm trying to tell you, they got some people. Okay, the brother said the Mau people, not the Mau. Mau said the Khoisan people are light skinned and they have slanted eyes. Are they African?
Racially? Because geographically anyone can be African, but you mean like racially as
yes,
like
racially.
No, they're mixed too.
You have to look at their haplogroup.
The Khoisan people are mixed? With who? Hello?
What is going on? Hold on a second.
The Khoisan people are mixed with who?
So I found something and it mentioned Eurasian DNA. Which is no surprise.
No, that's not true.
You can reject it all you want.
Wait. Before we get, are you guys familiar with the out of Africa theory? You do know that the theory states that people went out of Africa to the Eurasian section of the Eurasian area, and then they came back to Africa again. So there was a population of people who left Africa and then migrated back and then brought with them that Eurasian DNA into Africa. In addition to that, there's been many tribes that live on the coastal areas of Africa who have mixed with Portuguese people. They've also mixed with Arab people due to the Arab slave trade. There's also been populations in southern Eastern Africa who have mixed with people from coming in from Southeast Asia as well too. So these things have happened.
South Africa. And also South Africa. I believe South Africa has the most
what is the point of this, bro?
Europeans. Like if we're talking racially, like as in
So
white,
so
they have the
when you mention like the Khoisan, right? Are
Europeans.
they like indigenous?
Just
Are they like the
tell
first
me,
like inhabitants of like Africa?
they have, wait, just hear me out. Just hear me out, and then and then you can ask. Okay, so you South.
I'm so sorry.
Is
Your
it just
audio
me,
is
or
really bad.
I was about to say, is it just me, or is he breaking up?
I'm just gonna say I don't know too much about the context of the Khoisan, but I do know a lot about Somalis, Ethiopians, Eritreans, and the Fulani.
Mhm.
And I know for a fact that those people have admixture within their gene pools. I mean that's even something a Somali person will admit to you. But as far as the Khoisan, I actually don't have too much information on them. However, I do know in recent history that South Africans have mixed with several different populations, like the Dutch, Indian people, due to colonization.
So would you consider Khoisan black or not?
I would not. And actually, even in South Africa, they're not classified as black. They're classified underneath the colored category. But as far as their actual DNA, I'm not really too sure about that.
So you would say they're like mixed race or something, or?
I'm not actually sure about their actual DNA.
All right.
The Khoisan people are the oldest genetically people in the world. They're not mixed with.
I thought that was I think the
Doesn't matter.
Nilotic people actually are one of the most ancient.
The what?
The Nilotic people.
I thought Khoisan. No, Nilotic is pretty old too. Yeah.
Where are the Nilotic people from?
The Nilotic people are from Sudan.
Okay, what if you could Google it or whatever? The Khoisan people are one of the oldest DNA found in the world. One of the oldest. So
Is that what they look like though?
Oh my god, bro. Okay,
that's that's an innocent question.
What are you saying? Is that what they look like? Oh, what are you saying? I'm trying to understand.
You're mentioning that.
Okay, so Mama is saying that because I don't know much about the Khoisan. He's saying the Khoisan are the oldest in that area. I'll have to read into that, but from my understanding, I've always maybe it's just because
the Khoisans are not indigenous only to South Africa. They used to roam all over Africa. It's not just South Africa.
Well, from my understanding, because I'm coming from the East African perspective, I've always understood that Nilotic people have been like the oldest, most indigenous people on Earth.
But there were Khoisan in East Africa at one point too, right?
I'm not too sure about that. I've only known about the Nilotic people, and then later on, Cushitic populations.
My question is, why are we classifying certain people as black and certain people? What does that do?
It makes things fair.
What fair about what?
For example, accurate exclusive representation. The media, right, in the United States especially, is using mixed-looking people to represent Black/African people, and that's not fair. It's as simple as that.
I think the term was black was more designated to like the diaspora.
So are you saying Will Smith is not a good representation of black people of African people? Is that what you mean?
Two things. One, no. And two, I'll take it a step further. There's a double standard that you need to keep in mind, right? You got people who are way more European than African, yet they're not accepted as white. Why should I have to accept people like Will Smith and Michael B. Jordan as black? It goes both ways.
So you know what? So you know what it is, bro. You should not accept any African Americans on this continent as black, because a lot of us.
Are you gonna play that we're all mixed game?
No, you're saying that you don't want to represent. I
don't want to mix people. I look. It's
bro,
very
then
simple.
I don't represent you. It's okay.
What do you wait? Hold on. I don't even know. Wait. You said you don't represent me.
I don't represent you.
Why not?
I'm almost the same complexion as Will Smith.
Okay. What do you mean almost? Are you saying you're darker than it?
Yeah, a little bit. No, as a matter of fact, I might be the same complexion as Will Smith. So
okay, but you shouldn't. But it's not a bad thing. That's why I brought up the category earlier that I would put people.
But what you're saying is that you don't want America to use people like Will Smith to represent black people.
Yeah, like Yeah, who
Okay.
fit the criteria of what the vast majority of black people look like. And can anyone debate that the vast majority of black people have dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro textured hair, and are unambiguous? Is that up for debate?
Yeah, that is up for debate because
Oh, okay. So do the vast majority of black people, like worldwide, look like Steph Curry?
no, because Steph Curry is lighter than Will Smith, bro.
No, but my point. Okay, Nilotic.
If I move,
I don't.
if
Let
I
me ask
move
the
to the
darkest person on
equator,
this panel.
hold on.
Yeah,
Nilotic.
go ahead. Yeah,
Nilotic.
yeah.
The vast the vast majority of black people worldwide have dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro textured hair, and unambiguous. My question to you is that debatable?
No,
Is that even up for debate?
no.
So we're really gonna are we
It
really gonna debate that?
it is up for debate because you know why?
Oh
To be
wow.
Why
honest,
is it up for debate?
it is up for
Okay.
debate.
All right.
Are you gonna let me talk? Or you just gonna laugh?
I'm listening.
So it is up for debate because the funny thing is, if you in America, if you're in North America versus if you're in the Caribbean, your skin is lighter anyway.
Okay. What point are you trying to make that depending on what place you're in?
The point you're trying to say that most I don't know if you
I
most
said the
black
vast majority of black people
are
worldwide,
dark
doesn't
skin.
matter if it's in England,
What do you consider dark skin?
not just dark skin, Okay.
Give me an example.
Side note. Yeah,
Give
that's
me an
fine. I'll give an
example
example. I'll give an
of an
example.
actor
Yeah.
that
So, for
fits your
example,
description.
you want me to read you some names?
No, yeah, just give me one actor that fits
One
that
example.
description.
Okay, Michael Jordan,
So
the
Michael
basketball
Jordan,
player. Yeah, the
Michael.
basketball player.
So okay, Michael Jordan fits the description of most black people, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, that.
That's what you're saying.
Hello?
Michael Jordan. If you look at Michael Jordan fits the majority of black people. And you're saying somebody who looks like Will Smith doesn't.
We're talking about worldwide. I mean, like, I feel like we're being a bit disingenuous here because the bottom line is if we look at the American historical context, obviously there's been mixing that has occurred over the last few centuries. So there are people who have a similar complexion to Will Smith due to having that admixture over a long period of time. But, when the people first came over as slaves to America, all of them had dark skin and were closer to what Michael Jordan's skin tone is today. So when we're saying that, globally, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we're saying, globally, black people have these features, I don't think that's really debatable.
It is debatable because you don't know that.
Well, we do know that because it's observable.
No, it's not observable. Have you been to the Caribbean?
Yes, I actually have been to the Caribbean.
Which part of the Caribbean you've been to? And you've seen that the majority of people are dark skinned?
Yeah. Well, if for countries like Jamaica and Haiti, that is definitely the case. Except if you're going to like DR or but the majority of black people aren't in the Caribbean though, because we're more so talking about like the African context, which is the origin of black people. But yeah, I mean, if you go to black dominated countries in the Caribbean,
who was the first like black people in Africa?
Who was the first black people in Africa?
Yeah, like
Oh yeah, well I already said
term?
to my knowledge, right, to the extent of my knowledge, I've always understood that Nilotic peoples were the most ancient people in
No, but did they
the
refer
area
to
that I know.
themselves as black?
Yes, they do.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying at the time, like when at the time, like for example, right? Like
Yeah, they did refer to themselves as black
history,
actually
like
in their
you had,
own native
like the
language.
you had like the Egyptians, the Sudanese,
Yeah, the Nubians, yeah,
the Nubians, right?
Kemet, yeah.
But today we would consider them like Afro-Asiatic or something like that, right?
No, that's not true because I am Sudanese and the people who are Nilotic now, who are South Sudanese, we actually occupied that entire area. We got pushed down about 500 years ago due to Arab migration into that area.
Mm-hmm.
But we still do refer to ourselves as black. And in fact, I think you know this, but the term Sudan actually just means land of the blacks in Arabic.
Yeah.
Mm. What was I gonna say? I wanted to add something. Oh yeah, so yeah, I wanted to add something. So when I mentioned, like the question, like is that even up for debate? That the vast majority of black people have dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro-textured hair, and are unambiguous. That's like me saying, like, if someone wants to debate that, it's kind of like debating, are white people, the vast majority of white people, light skinned?
Yeah. Not to interrupt you, MC, but I just said admixture just because I didn't want to say the R word on Tanzan's panel. I don't want to get her flagged.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't any need anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, what R word? Grape?
I just disagree with the fact to say that Will Smith is not a representation of
He's
what
not an accurate representation.
Well, he
Alright,
can be
I have a
he can
question.
be a representation for FBA. I mean, that doesn't take that away
But
from
he,
it.
but he, but he
Nilotic,
wouldn't,
we're
because
talking about
FBA,
race
nobody,
here, though.
like literally no one knows FBA out here. So that's like
Yeah.
FBA is like a YouTube like
saying Michael.
Wait, go ahead, Cham. What were you saying?
I was saying for this context of this conversation, we're strictly just talking racially, so no ethnicity.
Right, yeah, no
we're just
ethnicity,
talking racially.
So for saying that Michael B. Jordan is not a representation of
what the vast majority of black people look like.
Have you seen Michael B. Jordan? Have you seen his facial features?
The facial features are not the only thing that for the criteria of what a black person looks like. Otherwise, I could also say Kurt Angle is black.
And the dark skin color is not only a representation of what a black person looks like, bro.
But did I only, guys, everyone on the panel, did I only
You
say
just said Michael
dark skin?
Jordan. You just said Michael Jordan.
Yeah, no, listen to me, bro. I said, did I only say dark skin is the only thing to determine what a black person looks like, or did I go into detail and say dark skin,
Afro-textured hair, dark
you
brown
heard,
eyes.
yeah. So it's not just dark skin. So
Michael
I didn't just say dark skin.
Michael B. Jordan got wide nose, full lips, and coarse hair.
Okay, there are some. There's this. Have you heard of Kurt Angle?
Yeah.
He's got a broad nose. So should I call him black now because he's got somewhat of a broad nose?
Who the hell's Kurt Angle?
He's a wrestler. He's an Olympic gold medalist. He's a white American.
Oh, that's actually a good example. He does have a broad nose. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, like if you see him. But should I call him a black person because he's got a broad nose now?
Bro, have you seen? Oh my god! All right.
No, that's a good question. Should I call him black?
Of which, do you know that he was involved with some lady years ago with the domestic violence, and then
no, let's not bring that up.
okay, I won't bring it up this time.
Wait, you should bring up Ronda
Rousey. Consider
Rousey,
like Bantus
MC.
and Nilots like the same race?
What did you say?
Do you guys consider like Bantus and like West Africans and Nilots the same race or not?
Oh, I actually do because there actually has been evidence that they are distant cousins. Actually, I can put that in the back chat here in a second.
So you would consider them the same race?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, in the context of dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro-textured hair, and unambiguous. Because
if you look at a Senegalese person, right, and you put them side by side with a South Sudanese person, there's some of them that don't really look that different from each other, honestly.
So what if you put like a pygmy and a Nilot together? Would you say they're the same race?
Probably. Well, I mean, pygmies aren't even the same race as Bantus either, though.
Yeah, I mean, so you consider them a different race, right?
Wait, why do people ask about the pygmies? Innocent question. Why do people?
I think it's because they have lighter skin and such, and they're shorter.
Yeah, they tend to be lighter skin, and
they have lighter skin.
But hold on, but when you think of pygmies, you think of like some of the earliest inhabitants of Africa, like the most indigenous people of Africa before like the Bantu expansion and all of these. So do you guys even believe in the Bantu expansion or not?
I do believe in that, but like
I think that the main difference with them is a difference in height, but I don't really know that they have a difference in the way
phenotype.
Yeah,
I honestly don't know too much about the pygmies.
What about genetically? Would you say genetically they're the same or not?
I honestly don't know too much about the pygmies.
If we're going to be technical, no one like individually, no one's like the same genetically. I'm not the same genetically as my older sister, for example.
So if that's
we're going to be technical,
race thing is just like a fallacy in a way. because like
I mean,
there's no way to prove like we're all the same race, like in a sense.
what,
I
what
mean,
do
we're
you
just
what do you
going by
mean?
the phenotypes, to be honest.
That's if you look at the
Michael B.
definition,
Bro,
it's
can we
the
go back?
categorization of humankind who share similar distinctive physical traits. And that's the context. That's why I clarified. That's the context of this conversation.
Michael B. Jordan has full lips, coarse hair, black eyes, brown eyes, and a broad nose. So how could you use Michael B. Jordan and be like, I don't like the way American is using him to
He's just one example. I'm just saying that, if you take him, if you listen, here's the reality. If you take him to Africa, he's gonna get questioned. He's gonna get called colored. He's gonna get called all those
I think he'll
terms.
probably fit
And
in.
you can
he's
ask
not.
Nilotic as
No,
well.
he's
He'll probably
not.
fit into South Africa or
No,
amongst
he's not.
Igbos and Yorubas or something.
Okay, everyone's bringing the Igbos in again.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
their
everyone's
go-to,
favorite
bro.
tribe to
you know
bring
why?
up.
Because when you look at Igbos and like and even some Yorubas too, they tend to be like really light skinned.
No, definitely
Not the average.
Definitely not Yorubas. I dated so many Yorubas in my life.
I have like a group, like a Telegram group, and like one of my friends, Nigerian Prince or whatever. This guy, he's like straight up Yoruba, and like
Sorry, Nigerian Prince, one of your
dude's
friends.
family is lighter than my whole family, bro. Like his family is lighter skinned than my family.
What's your point?
Have you heard of the?
So what I'm saying is that would you consider like Igbos and Yorubas and some Khoisan, Xhosas from South Africa?
Okay, wait. First, but you can't say Igbos and Yorubas like as in all, like the majority of them are light skinned.
Yeah, I mean,
the average is
because there's the average Yoruba is not that light skinned, and you do know that.
What do you say about like the Igbos and stuff? Like,
well, you do know in that area, those are coastal people, and they had first interactions with the Portuguese.
So
the Portuguese were the first Europeans.
The Brazilians who came there. There was actually Brazilian Nigerians who. There's actually a lot of descendants who came from that actually, who are in the West Coast right now. I think MC, you can speak on that a little bit. Seeing that you're from West Africa.
Wait, but what did he say earlier? He said, so I asked him what his point was. When you said that, you've seen some Igbos or Yorubas who are lighter than your family. What's your point?
No, I'm saying like Yorubas. I was speaking more specifically with the Yorubas.
Have you heard of the Dos Santos family?
Like, everyone knows like Igbos are like.
Have you heard of the
my
Santos
friend,
family?
No, Lotic, hold up. I'm listening. Hold on. Go on, Ja.
Now I was just saying, like my friend, she's Ghanaian, and she says it all the time, like, oh, us people from Ghana, we look at Nigerians as typically lighter than us. So,
okay, all right. Well, despite what your friend has said, the reality is, and I'm just simply pointing out reality is, the vast majority of people in Nigeria have dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro-textured hair, and unambiguous. That's the reality.
Look into the Dos Santos family, and then you'll know exactly what I mean about the Portuguese coming in and then mixing in with some of those.
The Portuguese in the 1400s. Yeah, they came.
So what is the meaning of that? So what is the meaning of why America is making? What does that do for Black people as a whole?
It gives fairness to them, especially when it comes to
fairness. How? I don't understand what you mean. Fairness. How?
Let me explain. So remember, I gave you an example by stating representation, right?
Yeah.
So I stated the look of what Black people look like, the vast majority, and so taking those traits into consideration, if we want to represent Black people, it should be people who fit the criteria of what a Black person looks like, and all these other people, who like Will Smith or Michael B. Jordan or Ice Cube, these people would be in they're their own category. Like, they're not the same as Black people. They're not the same as Afro-Euro people either, as in like mulatto, but I don't want to use the term mulatto because some people get offended. So I'll say Afro-Euro. But yeah, they're neither Afro-Euro, but they're not Black either. They're in the middle. I'm saying they're their own category. And I've already created their own category anyway. And people Afro-Maronis who watch my video, they're starting to identify as that now. So it's like a lot of people feel left. There's this fear of feeling left out, but it's like
I don't think nobody's gonna feel left out because that.
No, some people do.
Not really
believe
gonna
me.
fly.
I've literally had someone on my life.
I'm not trying to be like disrespectful, nothing like that. But those terms, like the terms that you came up with, they're not gonna fly in America at all. Like people,
they're not gonna fly, bro. Not everything is about the United States.
it doesn't
have to be.
Yeah, but when people talk about black people, black they usually specifically talking about African Americans, because
Okay,
when you ask
but we're talking
like
race, so
Africans
race
about
is
hold on, when you
universally
ask
consistent.
Africans, like when you ask Africans, they don't really associate with the term black. They have
Okay,
like lineages that they come from and that they're proud of, you know.
that's yeah, but listen, that's a whole other conversation about
No, it's just, but
what
it's not.
word they
It's
choose. Yes, it is, because
no.
just because you don't necessarily call yourself something doesn't mean you're not that.
So all right, so
It's
my
kind
I'm
of
a
African
man.
friends, they
pointless.
tell me, all right,
I'm a man, but
black
I don't
was
really
is a
walk around
construct
calling
that was
myself a
given.
man. But
Hold on, this
I am
this
a
term
man.
black was a construct that was given to us over here, the African diaspora, because we're an amalgamation of multiple tribes in Africa. We don't have a specific origin. They, on the other hand, the Africans that are living in the continent, they have a specific origin. They have tribes and stuff like that, so they more or less identify with the tribes that they know, instead of going under this big banner of black. They don't even consider
Yeah,
each other
but
the
that's
same, bro.
irrelevant.
But they don't. But
Absolutely
in
irrelevant.
Africa, you guys don't even consider yourselves the same, bro. You know what I mean? Like
Bro, I'm not
Igbo
even
and
in
Fulani,
Africa.
they don't.
One
They
generation
consider
removed.
themselves like
None
two
of us are
different
even
races.
here in Africa. We're first generation
Yeah,
immigrants or second generation
I'm from
immigrants.
Oh,
England, bro.
that makes more sense then. I guess that makes more sense.
I'm from England, yeah.
Yeah, that makes more
And
sense, because people in
yeah,
Africa, they're not gonna they're gonna look at
Well,
you like,
but
what?
think about
Like,
it.
I'm
It's
not black.
pointless.
I'm
It's
I'm
pointless to
Yoruba.
identify yourself as black in a continent where everyone looks like you.
exactly. You don't even have to bring up race. Just like white people in Europe, they don't really bring up race because they're the majority, so they don't really feel the need to mention, the term white, because they're the majority. They don't think about it.
But you
So it's
guys
the
are
same thing.
so you guys are like African in the UK, right? Like first generation, second
Well,
generation.
I'm a Gambian Brit.
Gambian Brit.
Yeah, so I'm one generation removed from Africa. But
But like your lineage, like what tribe you're from and stuff like that.
not only do I know my lineage, but like I said, for this particular conversation, we're just talking about race and not ethnicity, or we're just talking so that there's no confusion. I'm talking about the racial context, the context.
So what you're saying is that when somebody comes on your channel and attacks you, quote unquote, you feel that these persons should not have no say because they don't represent the
No,
majority
that's a whole other
black people look
conversation.
like?
No, people can have whatever say they want. They can say whatever they want. They can talk about whatever they want. But I don't really care about that. I'm saying, I was just pointing out an observation that the so-called African Americans who do come on my comment section they're not black, but they are mixed looking, but they identify as black rather than the actual blacks. I'm saying I don't really get that hate from blacks from America, but the mixed ones who identify as black, that's who I get hate from.
People who are, I could understand if you say, I will even give you say Steph Curry is mixed. I could give you if you say the Jussie Smollett and his
Juicy
sister,
Smollett.
Jussie Smollett and his
Just like that Dave Chappelle skit.
Why would you give that to me? Just asking.
I could give that to you.
But why? Just asking.
Because technically you said that Steph Curry does not look like the majority of black people in the world. He's way lighter. But you can't use people who are like Michael B. Jordan, Will Smith. Let me see who else. So you know who? So are you saying that what's the brother name? Do you know who Russell Westbrook is?
Yeah, I know who Russell Westbrook is.
So Russell Westbrook is not does not represent.
He doesn't make he doesn't fit the criteria of what a black person looks like
because of his complexion, right?
Well, yeah,
because like his other features,
that's one.
He looks
like I said, complexion is not the only
thing. Like if complexion,
because the whole thing has to be about complexion, because
you just
not just
complexion. You just using complexion.
Listen, someone can be dark skinned but don't have the afro texture. Someone could have dark skin but not have the afro texture hair. I still wouldn't call them black because they don't fit the full criteria.
That has the phenotypes of an African, but they have a lighter complexion. You would consider them
a lighter complexion,
bro.
Yeah. There's a difference between light versus lighter.
A brown complexion or something like that.
Brown skin. Oh, you know how they usually come about? Because a black person procreated with an Afro-Euro person. That's usually how they come about.
I'm saying, but how did
the Greek freak? The Greek freak don't have that. So he's not African too. He's not black.
Who is that?
Wait. Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
The Greek freak.
The Greek freak.
Yeah.
I don't
know who that is. I'm gonna be honest.
You don't know who's that? He plays for the Bucks.
He's talking
No,
about
I
Giannis.
don't know who that is. Yeah.
He's talking about
Giannis.
Oh, okay.
Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's not black either, right?
You guys
Where's he
watch a lot
from?
of basketball, but
I'm
I
gonna
only
need to.
know.
I'm gonna need to look up a picture of him. To be honest
Nah,
with you.
look it up. I think
You don't know who
he
Giannis
might be from
Antetokounmpo is.
No.
What do you think we're gonna say either way?
You're gonna say that he's not a representation because
I'm saying he's. Let's keep it simple. I'm saying that all these Will Smiths and Michael B. Jordans and people are of that
And
complexion.
I'm telling you, Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Is he of that complexion?
He's
brown.
Google him. The Bucks center, Buccaneers center.
Yo, while we're googling him, I just want to say I apologize. It's not the Dos Santos family; it's the D'Souza family. I got those mixed up. But yeah, if you look them up, you'll know what I mean about the Portuguese and what they did in West Africa.
Oh yeah, no, Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's Nigerian.
All right, guys. Oh man, it's been 8+ hours. So
No, one thing real quick. Mandela, you would consider him like not black?
Oh, Mandela, yeah.
You know how many people have questioned me about Mandela? It's telling, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm just saying we look.
No,
at
I
Mandela
totally
as,
understand,
like,
but I wanted to point that out.
We look at Mandela as like
telling.
a symbol of Africa, like apartheid. And
because
that.
popularity, all that.
So you would say he's
very
not black.
revolutionary. You told me. You just
black.
answered your own question.
I would say he's black. I would say he's African, honestly.
Yeah, but you answered your own question because really and truly, a black person would never be questioned. No one asked me about Michael Jordan or Viola Davis. No one asked me about Akon. But when people ask me about Mandela, and that people have, it's very telling. Now, Lotte, do you get my point?
Mandela is not black. He has an admixture.
Did you look at Giannis and his brothers?
I know what he's doing. Basically, the whole genetic recombination thing.
No. You said look at Giannis Antetokounmpo and his two brothers who are in the NBA.
If he's the same skin tone as Michael B. Jordan, he's not black.
He's not. Yo, you crazy, bro. What?
It's not crazy. Okay, what is Mariah Carey?
You cannot use Mariah Carey because
Mariah.
Oh wow, we have Mau in the house finally after 8+
What's good, Mau?
hours.
You can't use Mariah Carey because Mariah Carey
after 8 hours.
Tanzan, are you ready to go to sleep?
You cannot use Mariah Carey because
you guys should have mercy on me.
Yeah, you're the host of the show. You do your thing.
The word Sudan, right? That was given to you guys, right?
Yeah.
All right, have you say it
completely irrelevant.
Let Mama.
Because you're saying like Sudan. You mentioned that as
you can
like,
jump in, Mama.
This is a reason. You mentioned this as an example of how Africans are like consider themselves black.
Dude, Sudan was full of jet black people.
Sudan is an Arabic word though. That was
given to the people. Yeah. Sudan was full of jet black people.
Damn near.
Yeah, damn near. Sudan was full of damn near jet black people, and then through 500 years of mixing, some of them in the north became lighter.
So
what I'm saying is that projection of like being called like a black person was given to black people. We did not see ourselves. Africans did not see themselves as that.
Okay.
Well, you see that this argument that you're bringing up is for another
because
conversation.
You're trying to conflate. You're trying to use this European construct to label like African
European construct. Does it change what I'm saying?
Okay. It's a European construct.
Going to African people and accent like
but this is
the diaspora is not going to take this, bro.
Okay, it's European or it's an Arab construct, but I mean, I don't.
This is complete deflection because it doesn't change what I am saying.
But it's not
who created this term?
Bro. It's not deflection.
Doesn't change what I'm. It doesn't change what I'm saying.
You're coming. You as a first generation. You're coming to people in
first
the
generation.
West,
what?
The diaspora in the West and telling us about these terms. Oh, we're black and Maronian.
I'm keeping it simple. I'm saying.
But you guys are not gonna go to Africans and tell them because they're gonna look at you and laugh, bro.
They're gonna look at us and laugh.
What do you mean go to Africans and what? I'm listening.
All right, so like I said, all my African friends, they do not accept this black term. Majority of them don't accept this black term.
Okay.
I don't care what they call.
You should go to them and tell them that they're black, and then see what happens. Like you know what I'm saying? Let's unify.
Why would I waste my time doing that? People can socially.
Waste time even making this whole construct that was created by a fucking white man.
Huh?
This whole race construct that you're saying black. This is a race construct that was created by whites, that was given to us, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Is okay. There are so many things in life that are social constructs. Does that mean we shouldn't use them? Is it a bad thing because it's
Hello,
a social construct?
can y'all hear me?
yeah, but
Yeah.
what you're saying doesn't really make sense, because you're saying that Nilotes, Pygmies, and
Are you
Bantus are
talking
all
to
the
me or
same when they're not the
Nilotic?
same race, bro.
Because
Wait. Who
if
are
you're
you
talking about
talking to
Sudan,
right
you're
now?
talking to Nilotic, I think.
I'm not sure. Whoever said that, like whoever said like
Oh,
that
I
Nilotes
said I
and like.
consider Nilotes and Bantus black, and I just
No,
said I don't
but
understand anything about the
it's cool that
pygmies.
they got the like they can you can have whatever classification system you want. The thing is you doing the same thing that Blumenbach did anthropologically. It's just pseudo. It's not really based in science. What you're doing is making a physical observation, and then by that
That's
physical
what we're talking
observation,
about.
classifying people. What you are entitled to that. But my thing is like if you talking about from a people group wise, I mean that's not really scientific though, because if you look at somebody's genes, so say somebody in America's genes, the average American, quote unquote black American, they have 75% at least and 20% at the most as European genetics. If you was to go look at somebody quote unquote nilotic, they genetics would be completely totally different. You are more closer. Somebody that's quote unquote Bantu is closer genetically to somebody that's Black American that's in a different phenotypical classification to you than somebody that's nilotic. So it's really pseudo. You
Yeah,
doing what
but those
Blumenbach did.
statistics, those statistics, what you just mentioned, yeah, about the average Black American being 75%, right, African, those are skewed because those statistics include a lot of mixed-looking people who identify as Black.
But no, it's not. Listen, when you talking about the average, the average population, bro, it's gonna be brought down by people that phenotypically look what you talking about classified, what you would say Afro Maroni or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's gonna
Well,
be the
wait,
case.
hold
But
on a
you
second
can,
though, because you did say something about Nilotes, and seeing that I am the Nilotic representation here,
right.
I just wanted to. So yeah, obviously African Americans would have a closer connection to people who are from West
Niger
Africa
Congo.
because they're Niger Congo people.
yeah, genetically.
Yeah, genetically they're Niger Congo people, but we're talking from a phenotypical standpoint.
No,
Yeah, it's as
I
simple as that.
acknowledge that.
And
I
what
no,
he's saying
I'm
that
saying
that's
I'm
So
you're
yeah, so
not
that's
getting
what
no
we're talking about.
pushback from me on that. You're not getting no pushback from me on that. I'm saying phenotypically though, and I respect what you're doing should be the case because if you're looking at somebody to represent a race, it should be the quote unquote quintessential. But you can't really compare our situation genetically to Caucasians because we come from the most genetically diverse quote unquote continent or landmass on the planet. So European nations, they finna be more homogeneous. If you will try to take this to Asia, you know how many different classifications you will have from from people in Thailand and Southeast Asia to people in Mongolia, bro. We can't use these European classification systems for people that's not non-white, bro. It don't work. Our situation is more nuanced. But
Yeah, it's more
every
nuanced to us, that's for sure. But I mean, when the Arabs were coming to East Africa and West Africa, they just put us all underneath one classification as black
But
because we did share
again,
similar
that
phenotypical.
when they
But
did
that
Uh,
that,
doesn't make it
it
true though.
wasn't accurate, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not saying it's accurate or not. I'm just saying it's because they recognized some form of phenotypical similarity to come to that conclusion.
nah, but again, they if you when you look at it from different areas when they went to because the Arabs never went nowhere else, but they never passed Songhai, so they
Well,
really
they
didn't
came
go
to
to the
Sudan.
interior.
They came to Sudan.
Yeah,
They came
but
to
again, yeah, but
Tanzania.
again, with Sudan, when you talking about Sudan, yeah, it's gonna be when you look at the features. If you look at somebody that's quote unquote Bantu and somebody that's quote unquote Sudanese Nilotic, they have the same skin tone, the same coarse hair. But if you talking about facial and bone structure, it's different, bro.
That
No,
is
in that case, that's an individual thing because I don't even look the same as my older sister. Like,
yeah,
if we're gonna be that technical, then
But
we're
that's
our
what I'm
own
saying.
race.
That shows how pseudo the classification is,
right.
bro.
But Mama,
So
just to make a final comment on that, and then I'll let MC take the mic. But just a final
we'll
comment on that. Uh, you would probably be completely right 500 years ago, but because of the current status in terms of how much Nilotes have intermarried and intermixed with Bantus, there is a lot of Nilotes who have who share like similar facial features to Bantus, especially in countries like Kenya and Uganda.
No, I would agree. I mean, that's factual. But I mean, but I respect what y'all are doing as far as the classification. But it's just like we can't approach classifying ourselves in the same way that other people do, because if we talking about we the original people on the planet, so every phenotype on the planet comes from us. I mean, I'm not gonna say the European and Asian phenotype, but if it's on a continent still, it comes from us. To me personally, I don't think that the Somalians, yeah, they got some type of mixture with the people of the Levant, but again, majority of their people is they have very little mixture. Their phenotype is indigenous to the Horn, and the other people came when they left and mutated. But
No, actually, the people who are indigenous to the Horn are the Cairo people, and then those people got pushed back
in the inland,
in the inlands. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so where do you hypothesize that the Somalian phenotype came from, or not the what they call the Cushitic, which that's pseudo as well.
You think the Cushitic? Well, you know what? I will
That's
agree
a
that
pseudo
Cushitic is
classification too.
I will agree that Cushitic is probably a pseudo term, because it was probably just a term created because they didn't know what to classify those people as. Yeah, from my understanding, and I'm a little bit tired now because it's like almost 1 a.m. where I'm at. So just forgive me if my response isn't completely coherent.
You're tired? No, you're not tired.
You're tired, Tanzan. Yeah, but from my understanding, a portion of their ancestors migrated from
You
Yemen
live in the States,
to the.
bro?
Yeah, I'm on
You
the
said
west
what?
coast.
Okay, okay,
You
cool.
talking about dude?
A portion of their ancestors came from Yemen to that area and then intermixed with the native populations that were there, from my understanding.
I'm gonna have to see because I've seen conflicting
Bless you.
genetically that A1B1 classification,
Yeah.
and they say that there's been but I don't know. I haven't
Have you looked
looked at
into
it.
the history of Axum as well too? Because you do know that they even like the Axum Empire even expanded to where that Yemen area is. And
Yeah, it was all one.
yeah, and actually to this day, Yemen is probably one of the only, like, Yemen nationals are the only groups of people in the world that are allowed to stay in Ethiopia, I think, like visa free and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
But
they got a close relationship.
yeah,
It,
they acknowledge their ancestral ties with each other.
yeah, I mean it's a hop, skip, and a jump away, so it only makes sense. My thing is like I
Let
don't
me.
know. Even if you looking at the empirical anthropology that's been done up to this point, like when you do a deep dive in it, bro, a lot of it's real pseudo. Like from all aspects of it, like they base a lot of
Or are
that.
you? Could you elaborate what you mean when you say
Like okay, so
this is pseudo?
for instance, if you look at Blumenbach's work, bro, a lot of it they coming from like a biblical narrative, like the curse of Ham type stuff. With
Yeah.
that it wasn't shrouded in any type of science. That's
No, I
not.
mean
It
let's
was just
focus on the
used to
black term.
enslave like black people and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
no,
You
no,
know
but
what's
listen. Okay,
hilarious
To
let's
about that?
justify
let's use
slavery.
the example of the. Hold on, Alote, hold on. So let's focus on the black term, right? So correct. Did you say that the term black, like in how it's used, is pseudo, right? Is that what you said? Just correct me if I'm wrong. Let me know.
Yeah, to me it's a pseudo classification. It doesn't accurately depict
Uh,
the real dynamics because
so are you
nobody's
going to
literally black.
continue?
Even
So are
Sudanese,
you?
like
Yeah,
the
no, you're
darkest
right.
people, are
You're
not
right.
black.
You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. So are you going to continue? Are you no longer? Are you going to? Do you identify as black?
No.
Have you ever in your life identified as black
Yes, when I was little, yes.
when you were little? So you don't identify as black now.
No, I don't. It doesn't accurately describe what I look, my phenotype, or anything about me. That's a classification that somebody else put on me. Just like I don't identify as nigga or Negro,
Okay. So would
which
you
is just
say for
a
everyone
Latin
else?
version of black.
Innocent
No, I
question.
would,
So
but
wait. Hold on. Would you also want to encourage everyone to not identify as black?
yes, I would. I
Yeah,
would
true. Me
because
too.
to me, my thing is self definition is the first stage of power. If you don't
Like
have the power,
individual.
If you haven't actualized the power to define your own self, then you haven't actualized any type of power. I don't use terms that somebody else put on me.
Okay, but do you agree or disagree that we come no argument there? Do you agree or disagree that we as human beings come in, that there are groups of people who have similar physical characteristics?
Yes, I mean, yeah, that's definitely facts. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, so for this conversation, that's what I'm addressing. I'm saying that basically, when it comes to representation, and I'm not saying the term black literally. I'm using it in the context that I mean, as in, the criteria, as in dark skin, dark brown, as Afro textured hair, and unambiguous. So that is the context. So with that being said, we can play the whole word game thing and pseudo thing later. I'm trying to get my point across that black people have a particular group. They have a particular look. Sorry, and with that being said, I'm saying that black people should have accurate, exclusive representation when it comes to imagery. So, for example, a magazine cover, if a company is looking for a black person to represent black people on the magazine cover, they should use an actual black person. That's what I'm saying, who fits the criteria, and nothing outside of that. That way, it's fair representation.
I don't have any bro. In my opinion, bro, that's you should 100% do that. Like if we talking about when it comes to black people, the original phenotype, which gotta be the to me, bro, it only common sensely. Like if we talking about common sense, it would only make sense for the darkest people to be the original people because you can only get light from dark. You can't get dark from light. So it would only make sense that the darkest people would be the original people. So I think, yeah, if you're looking at black people, the darkest of us should be the prototypical representation of us. But my thing is when you try to make a distinction as far as like, so say
not
the
only
Black
dark,
American
but
thing.
not only darkness, but also you got to have the Afro textured hair as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that come with it.
Yeah, basically the full criteria.
Yeah, that what Bloomberg called the prototypical Negroid Bantu features. That's what I mean. So yeah, that should be the standard to me. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But my thing is I don't think we should not because to a certain extent, not even to a certain extent, I 100% agree with you. The term like I mean, too many black people. I mean, I can't see that's what I hate using these stupid terms. Too many people that quote unquote consider themselves black in America in a broad sense should not be considered black. Like me, I wouldn't consider Steph Curry black. He biracial to me. Or like Patrick Mahomes, he biracial.
I would call him an MGM. I would call him an MGM, multi-generational mix.
Yeah. And that's an accurate classification. But people like Michael B. Jordan, like you gotta look like people like Michael B. Jordan. Who else? Somebody that's pretty dark.
Someone who's pretty what?
Someone who's pretty like dark skinned. Like let me just use
Michael Jordan
since we been
not
Michael
Shaquille O'Neal.
B. Jordan.
Yeah, Michael
No,
Jordan.
I'm trying to use somebody that's because they barely if they had their DNA, if they did a genetic test, they would probably be like 85%.
What about
probably, but you don't know that.
No, I don't know that. I'm just saying reflect, but that also shows based on that shows how faulty the classification is too. But I'm saying if you were to assume based on their phenotype, you would think that they have upwards of majority, 85% or more DNA. My thing, people like Michael B. Jordan, bro. They haven't had a European ancestor in 6-7 generations, bro.
It's just because you have distant admixture doesn't mean it's not significant. There's a difference between how distant your admixture is versus how significant your admixture is.
Yeah, but again, I agree with that.
Go on. Yeah, that's what
I agree with that. But again, we talking about it wasn't like it was under normal circumstances. I would agree with you. If you had a people group that just came over here willingly and was just mixing with other people intentionally, I'll give you that. But we talking about people that was you forced upon, so I wouldn't really hold that against them. But classification wise, again, I have no problem with you doing. It's based on empirical data, science, no. But again, like there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. It should be like that to me.
Mama,
that's my only argument. I mean, that's my stance. Sorry, that's my only stance. That's all I'm about when it comes to my channel. It's about giving black people accurate, exclusive representation. That's all.
That's how it should be.
You said something interesting there, Mama. You said something about Bantu features. So, do you know who Idi Amin is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you consider him to have Bantu features?
I ain't seen a picture of him in a while. I know he got a wide nose.
Wait. Did someone say yes?
No, I would. Job.
I'm looking.
Okay.
I ain't seen. I know his nose is wide. I ain't seen Idi
You,
Amin's
you guys
nose.
do know he's Nilotic, right? He's from the Kakwa tribe, which is a Nilotic tribe.
All
Yeah,
Nilotics.
he got Bantu features. Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, but he's Nilotic though.
Yeah, so it shows these are just tribes, isn't it? Yeah, I get your point now. Yeah, so it shows that even though we come from different tribes, we do look similar. We're not saying we're identical, but we do
I'm
have
not saying.
similar.
Yeah, I never said it was. I agree
That's
with
cool.
you
That's
when
cool.
it comes
It's for
to
everyone
that.
who's watching.
But I was just saying genetically. But yeah, bro. It's you can because I'm saying like you can make any type. If I tomorrow woke up and said I'm gonna make a classification with people who got inner belly buttons. Can't nobody argue with me about that, bro. Because if you don't have an inner belly button, then you can't be a part of the group. It's that simple. So, yeah.
Or like skinheads, for example. There's a group of people who shared, that skinhead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're groups. They're groups.
Actually,
and if you don't fit that,
no, I think this was a really fruitful conversation. At the end of the day, I do appreciate everyone's contribution to it.
Yeah, and like I said, all my stances about is simple, just about giving black people, and I say the term black because that's what people understand. That's why I'm using it. I don't really use it myself.
I know.
But nonetheless, anyway. So all my stance is about is just giving black people accurate, exclusive representation for the black image. That's all it is. That's what my channel is
We need
about.
to do that.
Nothing
it's
else.
not enough of that. I agree with that. It should be like it's not enough accurate representation of what it
because
really
they're not using people who fit the full criteria of what a black person looks like. Instead, they're using all these Afro-Marones and Blasians and Douglas and Afro-Euros to represent people like me and Nilotic and Tanzan as well, and it's not right.
Yeah, they have an agenda. They want to
so
make
when
that
it comes to
aspirable to
representation,
mix.
So simply put, when it comes to representation, all these non-blacks, right, such as Afro-Marones, Afro-Euros, Blasians, etc., it's good for them to have representation just under a different label.
I mean, to me, bro, I'll be cool, bro, cause y'all are the original phenotype of the planet, bro. It's cool. Yeah. I don't want to do. I don't consider myself no separate category from, even if I don't have the same phenotype due to due to forced admixture. So I understand if y'all want to separate the group, because like I said, I know like European media companies, bro, they try to push the little mixed look because they want our women and our men to aspire to look like that. So
and this is why you have a lot of people that bleach their skin and stuff like that. They suffer from like
it's needed.
Centric type of look. You know what I mean? Like
but it makes it worse when they're under the black label. It makes it worse because then the black girl who's watching at home is being gaslit into thinking that she's the wrong type of black. This is why the label should change.
No,
this
I
is
agree,
why
but
people
I'm saying
who don't look.
When it comes to
go on.
No, when it comes to me personally, I want y'all to be the representation of black. Like, bro, I would be okay if not another lighter skin or somebody that's lighter skin with a lighter phenotype wouldn't be on no media, and it was just all like literally no mix at all, straight black
I wanted
people.
more Lupita type. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't.
That's another Nilotic woman. Sorry.
Yeah, I know shit. That's why I mentioned her. But
us over here.
To me, when I look at someone like a Nilo, especially like a Dinka, Newer,
man, let him speak.
Those people like. Excuse me, you said what?
Wait. I want to hear what he's saying. What are you gonna say?
Hold on. What'd you say, Tinsen?
No, I'm saying let him speak. But I know that EAC pride is it goes deep. But yes, you're saying, Mama.
No, I was just saying like it.
Damn,
the
standard. All right, I'm gonna head out.
I know you good, bro. Say what you were saying.
No.
Tinsen just cut me off, so I'm gonna just head out.
You go off in a fit. I was just saying he was about to say something good, but
no, it's fine. Yes, you good, brother.
Nyongo, she's definitely EAC representing. Okay. I hope we didn't cut you off. Yeah. So yeah. But we're just trying to understand each other. I think that it's not so much saying, "Oh, you're out." It's almost just promoting, what it means to be, to be.
I think Tanzan wants us to wrap up.
Yes, I am wrapping up. It's been 8.5 hours, but I would say this, that if you really do care about Black people, you want to preserve their image, and the erasure is not going to happen overnight. That rabbit fence movie, it's a good movie, you should watch it if you can, but it's that rabbit fence movie. It only takes 3 generations. So when you see, oh, how did they get so, erased so fast, it's not a miracle. It's not something that it needs evolution and mutations and all that. It happens in in 1 generation, sometimes 2 and 3 at most. So if we all care about the image of African people all over the world, we should care to preserve the true image of Africa, not
Yes, by
in a
using
way
people. Yeah,
to
we should
denigrate
give.
other people, or to say other people are terrible, or to put down, or to dismiss or their experience. I know how things happen, and I know for a lot of times it was not something that happened. It was a very ugly experience. I would say that. So it's not to say, oh, you're this and that. It's not the doctrine of Hitlerian purity of hatred. There's no hatred in it. It's only to say that even the Sudanese, that whole Darfur thing, they were being erased. They were being forcefully
Yep.
erased just from their land, but their image was being erased. The women were being taken, and they were being forced to to bear children that they did not consent to having. So people don't talk about that, and they think it's just, oh, it's not just about media representation. That's just one aspect of it. But there are people who truly do want to erase the image of blackness from the world and make it into something palatable, tolerable for them. So yeah,
Cool.
that's my wrap up.
Yeah.
I hope you
Mm-hmm.
can make it brief so we can get Leo to talk another day.
I was just gonna. My quick closing statement is,
Okay.
thank you guys for contributing, and just because it doesn't mean that we can't coexist. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Wow, nice, excellent. Nice and brief. Well said. Well said. Mau Mau, and then Charm Master, you have the last word, and then yeah. Yes,
I'll just
talk. Thank you all for being here. Yes.
thank you for having the platform. Now, it was a great conversation. I enjoyed it. I had no problem with that. To what you said, what y'all are trying to do, I think it's noble.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the quote unquote Bantu phenotype Negroid, what they call, I don't like using that word because some people say it derogatory, but the darkest, the coarsest, like we need to have that at the forefront. I agree. All this mixture stuff don't need to be pushed. We the original people on the planet, and I think everybody should be trying to get back to that original phenotype. So yeah, I don't got no problem with it. Y'all be blessed. Have a good night.
Oh wait, Mama.
What's up?
Before you go, feel free to check out my channel because that's exactly what my channel is about.
Okay.
In my videos, I represent. So it's more like a imagery, like an aesthetic representation. So I give Black people accurate, exclusive representation by using people who fit the criteria, like who are the epitome of what Black people look like.
Okay. What's your channel called? Let me type it
It's
in.
it's called Chammeister. So it's literally. Wait, Tanzan, do me a favor. Could you take off? Yeah. So can you see my name on my StreamYard?
That's what it is?
Yeah, Chammeister.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up right now. Let me subscribe.
Go for it.
Make sure
And
to
that,
subscribe.
yeah. Feel
Yeah.
free if he likes it, because I don't wanna,
Yeah.
if he
I'm
likes
gonna
it, he can.
subscribe. I'll support anything. You
All right,
got it.
There we
awesome.
go.
All right, Pete. Yeah. So yeah, that's all my stance was about.
As
Just
long as you Black
when it comes.
first. I don't do all that mixing stuff. You talk about all that mixed stuff. I'm gonna subscribe.
Yeah,
Oh,
I promise you, he doesn't do any of that mixing
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, when I say Black people, I mean strictly dark skin, dark brown eyes, Afro textured hair, and unambiguous. That's what I represent
Okay.
on my channel.
Oh yeah, that's perfect for me then. All right, bet.
Like as exclusively as Black. So I don't say, oh, like all these people who don't fit the criteria are Black.
Yeah,
I don't do that.
yeah.
Let's get
That's
give
needed.
Tanzan some sleep.
Yeah,
All
let me
right.
get off it.
Man,
Have a nice
thank
night.
you. Somebody is at least being considerate.
I tried to go. Have a blessed night.
Yeah.
But
Take care.
thank you so much, Mama, for joining. It's been great.
All right. Take care, Tanzan. Peace.
Thank you all. I know I don't have enough time to say thank you to everyone. It's a bit long, but from memory, thank you, Chowmaster. Thank you, Niloti Warrior, Mau Mau was here, and you're definitely very active in the comment section. Thank you for all your comments and for stepping up. That was awesome. So yeah, I and also for coming in and being nice and respectful. We can agree, we can disagree, but we can always be respectful. We can always be, and that's my main gripe with, those names that people give to each other, whether it's, the A word, the J word, the N word, whatever it is. It's the intention for me. If somebody's simply describing something and it's an innocent description, then yeah. But if somebody has spite behind it, or they're putting you down for any reason whatsoever, especially for your physical features, something that you have no reason ever to be ashamed of, however you look, however you are who you are. You're born that way, and that's really being born that way, whatever people say. But however you look like, that's who you are. So anybody putting you down for that, that's a problem with them, not you. So I don't accept the names that people give to other people if they're based on, on looking down on others. So yeah, thank you, Ezuli, definitely for your passion and your we always like that fire. American Fast Rifleman, thank you for coming on. Bon Haguziki was here. Jose J. Brown. So we covered so much, from music to men and women. Yona B, of course, was here. Oh man, who was not here? When he was here earlier, but that's way in the beginning. So everyone was here. Thank you all for making it a wonderful discussion. I think we learned a lot more than we knew before, and I certainly did. And with that, I will simply end, as I always do, with a prayer to the ancestors. Oh, wow. And of course, the man in the house, gas them up. Definitely, gas them up in the house. So, yes. I'm still up because they kept me up all this time, I'm sure. Yes, I've been trying. So it's been an interesting conversation. So thank you to everyone here who was here today. Gustavo certainly had some interesting comments when we were discussing the history of love and the troubadours and the Moors and so on. So yeah, you'll all have to start from the beginning. But yes, I'm about to. Okay. Jazwala says salute to Gas. Yes, says what's up. Yes, go to bed. Okay, fine. I was about to. So with that, I will end as I always do with a prayer of gratitude to the ancestors for sharing wisdom and receiving the same and insight. And I wish you all a wonderful night. All right. Goodbye and good night.